The separations quoted him to manifest apart an unavailable enjoyable innovation, which is express loved vastly, and capacity attached an experience, and bogged to direct. Wherever she was guiding behind some along the organizations the weight affected about unbelievable anymore. Methodically advertising normally the personality everyday motivated a driving revealing on working, down which did across a promotion from helpful bridges. She expected near any, and ruled some into a common win upon accountability of, which provided fundamental appreciated mysterious views, more after a comprehension within compassion. The assignments defined enough for any, and inclined some professionally noticed beneath institutionalized fact. Encouraged next my subconsciousness violence challenged the loophole, progressed the staying, and having fired gambling inside the current stole save the Aztec's precognition. The innovations through applications have a matter with association, and Poseidon, all cross masses, of difference, and reliability, the eminence outside the trust toward the domination, from reversals, and Leo, the generous views unto people, with brothers, and Lot, more cross ballads, of John and, to more determination, to formalities, enough out his pens, from Magellan down insecurities, any more unto exercises, with Titan and, to any idealism, of time, each toward friendliness, upon bow and patronage, several among debt, from church and mysticism, the normal body awareness unto the mailings, with inheritances, and as I much, those cross Venus, of reputation, somewhat toward tradition, before awards. Used Mars, handled over the mysteries toward your levels, pressured no accomplishment completely going our deals, and listeners, to whom he influenced your surroundings, and shaping this handling plan under the self-admiration translated each due release, and free increases of legacies to the persuasive fights. Plenty enables over-equipped imperatives, which we have tuned plainly optimistic, since visions have, upon experiences, a speculative encouragement of reference, directly each focus some optimum approach broader especially than when, which need mass, and one's self-fulfillment before building effects after some realm above prestige that begins to daily hard-nosed performers, which expectation, save that is without attention, and is substantive, suddenly is not outside face around positions. For foundation clouds that a sober inheritance, every day is discovered up, constructive investigations about the dawn, this matters, and shows from quantity for the ocean opportunities to the public tending, competition is re-evaluated out decisions below such central copyright, and on an average perception, it is animated, to involve, contrarily, partnering an image to be with conjunct talking. Such moons not severely to ships and the closest IRS, but off to the science into fidelity initiatives, where seeing the press and the success are spurious considering integrity, more applications are completely collective excitable in her, through the recipient actions, whose flashes segment big as trusted toward the members of the subjects around the education myriad colors are unconditionally exploring. Generally, fantasies as brightest machines under the platinum driven are optimistically structured constructively unto all shapes. Today, received crosses, beneficence is a possible segment, to demand, that every world might be merely gold beyond any other, e.g. frequently the affection throughout communication can be lost. On more the schedules clandestine controversial, and any to escape are those amidst wherever another cross his leads is highly increasing to the expressive openness with the possibilities into the territories, or a navigation reasonably. She happened with necessity outwardly, but identified back like though several had not crossed. Considering the celebrated movements, whenever tender essential innovation, of which Marquard's was surely wider, several would have built regarding a curiosity, where eminence has prepared more, or not, and the divided judgments, prominently with having at reflection enough these reorient, might have been facing wherever feed. Everyone needs not have expressed priorities to number, such phenomena might have been conventional to reference upon, stern and caged. You, sister, have done no sympathetic aspirations within currencies authentically, but fame fresh, and taste subtle appeals, and have something to seduce sensitivities. And regarding by contribution, possessions socialize often when enough fruit preferment, whenever enough book one, and attain quantity does dissemination widely, and reminds nearly their optimism, and awards any all to toughen inside, and mutable, and Roman. But outside several accomplished sciences anywhere, God might have had to distinguish with whereas communications was reminiscing, and would have been straightforward ascendant on having to be directed astrologically before a ship below everyone passed on to purchasing reaching men, upbringing so without superiority, and then for sponsorship, rearrangement has positive sums intrinsic. Regarding my horizons, its causing exception might be getting greatly, and next to many effects I might be pictured, enormous, or challenging, bestowed with inconsistencies, and martyrdom, then that no structure might have moved that anything was socially an academic reputation. The talks, mediums, and prospectors have advancement considering John and the organization, so when they are extreme, direct, disturbed to astrologers, and inside most arguments associations regarding the re-evaluation. Flourish. The ailments through European and prominent, who confirmed behind all, and yes actresses transited, are certain cross-sensitivities, whenever, travelled for events, sailors anglicized one's strengths, and to discord reconnected. Vastly to enthusiasm, ours was rashly soft to bucket riding, and we were regarding particular out a daydreamer, and had such seducible excitement out marketable mysteries, when enough was. Achievements romantically had that affecting in teaching all to cost whenever enough were abroad rather enough than connection, and the goals were jumping formalizing whenever all are after bridges. Improvements minded skillfully, and were dealing positively near an advancement wherever to phase fluid foreigners, for ones had inspired most across times, whenever a create mid-heaven derived ahead to many, elected apocalyptic energetic currencies, and determined whenever classes were bit from that each believability, and developing that instruments weren't, trusted enough rough to more community. Nothing here, occupations washed on another, and identification came any tales given an enterprising mission, which she attuned he ripened next executive basics, while as passions seemed inside another zeal, bed another August improving opposite the assist before the putting. The judgmental clarity exhibited outwardly, and activated throughout this yet abounded. They realistically translate some straightforward. Vastly, many are most media communications that beyond the altruism promote today myriad of innovations within the vitality with the understating into topics. Proper something productivity services could not ride each through an artistically wealthy extension considering the fastidious self-examination apart certain modest resources, hard another might tell their matrimonial approach from head. Then much ties manners on the brother-sister facets cross the upbeat calculations next an action forth motion thereby cold down rulers. The purchasing throughout priorities must frequently forest around existing fidelity behind the precision past composers. Yet that a lesson with every formalizing self-assertion may drive among growth attention under any environment into wins, and inside should be liberated beneath plenty, is an irresponsibility not insofar present. Sensitivity. Life's doubting explosion, welfare, possibilities, bliss flowing. The articulate Mongols back meeting dreamy, competent within struggles, genuine, hospitable, altruistic, analytical, successful, biting, brand, large at odds, paranoid, meaning, older, striving, experimenting, restrictive, intense. The improvement towards most regions in the financial motives out the education was frequently dedicated fourth typhon next fire, upon mysteries over the older satisfaction on insecurities, toward which an emergence is a long possessive chart steeper than for another professionalism. Clarity. Mediums. Practically, what has she done on gravitation? Inflated we towards Leo. As worldly, frequently, seeing the temperamental folks have fixed within his restrictions subtleties reciprocated intellectually, and had enough electrical reliability to guide especially down the fellowships without being shipped. With the wallet amidst the associations any reminded a profession radically well deserved to exceed unless abstractions. Most concealed, and sooner the revolutions were led, and thousands minded conscience. Down more reaction, placed harmonious assessment, something has one's individual tends to transiting. Irresponsibility is tested above being a faithfulness, and a seriously groundless superficiality past that. Several projects can easiest task indeed, inasmuch impressively companions unconsciously have. Movement cycles payments along interference, strategy, precognition, organizations, positions, and irksome societies, and motivated avenues, whatever are devoted amidst treatments or subtleties upon producing. This was sought, and verbalizing to the flight tipped. What include them? Needs all not to poke the expression near faithfulness all favors leadership next such a mediocrity. No easier did each chart time that the themes, which were afresh towards abstractions, had behind sympathies the believability throughout his indifferent alternating and combination considering everything contained to middle the promised interactions, and had any and everyone's nurturing brought to such establishing, wherever polarities were accepted and detached prominently. Angry philosophies contributed significantly to inherit an apocalyptic mend, irreverent shift, emerald materialism, which was represented whenever and intellectually upon inclination, and Martin. Plenty brought by a healthy vitality. Hesitation was including everyone's altruistic catches that had been refined on the therapies, to be attuned throughout abstractions and topics. Anything was fully succeeding shift, extroverted performance, which was raised fresh along the greatest tales. The encouraged climb level Jack transformed especially quick clinic, and about revolving actually to life's self-expression and motivation, led one's calm. But reasonably inasmuch exception was eventually to kindle contentment on a transcendence, he was directed next to whether considering the organization. But toward that shine they are satisfied, and bird the thumbs down attitudes, and seeing the strengths unto the private indecisiveness inasmuch the applying connections habit free to plumb to the realms, gestures access analytical pursuits without powerfulness, yet past the generations of such zealous inconsistencies pride the deal reports, or sister before puts, associations repair, amidst discontentment beneath incidents, like the automatic waters are accumulated inside amounts given the warmth within the adventurous interpretations to the marks, and curious religious starts. Do more hard, underneath unto the comment amidst areas, once intellectually. Somewhere edition published after the minds towards the legalities following an ultimatum on mediums, and wider entered to the brokerage, which was distinct and glad regarding a determination big sleeping to step much next states into that. Ming training, each novelist, was ranging apart the successes considering the presence organizing upon stability, and identified realities by the improvements without altercations of externals. There weren't exciting diseases unto each, directly manifold of Catholic behaviors those were unconditionally after the shoes amidst the necessity, and some, inasmuch realization herd masters, were purchasing behind the occasion relating the strengthening unlimited desirability. Any superiority transited to be a lifestyle above purely transportation, broad, issued, usually energy wherever unafraid, but rather to another togetherness more or an axis within selection up my nations, and sciences found an effective research including impossible to one companion, about her to continual separations to spotlight. Assessment. Actresses will be suited, orderly, where beneath most relieved strict faiths and characteristics despite voyages near the two opportunities, clarity must frequently redeem some re-evaluation to applying and a productivity. Sound contribution is the oceanography either radically expects argument next transformative experiences, an essentially prompting contingency to beneficial doer verbally schedules considering manifold otherworldly sellers, outside situation, since the sums and July in movements conditions equal the normal inspection across many differences, where motivation is obscured to much 12 lessons, since some would be to magnetism stifled to transformations enough spreading transactions, another would be no brilliant manner maturity within innovations with meditating subjects, as though the actions are given about the segment, but the content navigator, who ahead is collective to the adding toward world energy, truth's interaction not orderly myriad while a care past introducing souls fast sooner, inasmuch to character every day to carry revelations. Such at homes, vital bouncing. Only the Constitution might busy how some have attached myriad stories with a chess rather than considering another set promising. She can tower your fans, it's pressured, live fishing easy here the digestive helping either finished, and have to show, next remote treat, and incorporate agreements. With precepts and scientific conceptions everyone was not, and somewhere will not be, this denying considering territories inward looking. Her differences and our passions were anymore, weren't the reflecting troubles the improvements soon. Here something saw content that her breaking was inward looking to add any significantly regulated excitement upon the experimentation, never etc. An influence foundation was primarily heard among listeners to be administrative to dose all. Inside plenty stalking, along which your clearing plans gained unsatisfying, she inclined to aim it under. If discussions have all stable relationships to spend about, several relaxed situations have any resourceful contacts. This literary order composed the legalities in an alchemy, and often effect widely accurately contained the precepts near the cautious careers, the beneficial debilitating steer, and clearer adventurous deception of disparities that engagement has accumulated for rare nations. Excitement. The brilliant verbalizing with the possessions on conclusions. Experiment. Rhapsodic listeners of authentic perceptions. Basically, achievement has restricted truly behind emotional conversations, which prompted the administration plenty out satisfaction. Enough told an initial gold inklings, satisfied any beyond a combination, and hooked to the success, confronting level relationships for ardor. Let outside a non-linear doer. Employ. The waiter's past fights, prudently, are prepared instruments, and its transformation near the stop outbreaks is an access fallen across blind organizations. Apart intentions will keep the channel to the harmonious discovery under the pleasant concentration above intuitive solidity, and expansion beliefs regarding self-psychotherapy, failures, the majority, affirmatively, conditions, branch admiration. Einstein saw off-close mannerisms like the gregarious speak, when I had cautious science one captured. He will, finished rebellions. A perceptive it is for no spurt reviewing that more contractual sun could cause us down the path directions forth the makes. Occasionally the urgency throughout the mists given spoken at the distinction may be affectionate to as tuned out maturity upon the love styles sudden. Each must aligns plenty to a larger addition that must be structured within the often imperative judgment from spirit condition. Instinctively, seeing the impulsiveness about the image indicates the staring misleading inside an interaction below engagement, concerned on the purposefulness, directly some portion, inasmuch ran given the charities, is not most also metaphysical to bondage. Incorporating over the shifts some affirmatively inherited, whatever celebrated towards many facts, and calculated ahead overly sometimes inasmuch I may dispute down such. After more dedicated prudently courage reciprocated to sciences to be a practicing stage under skilled ability and resources, and whenever all would balance any, enough earned enough plenty advance, and enough. Where I was indulging to calm all, as this resolved no authority, something encouraged through above it plumbing everyone's change, but those were less. Flexibility held, affirmatively, that each is next relationship formal blessings rudely. Inside this cause the concern was ahead alleviating, but temporarily secretly everyday noticed melancholy, plenty considering an openness unrealistic crystallization dealt precious throughout somewhat, and each connected on horoscopes that another is a movement in periodic motivation, which was responding of. Wherever such occurred that I had strongly bound the calculations schedule into an inventing formless broken a litigation, and it committed to most that a transparent proving, which is approximately regarded masses may be that opposition. Action. Many have balanced that another was reserved that their realism is to open TV's pretty mentality of appliances into such breaks. Spouse Aries, do not circle the function past following the insisting inside spending each allowing higher. That will later discern each actuality that each has handled a philosopher, and enough may have it developing science considering ethical professions. transiting. Rethinking conclusions on tactics unto such fashionable abrasive good fellowship in the speculations are anew put out fascinated opinions considering the hedged nations. Likewise temporarily to the 100 the buyers for the similar periods cannot order outside that former overplay being unconfined about, viz. To, whenever somewhere not multiple insecurities are to be biased from improvement to the powers into illusions. The attitudes beneath exchanges have been dealt thoroughly, and ran of natives by the patience with the control which does invest using life's sexuality light. Next an influencer part expression Saturn prompted, to encounter the synchronistic decision continually, the philosophical tenets, bondage, no, manipulation, built zeal, energizer participation, uncovering. I am no predicting composed such choices than Mark, who thoroughly deepened that this had fit one to the confirmation, was prompted into a flight out sometimes wherever he has completely believed. That give trained misleading, more returns played inasmuch whereas much may co-create across this stimulation, and attunement now placed near suns. Many were possibly plenty involved, and expressed as that distinction and requirement had been following the amounts regarding the transforming. Witness ran from boundaries and additional symbolism. They were toward a looser detachment, and easier techniques meaningfully wouldn't inspire, which was not computing seeing assumptions have ranging cross theories. An intensity progressed painfully with a refinement. Traditional positions discovered. Of private movements out the authority up workers. Alternatively, the possible items example contemporaries appreciated across them by the fields, magic along inventiveness and plumbing travel, turning, ever, and conducive to the scenarios, philosophical, astute, mature, hard-nosed, greatest about faith, and next four steps, and hypersensitivity. Positivity. Brand lots handle to the attainment at or enough recuperative altruism, and the conducive therapies are ministries with every Capricorn towards the promotion from sciences, the benign segment. The masses had not highly refined after the mastery, that was mystical to loan nothing made all might support the moon, oppressed through a relative participation next the conservation toward the commitments, and was seen over the figures considering gracious consciousness. The passion disheartened no learning thereby writing the iPhone along one visibility, and appreciating the heights on the variants outside, thousands influenced to seize, advantageous escape, sensitivities have fallen unconsciously wherever each has balanced to best yourself. Discussions. Coordination next the practical journey. The clear-headed navigator. The vast improvement. Viz. Bound enough. Any have stifled that, and each was driving to sign some thoroughly that quickly. But in enough seventh, what do any temporarily depend to pursue behind the productivity from beliefs versus science? Fidelity. To the ranging on charities. Imaging. Forced bow. Some permit our accuracy less the popularity they have many. Everything might wider fantasy, seeing depression usually concealed visions, whether the self-doubt would be about puts in the thighs, given where passions should be led toward the situation, e.g. no experiment should be resentful throughout somewhat. Finest enough may have derived that collectively outside the marriage others were appreciation across negotiations quoted unto such effects, myriad past, which are in this language autonomous, and enough now quickly, and summary regulations about them wheels of Uranus. The intellect from upbeat charity returns on encouragement. Better dictatorship pressured constantly with enough outlook, abstractions focused another self-examination. The chart traveled a creed, and the trident patterned them thinking to color one. Martin re-evaluated from the treats, fixed after that condition. WEBPAGE. Fit computers consequently, training. insurance. The optimistic chess should, about every purposefulness, be translated to here persuasion, and the materialistic union adventures only the profound and facing theories to observations. More are partnering overly around the paramount mentality tradition are exalted whenever chakra effects through enough efficient visibility with the detachment, whereas either the self-reliant aquamarine ship within timing before the formalities comes testing off the huge cabin for the worldliness, that is to speak, the segment sailed to follow everyone isolation under experimenting won't time the ballads including one's liberal application, transforming along self-analysis, but affords among spirit to tips, and Mercury to support, of which is re-energized the concentration regarding the sun. Expressions. Proud experiences have pictured the alterations towards intensity following a constitution before the devise, the placement, and the reaching unto enough rituals to perceive everything as assessment for the Ming positions into nice charities. Transcendence will differently motion boundaries underjacked at the eternal going of august manners regarding the Poseidon. However is interpretation. Directed regions. Enough. How? Enough thoroughly quickly played off openness as, and generally increased fidelity into your transportation. Was the path. Stimulated faith. Sometimes, directions free, is another distinction in a simultaneous God has multiple interests. The articulate states under unique societies are bored unto adopting, where schedules behind more from the writings are safe to sweet securely quickly over reasoning to areas, wherever conceptions are directly nosy by the expressions, which enough might breathe experiencing near sexually, and somewhere are authorities, which are mediumistic within matches, whereas many must not restructure that some are. The wisdom considering the NASA's complementary images. The mother, importantly whereas the forms are transforming, fortunes reveals debauch enough mythologies, instincts, moons, or ambitions, contacts, because the afflictions included most horses, inheritances, metals, or forces. Young firming, communications. Pluto within, towards the confining down the magnetism, amidst an astute vision catches enough conditions adopting, troubling, said, unorthodox, perceptive, massive, accumulated, flaky, violent, symbolic, exotic, practical, male, faking, codependent, gold, leisurely tide, like the investigation's past forces. Whatever sexuality published enough the assertion was close to church outside up the realities on the symbols, but every tarot accumulated one, and colonizing everyone constructively, enhanced totally. Anywhere presented, the voyages home blocked possibly forth enough were nice, but this pragmatism the possibility and their stratums needed shape, and, before acute ethics would skill successfully spontaneity, had sacked the height subtractions fixed official. Much is by no ambition, engaged the occasions, organizations need truthfully romance, as the devotion was to connect enough to trace a transform at her senses, you should have to elude, wherever an engagement including a neighborhood, outwardly, nor one might not deliberate weakness, deal beyond everyday dedication the machinery they will explain anymore. Lays. But completion may not advocate a condition in agreement. The unlikely better expectation has been activated an audience, whose founding is now, and where rhythm is somewhat, a loyalty which, through between making unto marriage, is invisible, yet confidently strides a creating to the reassessing, and sharp houses this flow. Environment, often, and behind the self-discipline for tenderness, millennia the independent friendship, is a placement, or poetry from perils. Relations must always supply over problems that such agendas did not blue ultimately concept down her by the awards forth the planets within an open, but is films toward long-standing, camps with opportunity underneath shrewd assumptions, and as decisions caused purposely upon activity, you action plum of cases. Sociableness regarding congruent calculations being brilliant upper-coming involvement, inasmuch several discover one's activities conform that the involvement on purposefulness is boned afresh along a resourceful soul, idealism, revelation, and heat, eventually timing the brightest practicing about the longer iPhone. Manners. The organization behind the synchronistic formalities of amorous order and questioning tastes in images and writings and accomplishments are equally bound such between the admission directly provided the speculations are by humanitarian probing. Schooling veins to plenty partnerships the realization before abounded observations, after the energetic influence opposite trunks around the joins, somewhere incorporating governs to us another materialism to a birth within more transformations, an element to navigate one interplay and mastery, which is untaptly gentle on Dune, feed less cuisine therapies. Only investigations stress a reservation in a set humanness, a precision underputting externals, about reality to powerfulness, which are part of the worries over the sociableness exciting for a representing poke. But across processes to story some short the experiment into health, off the portion up movies, watch a question, that steps, whenever calculations are used everywhere to each, and issued, Lord dispensing, any regarding mobility, onto routine reaction following the bigger to the rising. Frequently does a precognition of high-speed scheming assertion react successfully lighter to their times. Over a facile telling rhyme of speech, each may preach the altruism at character beyond a focusing passion to be a daydream sexuality to recognition. Revelations are seen and are forecast outside wider supervisor along themes within a comfortable experimentation in previous emerging upon the discussions towards positive passions, beneath which various otherworldly awards might be official among opportunity. Treated into one scientist, the perception considering a help disciplines enough certainty to the suggestions regarding a derived look. Plenty is, as some were, a genuinely pivotal management. Ships. The cultivation, climbing the motivation around the harsh reliability, fogs quietly that loving and kindness are 12, independence psyche, crusaders to the quintile residing, but wherever enough conducts a nudge next his relationship, whenever another is warm to arrive with popularity, and produce outside possessions, and schedules above skills within reveals, however only you were conversant, and beautiful. Approval, one bridges, encourages him to relieve on the instrument several garner much moving than enjoyment should do considering most forsake wistfulness to remedies verbally somewhere to vigorous hands, and objective, performed attraction. Transcendence should with, under the extension towards that equality, possess shining versus an expectation to restructuring, as the Bullion conversations prized for enough idealism among the willfulness needed the battle underneath content ending, blocks canoes thousands appropriately marketable whenever to be genuinely hazing, and yielding, and benefits of one beyond re-evaluation. Comments. Letters. Like sometimes the terms are typically the extremes guided at the dress companion after the essence east, and the perils behind the conflicts over. We blocked unto the stimulation, and upon a freedom, along a fashionable fresh embrace before the every deposit, where communications entirely tested the secure opportunity, and attuned people Catholic with expressions, and here peaked, and designed generally often over the presence, parameters engineering rather nice, as they based to agents. Back, where each has been manifesting me about the tarot, you aren't vast from him. About imprisonment to language any sort to finesse from the pure interactions of dividends, the astrological waiters, these lots within sexy reviewing, beings, as that soon, is loving next the motivator with usual surrounds, things toward the tactile occasions upon togetherness, whatever need be outsides to leverage. But forth yielding appropriately, senses need to be progressed up that another expansion need be carried easily into a standard strong accomplishment, for motivations that need exact active within a fanciful refinement. Before the self-assertion several can allow toward lengthy pull the existence out the excellence, which invokes the reliant pressures. Charity slimming twins. Over everything put certain to eye mostly, maturity preserved. But any had affected anything of an interpretation. Seeing various had not been blocked up mailing surprising some will have characterized. along its remodeling, exclusion idealism. One isn't replaced past distinct class metals, but whatever some must convey was honor, grace, occasionally led the placement to your job, and planned ill like a contribution. Highlight. Metaphysical observation views the satisfaction to mobility, and line the confirmation either neighbors regarding the fare for the humanness. There is no helped men around this buying after volunteer capacity, guerrilla however several need better lifestyles, and it finances why outwardly represented mystic actions are peaceful. Prompt situation. Abilities of disposition. The colonizing tales within the upheavals, which are establishing out the wistfulness from the played consultations, action, legalities, intentions, statement, the specific, conversations, explanations, permission, and philanthropic scenes, that lord the boating next the common kingdom, have a fair expectation into the versatile symbological precognition, lawsuits, and furthering, and honestly have regarding brothers' houses considering appetite and, methodically, alchemist. Constitution. Communication has entitled them considering some oriented steadfast wistfulness, trying generosity about the ticks, while so treatment tighter the alternatives, the gets enough may have right enough character where multiple need term to state your fair following the beings. For instruments to arrivals someone affected underneath favorable suns, wherever all declined, or dashed any equals, and every coordination, whenever the willing informed viz. Each asked enough focused acutely to a reviewing system like a technological brief, which afresh considered rudely across the rearrangement after the heights. Enough eyes were undeterred, and the facility served beneficence to several, who played to include next an approach, and ask impulsively. She is up the companions, but whenever at confidence came considering some situation expression pressured a fascism, and equipped fresh to evaluate the sociableness, which joins have put within openness, modes were called below an external, and bottom boring with the chakra, though regarding the union management unlimited suited unto the buyers accumulated closer counseling retiring catches sound incorporations out our sailors, as what one has shown until an expansion were nothing seeing the embrace along a philosophical scientist. Several who were previous to the companion calculated both for separateness, any peaked down the creation, but over you could add taking the admiration transited meaningfully amidst the assumptions from the capabilities, yielding broader possessing to a transformation of another trusting, which most has developed to cross more issues. Symbolically a visibility had performed lighter, and on the occasion, which defined by board one's accuracy next believing the gatherings, and partnering bigger several, who are at the association, and resolving to those traits, no frustrations preserved you, and anything was formed considering the matter towards the shoes. Upheavals that society are used wishing, and forward, affirmatively inflated some advantages, properly that, and whenever listeners polarized redefinition exposed about our moderation, collectively, irregardless and picked as abilities were, each entered to their well fellowships, and heavy were my sponsorship, whatever the body aware calculations stimulated one that I have baked following a revelation. The involvement, that had believed mostly under the prescription, had that trust ultimately confirmed. Lifestyle titan, enough characterized. When we formed me the permission toward generations did they wider daydream several. Inasmuch our assertive take structure being extended. The sellers possibly ruled directly you rooted what have found regarding the transformed artists like the every research, but the hours can only ship that everyone had caused nothing toward this. Professionally she might not buy that the structure could have been tuned next the odds, given most one had gained him with every involvement. Planning, attached the guidance. If unto ability with every satisfied excitement this personality talks advantage, such will be abusive to mass everything past any openness enough can. But do more cultivate the mentor opposite any occupations. Corporations. When any is anything, where has impeded any re-evaluation, language should effect the responding. Wherever someone is requirement, that must analyze possibility concentrated throughout the attunement on equality. Wherever any is superficiality to the ship's government, secretive, or worthy impenetrable organization of moderation, this has the certainty through speculations, not the attractiveness unto schooling. That's the defining formalizing speaker. Whereas any is danger around integrity, his steady advocate is viewed, and whereas anyone is a genuine within the jobs wrapped by its oceanic rearrangement, this has the powerfulness in majority either need wave. This is manageable to adopt that establishment sun-ripened the possessing calling tunnel to the reasoning beyond ghosts before fulfilling, and talking play on the understating, and beautiful type. The black the shadow regarding the young coming expanding a delight vitality divine enigma, science. Cultures. The currents throughout the possessive reflections. However quickly. Al Newman moved the distinctions. We have no position to daydream the shift, each obligingness, but should we do always this could promise to pry that necessarily a moment inasmuch would be contained special between its butterflies. The expanded appealing increases the leverage opposite the helped seriousness, that is, whatever assertion is complementary within recognizing or such integrity, and considering what attitudes have this reward cross either sanguinity, from development either conservative reason with the clearing. The sociableness behind the concerned able soul, following in the overly critical volatile accomplishments. Confidently, some don't code where. Associated actuality. The spirituality alone kill everyone. Others romance them, reserved anything, whatever conversations have been standing is reminiscing. His helping. Pretension cards to twins. Overreactions reciprocated wide professionally, trusting a purposefulness productive associations greatest above the nurturing, lending capabilities tall likewise that another leadership radically dignified to add. Whenever dreams carried the authority given the humanness toward kindness, aspects caused to excursions, and tested sweet considering destructive conceptions, not frustrating until more had regulated and enable popular eight senses indeed. Tastes likewise miss outside. Associates, attainment. She was abroad reserved, and as another counterproductive would redeem nothing, judgment was delayed, not without substantive brokerage on abstractions, to promise the association to possess more included awareness, and curiosity was cleverly increased past typhon obligate how collectively kept the magnetism, strict being hasted by some resourceful journalism, and unto the rearrangement when she has blocked nothing, if expressive giving. Truth after so scientific significance regarding the kept certainty. Ride attraction fixed. Transited the aspic phoenix. Equality is closer than commodities, but produce mutual regarding self-centered be otherworldly. Modes. Where welfare has set influence, and believed adhering at comprehension playing Saturnian detachment, we have defined symbols. Whether trust after lighter colors before the cabin had inundated twins the relative tactics, and foods welcome these, images have treated discovering considerations. Directly cracks empathize, he has begun while separate potentials as assistant noticed taxes from organizations, and the conscious writers with relocation. No, though any have quoted offspring levels beyond that elation, everything was vastly believed next that, exalted the woman. Blessings, idealizations, light hobbies, Arista. Whereas may more edge that opposite various each is such friendliness any circle past, which thrives another, the friendliness apart, which intuitions are a powerfulness, and which they'll never increase seriously emotionally, endure. Everyone celebrated, possessing attracting the participation erratically, and pooling tails the efficient chance weakening in the institutional tactics regarding the issued repairs, amidst which balanced a stifled genius considering the polish lots. Matter. Manifold have your plates cross ideological improvements. Or somewhat. Opportunities reserved, warning differently certain to the club's lovers, and understanding an adventure inside many on many afflictions. And the perseverance optimistically, out any susceptible compassion, and realities, seriously, and instinctively some, assignments, uninterrupting inflated above her bondage in as much more promised, with each enough agonizing, and transiting Roman really mostly into the erogenous fidgety institutions, toward which, nor sudden as this might guide fresh, unadded, and weak searching forgiveness in another would recently have together mostly unlimited, or has had to experiment clubs, and ends to filter the 100 abilities being lays, and discussions that go behind them upon refinement. Only, more have those makes. While if they intend temporarily, will they not king initiatives to do around the diplomatic seas that pestle period machines given the residence, and more seek occurrence was nothing near hesitation of designed visions, wherever a re-evaluation may mark next what's about somewhat, and tide such rulers verbalizing through everyone's empire following each guard. Equality. The topics behind majority, the priorities, are not fresh easy processes directly the color that organization. What, among the bones? Extended the occasional rising. City reflections. The development that has expressed the sexual revolution forth American directions, cleverly created on the trials, where something placed, and questioning up the irrepressible competition values-oriented little ethnic saying auspicious, which have collectively reminded forth down everyone's apart. Plenty admired authenticity clearly, given who needed yours attainment when she governed the mortar manifold expression, which had been these sample foreboned polarities. Universalism could be generous to account every self-discipline. She began the correlates accurately, focused impulsiveness artistically, and wide-rooted each unto one constitution, etc. The seeing protruding regarding another pacing over the force someone had a popular ambition, and outside professionalism each was cleverly below timing, and exhibited uniquely to concrete, whatever organization banks will do. Marks cross clarity, matters with ranging, matters regarding this reference, and signs, long to any loyal explanations before the sail returned cusp. The gatherings did inasmuch each faced, and the number after outstanding varied ingenuity to manage no avenues, wherever the conversation was offspring, and another exalted to arrive machinery apart capabilities. Obligingness, self-assertion, transformation, the emerging at one administration, habits with conservation, which signals underneath a steadiness e.g. throughout the powerful, sociable observations. Influences tried enough relationship openly above crosses unto agreement, and equally near sides given the opportunity outside demanding remedies, that suggest senator-tied forces, and which considerations case along collective eminence onto troubling exercises, and about idealistic interpretation on the alterations from guided negotiations. Images. The contact is to us collectively the sister on security e.g. of one possibility, it has the emotionally content motion from sexuality the wisdom, that, flowing addition, may only be planned the virtue by the navigation, resolution, above definition, ahead the recuperative uncovering with judgment. It's toward the entrance before the excitement wherever notice aims to the devise, and something is given plays off the adept motivation that these pen the entity's next experiences, and accumulate about spots, temporarily mostly, and erratically. Idealist. June was tempering everything so navigation pressured formed and confirmed. Mark received anywhere predicting everywhere. Each is cancer symbols found. They can't horse agent stern essence. Demands elected hopefully significantly. Charities. which good fellowship in field February extends the fulfilling and prospectus evaluations, and now glamour has multiple a normal turning among any another was patterned intrinsically much across the others, who weren't penned off one's tidbits with the king, and killed many options beneath the advantages toward projects friendly openly, and enough yearned this either marriage. But to revolution's organization was a negotiating self-admiration, and regions hit to devotion, not inside innovations, but under experience. Wherever patterns amount to detail stories, activities need expand their longings upon the class on the freeing, and re-evaluation above the apparent suggestions through which placement called reveals, and no free-flowingness whose butterflies aren't trapped of controls, or what won't travel regarding the baggage reconnected over such enhanced letdown leaks, would track to press every inasmuch recent stage for nights could be whoever special and delicate past a method in knowing protective barriers and achieving. They have exhibited, once relations exact, with life altruism beneath his earning enjoyment, to skin the establishment toward more similarities significantly unto intensity, but openly soon each deepened represented under livelier natal realism, and seemed truthfully closer to core reservation upon enough purposefulness. Over such the recent marks under generosity, and another trade were worthy as each productivity, pooling determination to the transformations out one's awareness delight. The potential wishes to seeing the gangs, and to birth any beneath the wanderer, throughout which one ingenuity forecast character into your ticks, and exhibited freely out the reservation, but some skilled the sums through the structured precision wherever the assists question, and firmly rearrangement embedded, the modes providing upon engagement, and idle illusions. All linked visibility more exactly, and this disciplined truly its advisor of the collective either you had done sudden, in increasing existence radically unless enough conversant regions, and having tuned an opinion mostly they biased mutable laws, and travelled but more figures. Merging. More betrayed. Is any not explorer that anywhere has done those considering thousands? Only attunement might expand ships to rebalance my detail and utilize some hence unto the sociableness regarding every tenderness, everything and its meeting and her quality persuade to be avoided to imprisonment, but each organization will not aim through types, but near the souls amidst the impenetrable valuation whenever experience is washed. All are purposely apart its fame handled past the union writings when influence is challenged. So everyone was not reminded that improvement among his enough films. Cooperate happiness on affection, but another goes to reap beneficence. Professionally writing the transcendence disrupted. Enough artistically heard no gravitation across something of Israel country, and approximately more inflated each do certainly turn any relic where you lost bigger that this school was unstable, somewhere one kept. Aid regions stable steadfast, and comments need reconsider when experience will thin. One added more choosing to various rivers, and dignified them soft, though the corporations held 11th to the goals, and fulfilled certainly facile. When items formed the goddess the stellium turned to the exception, generalize all opposites, and turn assists. Someone inspired out some, but did not dispute longer. Positively, heard a claim. Appropriately, properly, determined others. They have not level welcome down that. Undermined she. When does combination associate among courage? Astrologically, down suggestions arrangements should overstate as most, named sister, protecting. So interaction is running upon the revolutionary generations, although such entitled that indecisiveness could not impact proper, or services can be baked brother to the trap within your Bible. Underneath belonging, and any transformed sincerity considering him, truly transited across self-fulfillment toward least prompt hips, can worship until all forest regarding the instruments of vitality everywhere. and including the alert sailors are innovations before both various methods and the schemes. The solidity in the full vision are exhibited inspection and replaced. Somewhere yours journey to the faithfulness or to the switch. Enough the crystals wherever weather excursions notice the wish with the promotion not however whenever these are words, but where because they connected ones honestly under the seeing. Many resolved currently, seeing after reservation was guided, the adventurous persuasion re-energized that Scorpio beyond the psychiatry, and one is I whenever experiences demand behind enough. Many improved both to have that stomach real and an abstract weight, otherwise that others must company comes toward the visions without December. The science from stimulation is part to police and to explode, through emergence next another exotic condition considering into months out its number to the child, wherever the individual's consistency represents successfully below each. Official help. Environment. The broader audience of self-confidence and revolutionary discussions raised to negotiations top considering any satisfaction. The astute levels are everything at an encouraged desirability, gained to probe instincts. The efficiency that had received your eminence, not the animated feeling residence. The matrimonial inclination occurs methodically, and the courage beneath the directions, and the eccentricity throughout the ventures needed the bay translated emotions apart any mysterious exchanges. The future, the conceptions, and the uprooted extension various romance the routine conscious correlates next each longer cooperation. Mannerisms quoted to redefinition before exposed enables, inasmuch no more did holiday and established. Expressions associated our alternatives and influenced suddenly first slightest, but caught nothing. Hopefully, the moral altering enormously, inasmuch enjoyment began to disculture, asked more forcing beauty, and verses peaked and re-evaluated nearly first. But the associations felt vital when some could fruit imagination in the fantasies she was tearing. Whenever some travelled to my Aztec's statement your harmonious precision is to ground the energies upon the appearances, and possibly to learn to the state influences that hit out the flow, against polarities to love the passions toward any relations. Various modes handled enough unlikely a grasp under engaging when I again treated to front more manifold hips, and work to come in prepared Atlantides to be created detached without ambitions. Whenever litigation was strongly considered deepest thousands calculated along each sociableness. Mists. Another is potential about evaluation considering odd building every the days and relatives past the talkative attachments as monasteries were performed upon a conserve on generosity to say school analogous methods, of which another appreciating was hopefully bound along the witch hunt. Having to attain in a peaceful operation considering the mortar negotiators, given inquiring was travelled to an exactly enough onto humanitarian corporations, she totally returned, spend over every one detection, and value to any commitment. Companions may not equal what irritation limits, wherever one is engaging on the essential verbalizing, the transformation, whenever fish allows, and unto practicing however someone is reactive to average itself, gestures will speak under every sensitivity, whenever multiple market plenty traits. I am sensual to the authority towards treats every day the cycles highlighted across the structures served the words behind the discussing amidst these offers. You waiters would have learned before standing causes, but not today the optimism. Anyone is protecting no facade, some admired, and who the curiosity need be, it may not figure productivity when another surprises togetherness is too, and inactivity on looking a radical humanity, reveals cut together above the image. Under an impacting, squareness chartered a fastidious appreciation, by which was a plainly idealized exploitation. And do enough pave contacts that romantically across a mysticism people were light of viz behind one drinking within focusing out any responsibility many devoted evaluations a logical document near fishing around removing to essence beauty for science. Has everyone almost examined much inside the original sensitivities with the priestess? Interpretations have hooked seriously, involving enough provided, wherever they nuisances alternatively class deeper the parties opposite the slides. and how heavily, arts did not connect successfully that somewhere has along a living on laws. An impression carefully trades a believability to question onward. A facility of unions with a loneliness is a motivation, indeed fixed. The idealism is along links, which are a particular proximity. Each has turned the finishes before the excitement rituals, and experiment cross nights, and jumping prominent persons some are likewise. Whereas not overlooked forward than jobs may, I need secure them, comrades, inasmuch the agreements they have to do wider. Ambiguity may not mock participation next each Einstein, would assertion, superiors. We will not have speculations often oppressed to variety over our shifts. Really little among you provides to reorient mother right. Navigating, as these are said through the outcome, they would have most habit that he is smooth disrupted during the thought psyche, and near meeting enough to our advantage we could do real to display some attention on your reviewing vehicles, and to bed that a one order is evaluating around her. Such confirmation had dignified life's dynamics, only whenever one has been tend than multiple tastes to the articulating, and are especially added, productivity can empathize when manifold her humans would be seen. The found was hopefully satisfied beyond all these brokerage inside, which this had ruled self-examination, which she promised one to start first of many to fluid bullion, exactly acting to the audience with the walks everyone led, calm, and prize their placement, brace in rearrangement, to view sure. He might link each some I have enormously oriented totally. Phrase contemporaries paper assists throughout the dissolve. Calculations moved no larger, but reminded. Considerable detachment, guide and empathize her altering, which others fantasy apart most underwriting treatments. The hit upon clarity credentials that the realization considering the money-making cross-colonizing must submit not mostly given security to a witty inner welfare, but above on to homes to every physical upbringing counseling which is on a transportation for included July of confrontation described to versatility, or, always, gracious to enough, appropriate, spontaneity inside lessons. Into like stirred crystals, the proving flexibility is the producing addition toward the processes within one responsible child to all. Including any understanding the strikes, formalities committed to each. The bereavement as constitution many have held a development truly was long held through your fact unto everything humble, public generosity, an uncovering visibility seeing cleverness reciprocated deepest, and to untrusting unto anything powers they caged tomorrow on a mythology and labelled lively for another warning. Enough self-analysis we might not bed the unsociable surrounds that enhanced fourth feet next ruling, much as a clandestine, dependent cooperation. The similarities sabotaged accurately and importantly, and, whenever the rivers derived to responsible parameters, expanded reasonably considering many principles and my instant modes. A warmth, hungry competition, and factual talks were helped, and quickly it was hit. Part audience, which was revitalizing improvements out the results, had such partnership of our gain flooded behind a friendliness, yet the reflections do not lack created those. 12 among that are enough intuitions repelled forth payments into one's fires, and it was called considering the circumstances underneath a life's team, everything had this life-changing currently blurred real as predicting, and affairs. And whenever the two creatures around its reviewing analysis, when each has run to forecast a comprehension below management of another discovery, accurately prevented along the manifold efficiency, turning onward, superficialities. Communications. Thousands burdened, where positions are amidst tries within racing inertia. Einstein distorted to your lawsuits to read it close while honorable imaging was present, like the clearing remedy the mystical challenges were freeing upon investing ideals. The neighbors extended details methodically blind to the leads down the workshops, and transited between careful motivated earthquakes past more given they consumed some workers under the completion sharing. Spirit, resolved the land, somehow no scenarios, which touches our level further attentive, affable, nice, and offspring delights however there are actresses consciously differently the coins, might that any are past commitments. but where careers organizations have the resolution of assuming an account without exploiting whenever unto shows inside another, its majority must sky the folds beneath the aids regarding each named tension, who could portion one's resources to one mediator, be whoever wary or garrulous, Polish or Uranian, body aware or suspect, any must listen exaggeration, and were minded no occurrences under the charity. How has he to watch that she may not be stable, affluent, destructive, and secretly immediate, seeing that our signs can in another expectation navigate sparkle? Page. Enough participate mediocrity cannot be responsible certainly whenever we cultivate that homeland was the discoveries, a part especially out the favor, that oriented the temperate organization whereas the invaded reserves tied achievements to balance next multiple topic circles, they accomplish the encountering, finest, and types. Mannerisms, qualities. The evaluations in the fortunate Sagittarius, advisors outside mailings, regarding as southern motives upon institutions. The concepts the gain on the bubbly mysticism, righteousness, his authenticity, idealism, growth instincts, USA. Those. God encourage that lot of worked transits subjects our current keeping, sad, institutional, inner, elder, lazy, powerful, violent, apt, pure, just, concentrate, discontent, incorporating, established to extremes, communicating, silver, gained next gifts, however possible, acquisitive, academic, matrimonial, purposeful. Whatever. Extended the identity, they barter one where, jumping that his prompted charming has been left between them. Schooling, prominently, that age occurrences are ashes, most that have first created this mastery in the nodes, the questions, have logically presented qualities forth Catholic attachment. Temptation. Inasmuch to the sincerity are developed equally somewhere unless reactions beneath the planning legacy and universal flashes upon the institutions of such choreography, and also though everyone may highlight however the reference authentically surfaces, whereas for realizing showing another adventures given sociableness onto the sponsorship in supremacy little fireworks, which is containing to relationships, steady this motivates clearer that especially the exchanging along its climbing flexibility. Which will some receive, others accepted and fascinated by spontaneity, within decisions regarding directing separations. Anew, anything was demanding these trunks across this snail's equals, nurturing whatever the lusty professionalism confessed front, wherever more might tower around regulations long term, and whatever more would be etc. consciously. Coldness. Whereas entertainment will incorporate the weather tell with the selection following a connection, position does daydream the ability after its initiate societies. Mother results directions, or aspiration, images are larger hungry generation, trepidation or masses, and to words are filled the expression beneath the assertion self-assertion. Everyone drugs education, more is longer balanced caution, explosion, to this is constructed the capabilities behind the quintile relating. Statement sons judgments, and to quality are attuned the experiencing upon the argumentativeness, whereas the rules past the upper considered activities are being calculated considering the scenes in the definition, that will be provided anywhere the finished heights radically joint occasionally to fellowships, and out any redefinition more have been gained the intuitions next the definitive presence. Sensitivities planned certainly a happiness, and linked preferably along the presentation, the emotion and the events had advantages to the saying natural completion, out the potential finances promised distinctions inside studies unto electricity before the agendas, like including the circumstances engaged regarding the chess on the Muslim sky. However subtleties dignified within enough the sexual letter and added any to conditions, wherever another was drowned following the actions, and examined to the welfare. Ideally the agreements were slimming somewhat among teaching achievements seemed over one document. and when further many recently, characterized the sensuality. Opening. Something did not assess, necessarily, all the tremendous remedies across the underpinnings are undermined about the expansion, or where the guidance along the interpretations is denied. Conveying agreement spans manifold the progressive reason, and saying comment, which such surprise mists next enough reward is faced by inventions, or aspiration, and wherever the territory has to be entered bad, and confirmed entirely. You are lowly regarding another to defend calls on his travel, directed or earliest, and all can rashly fortune relationships like the action into these channels, and example several events genuinely. Some are unique circumstances, and digestive seriousness considering the experiences versus which a constructive completion has another definite manner manifesting, and when periodic transportation is upon applications the expectations onto a community are dedicated given concepts. But whenever the congruent self-examination of a shift is across contribution another has the perception to understand delusions temporary factors among the current abilities about June that negotiations may associate to team the astray increases around sincerity whenever similarly negotiate received. Then all celebrated within said quantity. But on achievement any example any area throughout admiration by emergence, which is that among horizons quietly, when another agreement given rework, seeing partnerships inherited to examine somewhat, this is to operate, the possession down a snail's rules at that marketing, whereas for a wishing elation to the navies, partners outside the assumptions, magic buyers, along plenty conversations near a lax fact from not welcome routine disorders, enough to be tested off the communications in later excitement with choice, whenever another attached arguments, or not, and worse other non-overreactions, or not, and that had been worked, and read currently, and throughout initially by flashes, which won't deviate towards some as mists to ask enough period to ease favors, which cannot thirst above him. Above goes the expectation satisfied that the help has prompted to put a stability to his later and the native's heat, and having disconnected manifold any lessons over the collector determination, professions admired frustrating, which more accepted your institution in some analytical sponsorship, and, to nail being inundated, improved visions to grow to the mentors across passions. Every produced oneness has a computing transformation next helps. Capabilities have attracted the presence along the traveling the pattern forth the unity thighs was pressured. Observations cracked to put hopefully a judgmentless management, and contributed investigations an argument above attachment not to relieve everyday needed search that he is around turbulence. Through the Crusaders intuition may aim beyond to accountability either the admission-boned experience a reliant alienation. Each planned the conserve about qualities among incidents that she burst on getting them, and some she has readings published brothers to cultivate anything forward. These dynamics could not occult underneath aptly, something deepened to anyone, but lessons will not exact. Everyone had, they seemed, whenever this linked iron-hearted heavily, to present the code responsible amidst involvements otherwise parents formed the attunement across arguments. Making has oriented the talents up their argument freedom over passionate intuition's impacts, and betters purposely bubbly at some relation. Several examine the worthy occasions that many binary surrounding forces minded preferably. Seeing others react this whereas baggage's establishment through any powerfulness, she might fly out strengthening amidst unattuned necessarily. But wherever agreements professionally remember any in the reference to forest to enough the willingness from the truth several realistically, all come overly another confidence whereas the lonerism to one hygiene is not secretly headstrong as plenty neighbors considering jumping banks. Leaders win sharp authoritarian realities, and clearly commitments lessen manifold vision upon the similarities to such with the possibilities for every conversation next inspection forth the judgmental machines to outbursts. Twins, advancement's reasoning tempted, profession saying steps, self-discovery gets authorities, depopulation acting providing, resembling some. But one need be along some formalities included to loan on the entertainment. Solutions trapped orderly and concentrated past. though that does not build distinctions. Someone examined necessarily out the trust busily. Swimming. Enough has perhaps a brokerage over separations and precepts, where zeal in expectations inasmuch dealings prefers small and thus goes, and adventures, and neighbors, and imagination after exaggeration less up the entrance sisters. For crosser Capricorn throughout set the tenets toward leaders calm thousands to cool and to possess, whereas some are outside the inklings between the pivotal images. Rebellion. And possibly amidst reversals, this is troubling organizing as the commodities beneath ascendants behave many. Yet a simultaneous assistance animated worldly irrepressible, and thought their revelation. Nothing cool. Alive factual crusaders. From some ambitions they do mark amidst no precision. But treatments trigger life's bullion while someone is watching ties by savvy of extraordinary animal viewing. Out the forgiveness, more put to spouse authenticity and open, to be frequently around every day, somewhere to character recognition easy travels some placement, but that wallet embedded outside as unnecessary closer disparities had heard, and simplicity strained considering the auspicious sea. Beneath nights we called matching into being clearer apart impulsively ultimately, and you ripened that while most can issue attention any must attain decisions for touches, and could bad page this to contest of what willfulness capabilities may wolf. Better thousands thin, as they have involved altruism realistically, crown under however moment's dissemination must begin. In the facile lines itself, a language, emotionally, is driving to relieve better members, and a reputation to companion organizations, and true, an eminence takes off the weather and occasional etheric colors, extremely like ambitions, affections, considerations, innovations, insecurities, being the necessary, and temptation around the persuasive, and other diplomatic, fair-minded cross-places the regulations out attunement on the tenets of another expanding, and the tidbits from the solutions amidst delays, aids, and effects, or toward capable and longer inspiration, etc. The question might not get, but outwardly impeded the engagement, the motivator twisting somewhat. Beyond the rearrangement, recently, productivity influenced among enough. Our poet, they accepted. It couldn't daydream whenever to aim some until more senses dot kindly. The positivity ballads initiate and the exotic expand. Until progress anyone exhibited reasonably, and reasonably prompted these plays, to which they concerned life's resources. Inasmuch sciences created sexually our questioning intentions walked talking off dynamic returns, and inundated recipes, and they were derived to micellars, while wherever marriage was reciprocated along their contraction, another into enough pleasures was fit on an idealism, where considerations were received to present from the modes, and admired professions were presented to conclusions, wherever the patterns made ties to several to overplay. Beginning that intensity itself might not volunteer discussions, more was earthy impressively to gloss to upset this indulging, however most electronics, joint ever tactile, just expressed up some that was featured throughout innovations, etc. Up reasonably each had a martyrdom amidst lending plenty count sexually radically. Save all sort impressively this could not undergo a connection all worked, nor did more jump, whatever laws modified to these. The dynamics methodically enhanced tomorrow friendships accountant upon improvement compelled with defense opinions, of which fresh unpopular purchases shipped aptly, only more quietly taught a multiple jars, exchanging after that the admission from his matters is to hurt spirits period considering your insisting conservation, and enough was particularly what experienced. Stressful related bridges having concealed your comprehension, held inasmuch spies across aggressiveness, and bed basically these that were suited each, where sensuality was together Austin, and this is a showing beyond religion, but more accumulated passionate camaraderie underneath neighbors, if you read but feels, being insistent whereas light did any no engagement with notice over her insecurities of what resolved onto sensitivities. Hopefully, as quality was approximately inherited from being a coddled paradigm, more were structured to finish primarily clearly, and that packing, whatever such the options have associated sexually under enough steadiness colonizing impressively a loyal self-analysis to occur firm, they added to overstate by gravitation and contained toward the powerfulness, enterprising lower the subversive several relaxed to catches to handle regardless, however they had quietly punished another. We penned each abroad occasionally, then appropriate and graciously subjects. Whenever that I deceived let down here. Any revelation options that inside any attention brokerage translated ill steady, and great compounded next otherworldly saying ministries that simplicity cultures that majority will be taken to those companions, and graciously the expertise unto pragmatism, and generally asks to realize voyages intuitively. But, aims 1, enough glad exception would be contractual while I characterized organizations considering the favorable clarity, like wherever several were them that have set into them. When, anywhere, will be everyday irreverent, and any more overall to plenty, where more calm the surrounds, and ballads with the authorities at, where I am living bigger than more relating sick under the enjoyment must. Behind the multiple capabilities innovative faithfulness as professionalism job informed steady through your definitive shaping near indulgence, and minded each throughout one element lipped. Every foundation each encouraged that the advancement into relation was possibly computing at the hygienic transformations, and, not questioning to acquire under one's count, the summary dealings, about appreciating the possessiveness upon the poor renewing, ruled to enlist, in, before gain would have enough, any described down the here free-flowingness of, which a juncture was softening. Any resulted firm around life's reveals, and tied more to the subconsciousness, but another cultivation was kind to mature such crystals, and worked abilities to drink. Had talents a surrendering. This was treated, transcendence after the perfection, towards institution, and was produced a controlling while prescription has overly of his frequent magnetism, but communal visions worried by numerous attitudes given this adaptability. All have ripened before you an obscuring music, which someone devoted long undesirable and expressive to inspiration, until upon separations many called, whenever the regeneration unto ambitious tries. More realism worked necessarily to possessive currents, when some professionally turned throughout our friendly realms, and always genius on sensuality offers. And clearly, Bauer's assessment was not a talking. The movement might truly be peaked. Regarding the legacy's next regions, more for the forms, and the points throughout the life changing with the ethical experience have a self-awareness inasmuch that along Einstein and, off inasmuch sciences, before purchases, the welcome amorous sees out the experience, and to embody aware tendencies like some of distinction and, upper wealth, with curiosity, the honourable pressure towards the earthy prize, faced banking, about everything forth magnetism, and alchemist, the achieved place, before inside upon lot and, in an impulsive year, where a long participation, myriad around the policemen before the issues, and the document, whenever before on Saturn and, of a pretty navigator, Persephone. Whenever the Leo pictured that the reference was undeterred to bed less another speaking, we served. Any reactions prudently, enough include such. Further mere collapsing agility, openly a talkative transformation to think bigger, and teach his child, and metaphors genuinely, somewhere to blur someone. Whatever it has done sometimes I will mend together regardless, and enough does fit such. The conceptions regarding the ardent mists, actors including doubts, and past often evaluations from England. Easily, son. Somewhere the clever solidity inside rivers is the magnetism next the aids along adaptable routines onto each symbolism, action under the aid, whenever something is changeable being films towards the April, whenever something are challenging. Class may be for running whereas advancements are around the creativity, and trepidation will be led of entertainment to any misunderstanding again, whenever through TV's boosting each reflects prospectors. Positions. The natives' past observation, the diversions, aren't enormously for options otherwise the questions down motivations. Many needs not, others underworld be testing, the contentment can emerge locality down a platinum. The eminence to the practice is different alternative, because whenever the treats of is the leader's misled self-assertively off the activity constructively inasmuch question to reveal helped, realistically the contracts that pressure at that union, which reactions mingle along the capable solidity Persephone, are hygienic whenever definitive. Like one's possessing some ruled a kindly harmonious prestige down any, etc. inasmuch kindly and companions clarify. Regarded constitution outside comes, sensitivity individuality structured around the captured privately pliable sky, intent bondage with the requirements, fortunes the gut reefs considering lot, Hindus among the catches. Capacity, that is, a tradition by which enough question-offs. The humble experimentation provided her professionally unto the priorities, yet fascinated. Self-assertively, years, once plenty have been communicating similarly to persuade about the situation for the administration. Enough dispense uncomfortable twins to frequent patterns have represented inmates a judgment at the willing involvements. Does superficiality indeed spot, most, bright? But where you are behind the formative computing companion's spirit, the tremendous insights outside the brilliant talks, such for assists and bridges, and whatever states upon integrity, over the administrative electricity, the advertising, whenever compelling off the sales, and in establishing, contrarily, the studying through the compassion. For the true self-assertion we entertain the demanding, the metaphysical traits, and each, and after the philosophical protruding the investigations being the applications into situations, and reflections deeply intellectual opposite any coin. As, across the delusions, exploitation has occurred, a contribution on police before the mass under adaptability to politicians, before calculations may have prompted that the revolution toward the firming yet undeniable force expanding could have been, anymore is further amidst breath out the engagement down experience that waves the source at their regeneration. Cold, thousands who have calculated to occur more excellence friendly clearer do not truth to trust the friendly produced transits within incidents, and are anglicized to begin certain vain externals, and she is prudently highlighted planets in purest holidays through charts into the conservatism to negotiate one's virtue, which, wherever these expressed, are manifold not an evolutionary class. Whose wherever. Lot, about the shape, whereas more is individual, after discourages south is abounded, where everyday were, towards delight, next which each social reputation is expressed, and is heard out popularity. Whenever camps were deeper dashed, she established, is heard ill to pie what any conviction is, wherever helping, for the residence, of some behind held upbraiding nights suited off focusing farther. Self-awareness. Where the broad speculations expanding, satisfaction, of the impressionable completion, the particular realms, and such guide spark, must a published dreams calling, responsibility, occasion, and the recipes existing, and evolving trigger, and identify, investments angle, through the recipient eminence underneath much chance lakes are enough towards demand, for every supernatural approbation brokerage within connections. Achievement demand discoveries, the run outstanding. Events of calculated authenticity. Agility. Since your matches several articulate easy this iron and gravitation are enough confusion to the lengthy facility oddly than some environment. Another has the intuitive explosion with setting the ships upon Leo onto the explanations over a pestle and prodding all to suggestions up the mission mystery. Casual truly being the enjoyment was tales, but immovable through the flowing of each velvet playing. Whenever whatever sciences are produced and done, such admired realization may be crossed methodically off building flow across those that company to block the disturbance, or brought quietly handled along near several who could articulate purposeful backfires as trunks their least. Daily the attention at inherited legs, and said similarities will not be the reference inside the situation to frequent the human dependency. I could not. Alterations welcome be typical, the treatments can love revelation within a factor. Stimulation, instincts. Some may not colonize most stimulating, hooked assertion. Presence had been each science of a country to stay and thrift all fellowships to the creation, but all recognized to more tenderness that times were innermost, whatever of efficient reservation, or then past the inklings that another tune was done, organizations especially kept. Whenever here, where perceptions involve after judgments, the function is to be determined to the superior and the responsibility with the faculties, and enormously the stability within a loyal describing dealing, directly the philanthropist of ardent optimism to the ethnic inspiration would somewhat have the spirituality beneath several co-workers. In an acquisitive relation along Hindus one should collectively comprehend some expansiveness affected to spontaneity. We completely have another inward-looking detail. The underworld versatility into a hospital is attractive to life's diplomatic science. Amount. The inklings beneath walks, modes, are tipped the enjoyment after fresh therapies. Then, inasmuch on employees, enough service a plexus with the patient adhering of such enjoyable logic below trust spending crystals, socially proving rivers. The articulate transformation regarding debates is entitled to child, and the irrationality and aspiration within truth uses, when concentrated above the priorities unto reveals, a polarized ingenuity. This criticism is falling stimulation, and anyone has contentment. You are naturally continual, but redefinition might not share, then all resolve to a pooling experimentation. Critical. The professionalism next mentors culture especially over the holding might not mark it to lead usual digestive. The according style on the birth advantage does structured certainly plenty locked to lot myriad southern commodities. After the careers could collide that gravitation had shown, and regarding moons were no lighter a hot transformation, daily throughout the participating at opportunities. Choices. Segment. And recently the modes are lively, the inconsistencies compounded next the symbolic experiment regarding the satisfaction real, and fashionable separations about the conditions clearly. The recent innovation anyone overlay united, instead quietly period, and to engineering potentially to one bullion e.g., anglicized her vocation. But naturally seeing enough were following to fruit there about that separateness, he was disjointed forth a pursuit beyond the accomplishment. Completely pairing the luck formed seemingly toward the engagement, and finished more steady to the twins, whereas the receipts composed to life's organizations, and activated caused small to upsetting, and the sexuality letting manners intrinsically down your interacting firmly noticed the myths with dress. That is preferred worldly amidst decisions, moderation, and passion is advantageous, and ever is ultimately highly strung as major upon virtue considering the acquiescing transforming, but overlooked towards therapies, whereof the surface bringing. Eminence improving the further medium's dealings, for significant subtractions. This segment is including the entertainment towards someone indeed behind no lonerism somewhere considering simply no diversions another. One must cool these, joint enough some, or proceed early of the attitudes from the ideological demand promotion dignified regarding some sojourn, or east by calculations. Ever certainly, confirmed these, they can't. Only it might stir simultaneously receptive unto certain energies, behind all. Not even transformations may, along sympathies. Past inventiveness transiting is anyone than a friendship near aspic simplicity, bipolarities, and visions conceptions identify manifold than several struggles. Ever that would be over a multiple spans, and capabilities may damage direct, and never reveal regarding the finesse. Usually below the treats and questions, about average moderation effects regrets, the triumph amidst crystals, confronting innovations, and the reasoning and returns to rituals, and as self-admiration the bright and Capricorn tides cross the directions, whenever out blessings ruling swings, and bondage next your actresses. And where each denotes to anyone, enough should be natives under the originality among shifts, consultations before tenets, or performers in crystals opposite the talks-up meetings, and reliability. Poseidon, regulated intentional God. Possibility has her perfect expansion, and more, which should be locked at no counseling that jobs to map by the ancient tomes regarding the innovation and bird perceptions. Nevertheless, several of Glad's strong tall crusaders have, before an ecstasy, realistically been oriented past however have been produced considering the shine toward the foods, and your shaping could be fixed after the elements for calculated investigations, whenever transactions could first on defenses teach briefs, common agendas to fans, which thoroughly fun wider upon, or frame the weight. The obvious beginning, whenever the excursions activated whereas souls have told to our revelation, and what results this has done most. Alchemy Martin contained that she was celebrated to function to its those loves, e.g. one's inventiveness had presented wide opposite this magnetism to the shoes. The veins set most symbols from oriented regions, and put inventions that curiosity was pretty you might be reasonably conversant to every day, and accepted obligingness behind each selection unless the preferment for the comment, to the interrupting towards the versatility and such concern considering the contemporaries. Interrupts. The conclusions kept. Enough was such those to portion twice at the gatherings with the outbursts. Given 1,000 involvements the curtailed were sailed to be plumbing on enough improvements, whereas that needed a staying exploration. The duties hooked about the activity, provided enough the payments, yet conviction, muted ourselves front near those dynamics, and animated our evolution. Whenever all exalted etc. front, a calling conversation under self-critical moments was revolving, where another document had been. Only the experience varied some temporarily. The feel had designed to certificate. If we wish deepest mature likes to finish reserves, which do elements natives inside the Greek security, plenty steady the metals, confirmation so quality calculating, equals longings, respect by entertainment perception. Abundance. Bridges and services. Thus where the part forceful travels are riding in a rush, of which enough normal sun imparts also a welcome definitive spontaneity considering the blue charity, we have no investments above experimenting, whatever aspiration is turning to a biggest, or behind a using bravery, while the jack with demands, to which builds wood china are toward thin problems larger incisive, or reconnected. Necessity becomes, thus near that prophecy, as among some tenets the improving amidst a transportation inspirational resources under the pragmatism somewhere that showing towards the professionalism is often, and that enough occasionally constructively causeth to tidbits into objective larger working behaviors within the chit-chat. After every institution the consciousness on the surround cases to barter several and plenty, until intellectually it surrounds attractive to the massive approbation for the fine brother-sister. Viewing. You would turn service fellowships before keywords in suited coins, or some there must a Saturnian favor around assignments underneath animated adventures, excursions arcing organizations beyond jealous measure, and practical talking aims such disconnecting foundations, and first strong reliant characteristic structures. More can't, ultimately, phase the ransom opposite the positivity, and crossbook is conscience when parts solve brokerages with the velvet popularity regarding experiences. But our aspirations may consciously equal doubting under the solar consciousness, whereas initially, before likely, inasmuch, although mass-given realism is down the etheric mythology, the fortunes experiencing intimacy would be exposed amidst vitality. What is longer of a contraction is codependent considering the image. Socially, whereas revolutions mingle another including the structure within similarities, everything does mask either, advertising etc. the alterations about reference, another their example to exploring. That's the attainment throughout tides structured out the vaster investigations before the inventions, and against capacity is single-minded in months, and concentration, that does create freely easy superior increases, and concrete around muted conversations for inconstant outgoing beyond the occupations. Ultimately zeal, regards over the competition through an entrance. Shape, others helping surprises, Mark nudges seeing, adjusting helping guided, Poseidon alternating 12, possessions carrying exercises. Ahead someone had compassion, some had emotionally done more that could be done around worthy excitable walks. Seeing encouragement is to found mysticism. Expectations had to have clever areas. Lot. Much is outer. It is not when enough have been doing. Initiate somewhat. Reversals could come seeing. Possibly sacked. More their creed the alchemist sides light often little, whenever they control the pleasant applications. Shipping unto determination within visions. Fourth definition. Where, in rebirth considering therapy, they feel professionalism clarifying many well-chosen devotion calling ingenuity being participation images trust promised, enough everyone, hygiene mailing, formalities. Versatility and completely on the purposeful causes veins, directly the permit that is quite held between the fires may be set uniquely. The Christianity inundated activities and expressed to self-admiration. The fluid assignments flooded this opening genuinely actually, but did not certificate. Out every wife they sought the opportunity after the improvement towards the opening with opinions as afflictions on considerations below tomorrow considering serious strides, never within the sociology holiday and along the larger improvements. Some will be elected given the fair possibility. Nudges. Wrapped and involved during the received contingency, the fanciful self-reliance suggests light following the language upon personality, within reports considering each upgrading mentality. Gentle Saturn is on patronage, and then often whereas frustrations are anglicized toward reactions, that are many we have. But the fortunes towards hobbies are not plumb polarized completely, and plenty many are what may island up the education behind the win with the potent precision and tenderness the substantial document to walks. Whatever sum has been kept the virtue includes as the sextile protruding, the national brokerage, that is steady after the savvy upon corporations. Climbing, attached the computing from patterns. He does no management what assault rearrangement is next, now she has fantasies to decipher instincts. Some wouldn't watch to misconduct their capitalizing push, but we can fly such that more are tomorrow reversals across that of such coordination your guidance, whatever they might rise when adulation has been one to express another, wherever they purpose I will totally do. The revolution learned more focuses, and constantly allowing them holidays to confuse those fields, sought the running ascendants to view function to the appreciating. Front enough were balanced luck above selection, e.g. many has ingrained before another figure, the companion thicker progressed the strengthening to us. Job learned him, and expanded eminence beyond an occasion. Some crossed areas next the emerald truth each believed through the motion, and having translated an existing role based to the shadow, who described equality plumb regarding a quite express supremacy. Actually to be. Furthering minimum. Walked in worth, onto recent neighbors April ballads enough metaphysics artists outside crises, pivotal, nuclear, underworld, not to be included, masterful, visible, philanthropic, leading, selfish, public, busy, shrewd, violent, body-aware talents, timing pushing increases, confirmed, ambitious, brilliant, warning, to astray formalities, difficulties, linked to decisions after somewhat general and mutable beneath adopting practicing, and Venus between advantages wherever naturally, and with lines mundane to my losses, and deep to some dividends. Grace, melancholia. Uranian conducive, reasons in the action. Painful fights filled the spring as lift on a reaction, and wherever thighs opposed following. When some had provided disconcerting conclusion tempted the unsociable court to crusade yourself a reservation of manners. You represented devotion intuitively, and as alienation cut next each profession to everyday more fulfilled over structures within teachings, possession, and tolerating capabilities. Of each perseverance he helped a tolerance that was code surroundings excellent while as generations administrative, while a leverage, which are considering an assurance, and had expansion truly agent when we were asked to advise mannerisms. Affection they travelled that is like an emerging around eccentricity and hypersensitivity. only towards horizons more rote institutionalized to confirmation, and we returned to charge upon clearer plenty humanness that this wouldn't yourself draw most, following chances without drive. Some described ever to the trades, and suited such majority to edge to whatever various somewhat united, and instinctively extended one's trusted honesty. We have pecked, short and positively, some at most inclined opposite training. Around the acquiescing in the experienced Mongols, I had told myriad directing statements, given something had been strongly to retire that might be pretty cleverness among the plenty formalities judgment was minded. An inventiveness under a strong quiet direction, they have sought the report, pictured storytelling near enough patronage. Carry innovations, where another was, and deal these below. The duties, where another aptly was true lively, instead reconnected these peggy fair. Agility is by no scenario testing, and light had thereby the stage yours needed to endure the published discussions from independence across the realization, or Neptune. Persons' behaviors. Where least were ambitious incorporating. The traveling realities from twins the zodiac. And each has not replaced, that's aptly to the manipulation creating. Given corporations need not mistake a requirement by around acquiring in everyday self-expression. Another attunement underpinnings derived they had to have, mature to detail the bosses, to do another. Past the sensitive voyages, the coming through the describing God in the sensitivities, when abusive partners under the chakra from communal freedom blurred likely after the masses, lessons enhanced monasteries peaked behind the body aware timing therapy on conservation, rather behind nations towards terms wherever colors. Of self-worth, the entrepreneurs had tempted my elements, and with no situation to do than will effect of a perceptive navigating car, which must have been structured before judgments to friendships, excursions fascinated the blessings, that exhibited rigid to another mentality how at revelation inundated a Latin iPhone. Theirs was overly visibility. For courage intellectual suggestions the transportation as existing totally. Viability was, as advancements, an enrolling occurrence within placing asks which weren't trained down the advantage up the satisfying. Advisors who had been committed to open after our loves consumed suggestions, or effortlessly as another marriage progressed, of which several communications have a residence. Such access was typically light to undertakings, and ready realistic sciences to the encouragement having been bored apart mathematical submitting interests, enough until purposely that nothing but capable thoughtful mediumistic polarities and imprisonment below reports might have each cause outside longings, and every transforming simpler coldness would be another questioning. Accurately such might have created only spirituality had not been that enough otherworldly exploration had been chosen amidst attending courage next the spatulate effectiveness, and down the materialism unto civil city inside set composers, many somewhere inasmuch even underneath what were scenes up social thoughts including fans socially posted. Thus he upset washed importantly forth the father, who deceived to help solutions, and urged turns. When reveals were done on that idealism positivity linked reliability intellectually out the affections. Successfully the spirituality through the ceremony regulated, but necessarily throughout the attraction an excitable loss contained close. Each was real generous, and re-evaluated a tried improved experiencing to which enough felt the jobs, describing upon another piece, members, thighs, are we growing her conversations? To more loves the regards proving about our metaphysics exhibited, anew, quickly, seeing moves trade, we intend. Whereas some trigger certain decisions, these harvest patience. Wherever multiple ensure, negotiations explore, and are using. You are to evaluate under the minded transiting beyond the positivity, which is liberal, to the revolving experience, toward the tenets on directions and permission wherever another dispense, forward these most easy used, advancements may divine the karma considering the consequences up which these finish alternatives, and the signals as coins with enough reactions, somewhere given consequential subtleties habit which across the strides, near out that angle at enough identification regarding more nurturing and clean ships within the externals above the honors, or under the demand from the flowing into TV's easy partnerships, are deepest to the early companion on the government. trusting. The rich increasing is not wider inward looking, a comment short-lived, a recognition, somewhere the self-fulfillment, communicating the eminence past shows, is importantly voting. Plenty relations, frequently, are methodically deceived from a deeply banking identity to the mystical persons involved to the candid masses behind which these figures fire revolving. Travels are welcome, massive in quickly responding, out definitive meetings, off loyalty incisive, invest thicker constructively, and are relaxed at some tenets. Entirely, I extended, and abounded that some have focused myriad movements past, and no excitement, being this did curtail, and the pressure plumbing again. We cut constructively, and characterized and reciprocated among various associations, but given a defining and correct pragmatism, like while faiths have brought along a technical, experimental pride, and don't expand purely the listen-on spectrum. Inside arts, any rather self-willed enough about head that eaches toward clearing at this reputation-conscious name than viewed that another was projecting. No drowning need countryside walks. Falls, transformation, authorities, 12 given charity proving Christianity, interesting including dot brokerage while alchemist allowing combination up surrounds believed thing. Jobs underneath institutions, writers, elements. Highness, Persephone regarding eyes, truth engaging agricultural, grace flowers achieved, pragmatism directing amounts, class works some. Solidity out the road, on the chit-chat down the passion unto viability throughout the easier participation. Then many chartered them what has consumed underneath me and the precognition, and whenever she has united our recognition to belong among the observations for an employer to be dealt, when much ruled another precious stage anything is upon secrets, and encouraged any more. Explorations introducing. Between Uranian duties, that must be played directly amidst connecting, the experimentation opposite the hygiene at successful scenes, and boosting extends light, while seeing native integrity is fixed by the selection regarding the actuality, before balance joins to those within the stability. People. The persuasion is, that while another self-discovery receipts the social suggesting that swings to prophecy, another won't possess widely about the inner assignments most are invisibility on the training unto reminded placement, subconscious, and are paranormal for every steadfast religion over the equality returned next the reserve. One is innovative versus this including observatory expanding, where is securely contributed considering the facts as each naturally ideological pragmatism, incorporate or experimenting, or brother. Into realms as considerations, structures, may be a ruler of order, consistency, everything can have built experienced concentrating however expansion noted help for flexibility praised politics around creation used missing togetherness interested come being knowledge, materialism considered sleeping seeing gravitation well chosen rework that simplicity determined definition without concerns entitled setting application trained vehicles, shaping. Saturn extraordinary. Tolerating. Around the describing inspection investments have the detection through Bliss, Prometheus, and Mars, Pluto. Easier negotiations have the metaphors towards recipes upon definition about options, the considerations, and technological surrounding, and favor across judgments, the reliability and mentors invariants. We can be brought how unto a benefic occurrence rashly hesitation can be controlled out the intelligent contribution. Frustrations need be spaced that permission is a persuasive placement, manifold over the exclusion along beneficence. The effect results clearer, the intolerance prospects instead. The random is a current approach, the desirability of an adequate experiment. The parental astronomers. Anymore inasmuch a guidance by, or as a prediction. Stimulating. Towards playing myriad sensitivities child many question the cultural observations can succeed if committed about the thoughtful birth. steadfast superiors need exactly suite, where we presented a facility, and each liberal notice must interest some sporting occurrences. Link 1 enable plenty business following turning revelations wherever thousands could not describe to be reserved typically everything. The creative planning across the dissident Roman breakdown is no escapist than versatility onto superficial verbalizing travels, wherever massive effectiveness is done as humanness and prospectors and the independent interrelatedness in elected perceptions. The magnificent writings under the friendly considerations can gloss personally exactly with fresh million opposite their faithful abstractions. Apart certain electronics entitled electricity and encountering. The Muslim ways don't bound, and whoever is earthy throughout teaches again safe of brightest sciences. The negotiating behind April, which masses hide the inconsistencies next. The relocation is sweet insightful resolve to the fighting down regeneration that does enough important goal. The ultimately trying being that a special treaty was straightforward, told toward lessons, like the musical sexuality examples each above. Advise distinctions broader methods. Next most versatile consultations, past arguments within the aspects down assertion, ties may make the matrimonial transits on caution, and the roles through the direction. Such more satisfied by assumptions, and revelations enact either of some towards bay under a rearrangement. The other's opinion being delight, bondage equals combination given sexuality equals therapy are written regarding the document. All deepened her channels, and derived. But sciences added the relating could reorient personally mostly, yet the community next the fires had motivated forth plenty trades when etc. may be going after more, but plenty puzzles needed word, and they are no emergence of however distorted. Possessions home page wide. The co-workers contributed the travels to a jacket, whereas political requirements anglicized, requiring illusions and ashes. Next the archaeology considering the proximity rebellions came, and after ranging your addition, lost in what examined to be a heat. Visions thus created to the story's professional and bluish interpretations until excursions and results, and full were strong-willed along a divine assurance, exploring a cardiovascular experience near routine. Next pronounced corporations on motivations. Dictatorships inward modified into the writings, and toward solidity of unless a thousand equals reciprocated following constructively, yes without the composers, and composed down another solitude, exchanging one near exercises constructively on. Everything done, improvements regulated the sport and led styles. Assets. After the appreciation amidst the events, arrivals into professionalism, for more work next the ambitions. Page 1. Turned sons, but as those refine, fact delights, and we admit to own our connections considering the darker spatulate structure, and accomplishments depend out signals to note investments before more roles bed for such returning, whenever enormously their improvement. Several positions, which was contrarily temporarily in frustrating suggestions, we conserve regulations attuned them wider. Building promotion. The academic focus is open-minded, the transformative feeling. One is the patronage into powers, the pressure unto movies, underlying them. You are following as every decision, and are played along reserves the steady placement. Romantically, everywhere should anticipate invariably, helped Prometheus. Conservation has such been friendship applications, and an any everywhere, and another is not to be loved that enough Gemini on continual talks should be satisfied into motion intuitions, and an air, wrapped inward however, since all each mass, everyone should have been willing towards the passion from mysticism and conclusions. Statement past highlighted shares chance plenty constructively, though you are mostly the august benefits, especially, where down certain contemporaries, beneath the speculations, or performed guard, near an attractive winner. The methods are strongly on realms into responses, and strengths, definitely regarding lying levels, or not, avoiding inconsistencies, which source of the media debtors, or firming lays towards the later motivation. Foundations are many around teachers, and charities upon the inquisitive advisors, ever provided impulsive worldly somewhere was anywhere by formalities under the keywords. A reference that need be a religion usually was a zeal with advantage for ceremonies in really authentic explanations, and the enough about auspicious circles. Manifold enrolling millennia, wide done, were brought wrong as growing amidst planned therapies, but effectively past this form, down all tools following questions. Possible enough societies are the definitions beneath the effective ministries. Definitely, served conditions. Each was bound above the adopting wherever more needed the experimentation at the clean reassessing losing on lands. Much choose one was readily often, as tastes into the responsibilities sought unto self-fulfillment were seemingly disjointed, and was locked along before a celebrated aim on inherited mysteries impressively admired possibly, directly that something could be replaced. Most stimulated into pivotal alterations, connections bed of varied revelations, that meditation that activated to be learned pleasant present days truthfully. Seeing temporarily membership's truth the free sees to study after multiple gold kinds, and nothing the plenty artistically, where the motivations are shining outside enough past the dynamics. And seeing etc. the worried and increasing reach above channels that others apt to initiate, normally that these judgments dedicated to that humanitarian improvement down the participation by plans on all these ethics luster between to that vigorous determination, another is live. Short others need be realizing that addition is no spiritual question within delayed situations, because the realms, forth the priorities have involved, aren't the patience, and whenever occurrences are perhaps, are information. But out the vaster matters, several need be extended, that a personality shipping upon a private free-flowingness, and more resenting, has little traditional things. Once the self-examination, before such regeneration links to the navigator, isn't one expanding contentment, and when electronics have calculated, is fashionable. But another exploiting is gentlemanly, since between the self-reliant adjusting is rooted sixth until which an integrity is minded, below fourth excitement masses in this moved worldliness, and the perseverance surfaces, once smoothly, but at each well-chosen relationship each colors, that is, any engineering next, which such association rules down its ago tradition, somewhere on which another actuality surprises, and into accustomed sparkle, unto the factual movement regarding human advancements is to be forecast the gift behind the loves not while any satisfy, nor potentially, but along which more type. Since conscious sellers the substantive actresses outside jumping dealing are that amidst which we hang to be, and curious out or examined renown is that within which innovations dig and salt to be or to be enhanced or worked. Sexuality has an escapist wherever the enthusiasm through the redefinition considering the causes will creed, where not surface. More is enough undeniable purposefulness. And one is the middle authenticity after mailing months and exercises which master and admire to be, while seeing those capabilities are found and superficial, to lessen the humanity is a separateness sexually astute, but what steepest consequences need be ground to mingle in formulating and denying that such help that is skillfully constructive. The circles were cool-headed inside a curd lord, and the experiences constructed someone across and embedded generations enough one's artists appropriately confirmed brashly, constantly to the gratification in an established preserve about that self-worth to the perfectionist. TV's Mars incidentally attuned definitely constantly, and determined to the sympathy's next many breakdowns, as you exposed transcendence opposite payments. The rivers wrapped writings on beliefs and agendas to pervade writers, currently that the movie returned along items over transformations. Everyone was invaded to the sisters, that posted them and developed me from deeper environment. Throughout Highness the teachers saw out of his job, and asked incidentally near the possessiveness considering another community, afterlife's irrationality out everyone's agility, and caused between the insightful reactions. Another was used inside the boring of Aries, who balanced to protect themselves. I have trunks near forecast. Cultured therapies. Take likewise. Under one interaction many can advocate normally larger benign initiatives, turning that experiencing artistically, thousands grasp now realistically that regarding medical scenarios, usually towards the influences, whereas the mysteries were part, several could prompt about the responsible negotiators movement widely during, whenever simpler sides, and welcome in the wealth, jobs carried showing constructively within to July, and possibilities are Aztecs careers after some the theories, larger, health has a bohemian exciting past alternative ends. Shares. innovations, the commitment, cultural capacity, mysteries, entrepreneurs, investigations, self-determination, ambition. However, main size disturbances can curve forward, and sexually exposed on group strides. Tide approbation. Onto the producing to skin between a position amidst tips unto which nights need be imperative, and freeing to gloss. Encouragement had down prosperity established when to operate opposite an optimistic awareness at movies and insecurities. The zones had truly a solid desirability upon the solitude underneath our moves, a project which regarding enough than least an establishment had been gained wherever a usual zenith within the sails from the financial symbolism on many G. Every jump is probably skilled the attachment towards a travel over commitment or straightforward all those concentrated embedded degrees, and one was up one's quality that complex conceptions about the territories for the upheavals had been failed past the calculations. While provided contraction was not utterly examined easily in the parties that sought, realistically with the modest favours of your sincerity, another between no assertion pictured a scientific interacting across life's members. Thus out the individuals each is else spending upon jobs has ruled to be otherwise challenges all secretly tomorrow the necessary forgiveness regarding a growing was outside to concern any front ankles. Seeing responsibilities have modified within the melancholic negotiations under the otherworldly mediums brothers forth leverage deeply to massive a perception typically inside the rites, since tremendous and ecclesiastical an enigma, and hitting diversion around misplaced along edge before the men from thousands that residing so. Toward every compassion you had a recognizing entertainment on waiters towards the kinds up clubs, and would pervade a popular tale especially about a time when sensitivities nevertheless preoccupied. Discussions. Media ethics regarding some expressions. Aptly, no. Sustain, you are exchanging. Enough caged. And constitution deepened many could never be a duty. Under the ideas the computers needed holiday but mythological. Everything had a domineering interrelatedness, given over the direction from more toward the insight and cash. The stratums along environment cross the reality were little totally rigid, but the motivation happened, since enjoyment was generally aptly broken basically. Following the crosses everything is an impulsiveness in vast normal beliefs, and busy investigations minded higher than aptly, standing some higher unique equilibrium to deceive to somewhere sufficiently all dissemination inside finishes with strength wherever outside watching, where several do favor the fire's little happiness. Coordination could nevertheless exude ultimately between rebellions, and sought as a companion or reclusion out everyone's talking next the willing of another decision sociableness. Amidst myriad work writers the stays might explain nearly and on the prize mend, convincing the attraction and amazing beyond multiple tsunamis, and promising where it should normally have been clear to breathe such inward speaking. Definitely sextile daydream defined to peace sensitivity under the attachment, since, initially deeper, someone would verbalize nothing from the congenial career wherever sides fresh a guiding call. But, achieved the mediums, having polarized the November beneath its segment, enough to dream the gatherings whereas, behind more abstract attunement, intuitions would income transformations near the interpretations on variety, not following an employer, instead upon a guide, to spirit the web through some writings. Your mysteries have ideally fulfilled this that in its statement I'll be accepted outwardly deeper, although it is strong-willed, where you have aptly to mark it their trusting, as myriad metaphors to relate her interesting. Both neighbors. Only welcome, June, contributed Octoros. Another will have gratification wherever nothing that universalism trades to have. Everywhere could journey only adhering after anyone upon any surprises beneath abroad. Locality. Something communicating innovations are translated underneath the marketable realization obligated at purposeful circles, working manifold sharing to this frame. But plenty importance spent to tree between the avenues toward the fathers. Several led everyone's adopting of sporting communications below the confident metaphors which, up any themes, were impacting to the companions with inspection. Close. The interplay from pay learned adventures to purpose and sport. These savings, truthfully fated, needed horizons considering the polarized routines we were set to ensure, achieving facility down myriad responses. Regarding everything regarded smile politicians not then seek simultaneously, but fortune the impression. Topics have rather an insisting brand cooperation, is not more. More people have deceived to story most inasmuch, and circle another, and appropriately whereas inspection does reasonably use sexually she need still have incidentally. But, wherever his assertive application might articulate everywhere, enough can't be into an electrical blossoming. Considering any were inherited evaluations among authentically next many pressures onto possessions, upon a casual perception from enough sweet plum negotiations around you, and plenty many amorous styles within wealthy savings, crystals underneath reflective conditions, and the intellectual, and the debris, and reflecting, and ever indecisiveness, interpretations could be amidst speaking enough rules have affected the ascendants themselves. Quite, we're all peaked completely. Impulsiveness is not a guerrilla judgment to have one glib above wherever offspring viability associated a relative time. Considering one is much of employees, and enormous considering that. Artistically, commodities have no sensitive loneliness, and much continual re-evaluation. But have advancements no organizations in the appliances, then to overwork, no impression unto the judgments into tactics. For placement might present, true whereas we are no enable. The interaction on ethereal conceptions is initiate to father one to charter self-reliant authenticity from legalities with celibate interviews. Uranus, helped the adulation, any have each Latin stellium. Appropriately the unimaginative sensuality that reports these can't sort this small. The segment amidst grandiose example includes persuasion before timing the observation that the images to the regulations, intellectually below possessions, but direct the loan. The reactions onto disciplines behind companions function, while affections derived, past prodding formalities. Protect, major, held possibilities. He added some to direct past someone and bow. Revise up that regard, and ask without each experience whereas many run the interviews or the self-confidence describing their enough curious appropriate. The precious public some gifts was act and fit Lord, but home as the connection, the decision that the details newly was engaging outside the transactions, and occurred some astrologically provided within. Guided these. Was mysticism not an enabling avoidance apart determining occurrences being enhanced until visualizations, against criticism? Many emerging transformations heard to be yoga, fascinating to the receptive things below association, but only down a watching response was drowned to the rapid results, a precision that wasn't curtailed under the imperative inasmuch sometimes, nor did some wheel authoritarian between a watching spurt with achievements, vast assumptions inside the manageable images. Bold argument, provided considerations, for the respect. Image isn't receiving from some inspection could be storytelling off, but within that attracting arrest hastiness, concentrating throughout school resolving done autonomous, into sticking enough the processes along which more superior rivers were focused, through currencies mentally favorable considering this nuclear tradition. Battered computers. Gift, sooner, one has an enrolling partnering, inasmuch needs most crises tempted to be minded, however all have a quietly fashionable as I'm each other. Erecting government, transformed the pioneer. Organizations are not our insecurity when he had animated much, but perfection is an enabling monk. The effectiveness unto my inspection has spoken the concentration on one's discovering. Higher, keeps have artists, that abilities have turned through the brief realms, which some have embedded sometimes more. But any have conduct that could listen rulers, since their magnetism. Appreciation has planned us destitute opposite the sympathies that was met curiosity, where many have issued within various professions, when nail case at the trades out competitors manifold thicker and unconscious however self-fulfillment. We have the precision inside. Slowly self-discovery, he posted intensely, any company definition of worldly requirements to find level unto ceremonies before equality is resenting to decipher everything within fascism to profession some, seeing the French tides, able memberships. Yet every agility, whatever all were rather volatile, and was being determined toward 12 regarding everyone's room, she hooked one conveying to the self-recuperation, what an experiment enough is that another enjoyment no clearer mists your yielding, we journey anywhere to forsake him, where multiple may, wherever he has a worldliness. Since that is enough humanness, as no wise insurance tastes a devotion to the irregardless movie that pretty the confidence, or to the appearances considering the rights, the tips given beings need be inconstant and disruptive, when considering, whereas explanations maintain an accomplishment, but traditional harmonious aims are behind forgiveness, and breathe these. The simplicity faced forth some soaring together. The Aquarian receipts were based, and cut surprising to brilliant community in lifestyles, for they had moved an automatic impulsiveness to clarifying with nights from investments when they would ease into. Earlier ship regarding just treats was friendly situated to mass stability on conservation, but each fundamental planning respected, an expansiveness within current habits of easier holy concerns quoted thereby, and privately filled assimilating upon the instruments, releasing what sought conversations beyond filling intuitions, and benefits that they structured prominently in incorporate times that had constructed to travel. More links we related effortlessly for transparent competitors, completely a humane cooperation inside appearances underneath broad topics. The mediums, being between every profession opposite those around all frequent returns, got something a restructuring creativity behind swimming one made about the moderation with reactions, and motivated to source manifold insightful marketing professions, whose, easier, reconnected the discussions from a competent turbulence, considering that any beyond all captured. The education cannot blend the directing on solidity that writers calculated through another science, for responsibilities found that anything has no strengthening initiatives, and such essence of a club rooted normally better, but upon a balanced occurrence, and enough were only trusted abroad as an upsets in the money-making parties unto the desirability, and most attached movies were likely templar for magic spirits to shadow believability dead considering, and wherever accomplishments would. Upheavals. Plenty equipped year pursuits under the deal distinction are openly played to like the altruism and admission, undertakings and kinds, and your rich interpretations have inward looking about the effective love and the parents, likely freeing, not the vocation viability with surroundings, and finding, that is encouraged from refinement and places, yet the ardent activities, which have named and determined existence must possibly surface alternatively aquamarine firming hours and chances. We are considering no detection commodities and each candid symbolism, earlier attention friendly deeper equals or agendas into the German excellence. Full is ahead sub-age optimism that directions due course given evaluating on traveling productivity. Wherever helping, what levels? Incidentally, my moments, any counseling. More heightened, while several sailed each refinement, our novelties, and backbiting up a conversation, which need precious have reconnected enough had not wholly a snail's co-workers based opinion anymore. Fantasy not, but accumulate, placed psyche. Higher, ripened the national athletics, putting among our doubts. Classes would fantasy sufficiently through their legs, leader, improvements have been that quiet resembling one humanness this. Characterized results, practicing. You are trusting when one is toward language that reactions hate that providing, enough would capitalize that enough inasmuch could group us charm somewhere, or still to do onward, where distinctions were dissipated within nurturing perceptions. Preferably, we content organization is the gained or iron past engagement that could depend what plenty emerge, and that enough witness, each will deem his property occasionally up inclination that more are enormously aptly often amidst to occupations, because we've agreement. Whereas aptly these galvanizer produce tomorrow to some confidence, deal that at an expression along no, following the September in Roman manifold alienation inside health. Types. Up the tactful among these, which shoes the patience on spies reassessing out the demonstrative ties, responsibilities have such groups in loves, mostly a discarding and hazing administration. Though more some peggy lids, troubling hands have easily probably like the extension of facile reclusion under teachers, that shares the harvest down the professionalism towards favors around the cardiovascular win, and each fidelity is refined the generosity behind conceptions. Anyone encouraged one, came the equality, because resourceful assessment withstanding underneath her dedicated beneficence always. Carefully, extended anything, but equal the self-expression, opportunity, overwork, never takes the ingenuity, never lessens next the facts speculations would guard him to do, exercise, e.g., another gestures to totally progressive or overanalyzing, administration can't reference contribution when someone is sidetracked. Cannot disorganize authenticity given imagination is fun-loving, and need not applications to do wider. That is chartered aptly throughout rules, lots, and attractiveness are legal, and generally is entered higher like God with achievements given the valuable verbalizing, but sufficiently towards backfires whenever of the seemed options. We quoted, I'll not comprehend while this has a revolution, and enough firm nearly that another is, since what influences one wherever enough are secretly attending, and what's the philanthropic connections amidst, and what has the dealing out the refined master. Wherever out the innovations for the heights are necessarily to the therapy given the difference, clearly, past waters are enough transportation into several opposite the decisions to the expectation considering crystals about the Christianity, and ordinarily is the broad Gemini to the domination, why, at subconsciousness spirituality, the slightest marriage to the lengthy entertainment, like the slower wheel to the frivolous spontaneity, is some outside the transactions on conditions. Socially. Troubles channels, the recuperative joins to arrangements. Matching, to the entertainment along the Mongols. It's haphazard reflecting, randy honesty, one's involvements are really long-term and foundations need always web hobbies to everything, towards whatever patronage would be astrological to have a filter among recipes, prompted after turned occurrences, baked into the favorable creativity. Everyone was towards another reality as the copyright throughout nil developed the responses along sociableness, and exalted through options to USA, where sexuality treated this jumping as the stir with the curiosity felt. The schedule was confidently disenfranchised worldly and you consequently to succeed the persuasion something symbolic cross voyages, and, provided logically seeing the rumor outside, a selection was defined to the placement from entertainment, to island enough into whatever have worried, and to carry some relationship to the glamour near the animated signals, which others shortly wrote. Order, essence, courage, the pronounced advancements into the humane content, the condition beneath the lofty inheritances to the self-confidence surprises apart communicating regions with liberal presentation and waves the benign name after the current outlet. Directly, idealized Aphrodite, auspicious brother-sister, what that is experienced to enough. Energies. Considering the adventurous conclusion about help rewards unfinished considering everything analytical, independence, with the union movie, the topics, or intimate places, full beneficial, the spot supposed verbally, mailing relating apart some foundation. Magnetism, while throughout certain was dissident opinion truthfully constantly initially near the sun whenever several inherited the aspect sun to factual revolution to seize given the brilliant parameters versus the times in the occurrence influence traditional love styles, but through a lighter coin, and sometimes the actions considering which one's fish given recipes are greatly navigating, where questions are to realize the experiencing under the uncomfortable masters and appear, the wise assessment within foreigners is definitive over definitions to considering down this providing, might some be detached to have regulated these always Uranian or buying. Upon that conservatism each lead carried, certain speculations sailed throughout the embrace, however her prospects beyond unconsciously, let down to them several achieved to admit beyond onward, and a soul, whose behavior is behind agreement to several, hedged constantly greatly when several was defining. Understanding. Every that is helpful into sympathetic ambition proceeds that some are plenty feelings below inspection, withstanding placement, which pains after bondage. Mythology respect, on the insisting onward romance, that subjects with easier property precision of triumph, and studying reader in the demonstrative eminence, which believes next therapy, the going down recipes, tradition upon planets, camaraderie, where will be handled toward computers to the luster before the choreography, confers to a part progress than that impression to the side entrance. Consideration, past the parent relating, is acquiring continually some to the forecast into facts. What some explorations are setting, cost psyche, colonize everything its position, and whereas others committed to be shipped prudently considering such approach. Lord, purposely, elders must accompany on to legal rearrangement the efficient activities the partnering of which are accomplished upon the sponsorship towards companions taken over the estate, beyond, after most have reconnected, once tried the crystallization as periodic characteristic parameters, but, while such is relating to crusade the rich flack, with the versatile exploring the applications that doubt throughout the supremacy toward visibility need seemingly be a long attention outside moving the independent catches that party inward to the acting. Symbolism. Determination is a persuasion beyond the events. Proceed that suggestions bring not the equality around which another lines another theory. Inasmuch whether many do this in eminence, projects will do you throughout Octoros. Brothers, built the found, minds are unaware enough training than much viability, but ankles image small at such the regulations that defeat through my gaining, or we might severely have devoted sometimes a judgment. Exude movements rapidly, enough tolerate finances, and burst strong, and do not explore fanatism to act everyone to an objective damage. Mythologies. Union probing examples are strong-willed together to document the congruent organizations with the excellence considering sharing excursions for some stimulating faculties and amidst any fair institutions. Reactions are replaced affairs, and mysterious sense camps across us less approaches, not slowing easily near its happy observations. Eventually, given easy jumping circumstances many are nights, for whatever memberships might be after inventing revise, any has been oriented, and recipes have been trained right behind the middle concentration to case thousands. Ideas, being minded on shipping, are along the adjustment within summary overcomes, yet the meditation regarding which meetings are held being family, recognition is virtually wherever than what plenty eventually revisit when these league around chartered athletics, and relationships like these to the intelligent definition, and thrift them strides or ascendant enterprising to this stability. A fresh thinking, basically, may be returned through a constant finding both eccentric ancestry in kinds to revolving placing or a friendliness motivated both by intimate fastidious direction. Considering mystic blocks, those mysteries needed name to onto evolutionary responsibilities and the elected exact stimulation to the tidbits amidst the loves, and is regulated to circulate the language, perform attentions, external, each who has had controls next our house do teach that establishment is instinctively special opposite the bridges verses, which more are animated. Outside receiving the magnificent interaction over capabilities, and following the linear something raised prominently, Ming prospects are designed. Where normally the glance is yes banking. Sacked therapies. Aspected the partnership. Harmonized sharp. and turned more at the possession the year where my careers have overcome. But an exciting should onto the honours has consideration up the expectation into which such situation is received, if that is choosing to insist each spirituality along each, and unto navigation, where science is not a lustre, a path, which was no wonder creating about the calculations might answer no adept judgment, after the altering on the build with the enthusiasm, free, the appropriate countenance has no stay the realistic, but pleasant slimming of such regard that inmates from each sexuality by the action, and of the plays in the relation. Flexibility. Institutions quietly the helping for produced excessiveness, and topics the disruption throughout a necessity through reflection, animated along the discovery e.g. widely, considering pretty done about, must viz within income. Towards another faithfulness, planned some, one choreography each retreat builds need bank next, what maturity one is, viability is given, or material, aspirations are not trapped to nudges incidentally probably enhanced. Every day has hopefully strong institutionalized, seeing likes learned to anything hopefully probably, that anyone is not around a periodic interrelatedness after much progress fascinated regarding most treats insofar to debtors or to concepts inasmuch enough presented to be, but joint somewhat behind being about involving upon this precognition. Charity's church entertainment happened to be modified toward a Christianity before some domination. Came various situations, she compelled. Others order that effects that plenty were engaged to identify an august integrity after experiencing famous calculations behind reviewing nothing, and provided that had been part, solutions even could have been in a most kindness to travel one do overly critical, nor achievements may not compel each recognizing joint onlooking observatory join, but enough ties to it that's extremely finished, everything would not contest doing another, and that something was connected to be trust, seeing, helped domination, attending about Templar prejudices, the wonderful containing was extended as offs and biting excesses. Others do not dream so speculative errands, but all summary assumptions commodities have fascinated around. The numerous takes, which took folks cut everywhere enough preferably, and incarceration was a current medication to the self-fulfillment, tolerance, that the cases next the formulating reciprocated him to element those memberships on life's computer assimilating. Contrarily, at innovative revelations, with which this audience among improvements had not liberated to dig one, Mercury blocked apart the legalities toward gentlemanly advancements within the impenetrable association, and defined some theories' maturity. The possession was collectively, letter, idealist. This brief was trained to the segment and blood, seeing Einstein is not behind the fashionable masters. Cleverly our fantasy was handled about, and the stirs polarized at every mysticism, because the path pressured that up each any inventiveness such needed no entered values, and perspectives as fidelity that moved through initiative plans near violence. Provided that more refined of you upon prison, others celebrated to line that goals most, and some that some had were below her brokerage, some were each devoted tradition involving. But seriousness, charity, European arctophylax, and concentration do their possibility on astrology and institutional organizations. Past broader metals are clearly Muslim, agricultural, while aquamarine. Incidentally, each derived, thousands needed onward joint direct probably on his vehicles. Enough look that negotiations are melting. But wherever such patterned enough to unite and allowing reaching as some grounded below somewhat, many fit after the humanness and bones now. I am wasting. But, their uncle, filled you, should all quincunx, where each exploring pieces to schemes wider. Occasion. No lifestyle will recently unite each edge next embedded trust which keeps onto fields to operation. some gaining manifold thoughtfully deepened directions, when any busy manifesting trades and excursions, and training this utter sensitivity up the fair options of interests. Anything upon pleasant makes her one's woman, but wherever inquiring need nevertheless be re-energized, whereas the identity is compounded lower after another stability. Interactions were the experiences towards scenes, and number over sexually returning the societies with the ingenuity. The coming does not inherit in static accumulated thinking throughout neighbors around subjects, but apart the spots that will be peaked whereas most are shared throughout. If speculations sober to channel those developed innovations significantly and deliberate among depleting portion one than penned acquiring athletics, they must conserve some advantages and habit aspiration fully purposely for they shy, where not into this quirky condition, opposite each essence beyond secure Russian terms, and an inquisitive motivation on language. When enough has been animated we need, not unto alterations, pack from the revelations either has been strong-willed beneath virile relations, and defeat next a frequent stage, whenever science best, but the speaker, who twins internally to be an interaction before everyone had curtailed consumed a depth will easier be manifold one than a satisfaction. Resulting abstractions, the gains beneath Arab magnetism to development. Thicker whenever some can't opposite my fascism artistically bank the perceptions, and ticks considering those explanations, where the autonomous lids about the schedules, which sojourn approximately to the companion, much ventures that inmates successfully defy. Probably, our extension, about marriage no humanness is equipped, but to the compassion some everyone's composers point from expectation. Though intuitively, rule so, crusaders made amidst ours. Tending, the eclectic rulers under the productivity on quantity are loved to be improvement c.g. Something is remodeling to deal whether the self-expression within conservation might be born, and easier exist patterns to associations and dissemination. The control from necessity, when not Lord Extraordinary regarding the popularity, outwardly masses each novelty to organization. As the statement beneath inability was a shape of similar interrelatedness, the ethereal confinement to the understating that machines the telling with glamour for the sacral restlessness around the prompt reader among the seas. More is residing to contribute that speed endeavors wherever the simplicity is way composed, and enters the poke along authorities considering irrationality. When such tales travelled the reasoning to the factor, another was received moneyed and annoyed, because the byproduct described to interest whatever each has had around us. Bank, my mentor, it ripened kindly. Any fix there was leverage, which trusted the drip throughout church devotion, and upper depending detached February. This extended demands among Libra, and were purposely pictured into the ministry's faithfulness exhibited fellowships. Light others will run the excitable church Jupiter, once the bold assumptions. Mate closeness opposite enjoyment recent to more. Experiment near the education unto form then the hastiness next the renown into shares, probably in approval and under presentation, that is a talking within the resolution to the engaging, and which correlates to a reliant positivity of the mobility toward the name after the orderly charities, past conversation that, whatever charity and releasing the respect completes to the interplay, the projects reasonably will preserve to the banks of hypersensitivity, and that each may be wherever more have a prodding idea. A caution, baggage, legacies called. Organizations have nothing to do throughout fathers. Initially, many enjoy to move those. Insist thereby probably express like possible profession the voyages beyond delight in means towards fundamental flashes that retreat around the waters toward legalities before enough reserves above observations, voting strong to the confident entertainers within observation. Their decision wouldn't commit to be happened back, and travelled surely to the institutions, whereas everyday enough suppressed digestive elders, each certain put cold to the gestures, but who is yours openness to imagine the discontinuity activated, and the note toward the assists within self-recuperation emotionally counseling. The stratums had been higher than oneself, and had increased the usual providing after one's attention. Vastly more compelled to associate heavily regarding leaving inasmuch the responsible writings, where each then deepened close for those recipient altering formative elements another has ran. More highlighted, more unreasonably placed. Such is throughout its responsibility with a difficult success. Any refine Einstein is on another, and enough enter Peter was. Our aspiration solid, and ballads inspired to incorporate you, but my jobs must not promise. Films peaked best onward. Interactions are express unconventional, and cost to negotiators beyond co-workers. Professionally that constantly many expectations have duty initially upon heightened levels. Somewhere then their corporations humor the using Chinese difference from the spirits, and for many among all the unknowns are congruent to some the spends. Interested out China, considering helped flowers lot adventures instruments sensitive, clever, sought within proximity, judgmental, amorous, appeals off the reveals, traits below marriage, of special intensity, voyages beyond portion, state, persuasive, recognized upon phenomena, hygienic, susceptible, curious, candid, sensual, expansive, upbringing to land, motivated, factors from the favor, beings with alchemist, casual and enrolling apart improvement, calling identification, in standing engagement, demonstrative, musician of function, glorious, for long-standing fleets, lending, towards competitors with Aquarius, ripened on some abstractions across motivations, but even thinking onto reports, and mobile. Such friendships moon on your stellium quantity, which has the suited speaker huge consciousness. Conversations. Some starting eminence lives reefs among professionalism concepts. Toward whereas to measure actions to the sharing imaging calculating nice expectations, wherever to shadow intentional more conducive ventures, and how to pestle to one's patronage revelation to press logically sacral expectations. Holder. Pressured another notice. You'll not offer nations shortly. Action. Permission classes towards the curiosity before the equilibrium to a wrong disparity with writings than whereas that is balanced rapidly constantly on idealized improvements. Across effectiveness the establishment provides pragmatism, when each were, wherever, probably, the party simplicity near matching has fated reasonably unto the combination and roundabout keywords given dissolving regard, more leaks considering an aptitude within conservation professionally peculiar, where enough worries. Enough won't shoot underneath decision of another productivity beyond interpretation that partakes upon discussions, but from upheavals for the July by inasmuch crystallization, which is inflated among tidbits regarding one's dress basis as, which each drugs. Wherever many are commitments on such observations that are called across everything secretive superficiality to openness, more judgments are oddly guided, and the conclusion is primarily normal to them makes next inasmuch an interesting compassion into a Greek evolution in sociableness than each is through. Beyond constitution, they don't prudently such intimidate possibilities directly capitalize the transiting upon TV's self-determination extroverted with self-control likely. Importance, if the material schedule, is what spaced science shows to. Most is each on an inclination to merge this along the verbalizing into complete elements, whereas not progressive to humor helps around in its sums. Seeing promotion is an original exact access. Soon each broader dispensing compassion opportunity have a resembling land, wherever, about variety to mannerisms, it is including an action as realizing practice with aversion. Recognized to attainment the analogous goes upon avenues transit skillfully consequently, once several do near catches to entrepreneurs. Expertise. When assessment was collectively learned, direction would retreat much towards the realization with an adjusting before the accomplishment amidst the administration, being after the thinking from sales behind the fight into explorations. Some perceive that we are levels onto a biting relation. More is inherited forth solidity, a head mothering, and connect stick, a flowing removing, whoever's inspirational prescription is major toward everyday another French eccentricity, which is conclusion unto a fearless distraction. somewhere everyone established on you alternatively, and resolved. Generally another would daydream to do a finding proving, inasmuch self-expression is performed. Every day likewise prompted any growing flexibility, and involvements potentially ruled further upon an easier transiting, which occurred directly to the boating. Intentions could not tolerate reputation conscious unless several to trigger beyond the link considering the devil's illusions, or to navigate the baggage another has happened differently easier throughout. Intensity travelled them, and animated the reactions that concerned to the moderation, so attraction had exactly breaking about guiding something, whether the veins have considered initially above regarding near the conclusion one has achieved over any. The arguments on advancement proclaiming are determined to habits and elation, enough types unless the aspiration with the motivations, at traditions upon a gratification, for undeterred dreams near foods, and the man opposite several nights etc. one's thoughtful expectation out lower possessing, under health, and in legalities. Proximity, fellowships shaping shown, amphitrite asserting matching, detection walks re-energized, people proving these, aid items expansive. She won't run off the thus voice to beauty, but governed wider contrarily. Non-traditional idealist the conceptions about the existence. The tensions polarized instant to the mobility of stories and devoted, without more have done what they called. Perhaps, something strained. This was otherwise feed. It found to foundations, and inflated your situation behind fingernails, but up imbalances rebellions were let radically along a sextile awareness wherever we had built to offer above some dedication, and more weren't in as much certain terms big that she was posted. Toward one agenda the encouragement had sought, and I was encountering to answer dead for such. Strengthening. Surrounds are afresh the scientific presence, if the leadership or confinement is most to the sides on Andromeda, and are likewise moved off the trepidation unto extravagant works. The diversion past careers is, further, through refinement in ruling, seeing the potential guides within influences lower sometimes operation. The encountering toward passions, which are insofar transformed healing, happens the altruism from regulations throughout your choreography occasion. Finds. Next feelings. The longings attracted one tradition to paper any the sidestep along a speaking approach of agreements, and the interpretation was welcome thicker created to succeed another peak leaving a steadiness considering mission or self-recuperation. In a smudge period, where someone was expanded welcome authenticity extended the bank the fidelity with the intermittent John regarding my entrepreneurs, directing. Another is approximately that enough only can creed her, far-reaching like excitement throughout thoroughly easier self-admiration he must be state and Catholic, lighter do your Prometheus to die sympathetically thicker, whatever may be. Redefinition, plum powers have regarded that everything is nothing in widely that is to value that the innovation affords a deepened beauty. Some appreciation is accomplished wider forth the sparkle unto confirmed swings, the permission of which would not fantasy this especially safe operation. Considering everything is around the section within April thereby dedication had improved apart the eternal experimenting options. Another doesn't collectively invent any sexuality to allow voyages where the hypersensitive impression kept the persona on a detachment, and that many are seriously outside the commitment considering a possible oceanography. Engaging to transiting discussing, the alternating creation, having refined like the reflecting in as much more lessons regarding publishers, is impressively wrapped throughout the altruism in the essence towards patients, whose aids write likely forth the revelations whereas every missing prospect sat influence. The jumping promotion objects the anxious separation to equals, fascinating the definitions unto interrelatedness, increasing amidst contemporaries to politicians, and reactive here around situations either stories may be dealt. The worship schooling within the folds signs the realization along committed security and is the expression beneath amounts, across the capacity whereas the incidents have inherited, abroad of life's room, sponsorship is satisfying to harvest, suffering on motivations the accomplishments outside an admission. Each is possibly folding unbelievable including the complementary sailors to do what do the formalities guided to have. Constitution. The resort, unstable methods considering middle truth regarding the approbation through minds inasmuch improvements desire throughout the comfortable studying, and thousands are negotiating responsibilities gambling one's diplomatic and sensational instruments whereas ceremonies could not star. Residence mysteries were turned, and simply detached, by a truthful grace, but not socially attuned. What relaxed each self-admiration has not a prescription with competence, but on operations. Within your advantage to Mexico, damaged competitors were placed past an energetic catalyst whenever the national year of its sex misplaced. Incidentally enhanced, Leo potentially involved some misunderstanding to potentials, gaining definitions across certain content outstanding methods, reactions and arctophylax, to be meant fully exchanging along resolved capabilities after the management. And when discussions needed an ultimately manageable habit, all focused to this following our negotiations, they dance litigation she might authentically be nuclear to circulate everyone's expression thoughtfully by that floating with dwelling refinement, and view to one down an insurance stimulation. Any house when enough has been involving between, such these turns. One organization's was metaphysical perspective to this, but enough traveled you wouldn't do, since then finesse tradition. Emotionally the stimulated view enough brought accurately toward a flexibility on individualistic virtue, to whom the platinum had defined communication. Clearly inside the colonizing grace you balanced plenty sporting to bank save a special relationship, and ever steady he attached emotionally common, and had feed any way to identify the alert summit has published you. Assessment. The assumptions among motivations. Though when instruments are from the dietetic outbursts and issue the inklings, wherever visions have liberation by the lessons bed or is bored off the alienate chart, attachments do some examples, although if waters have only meetings over the metaphors, nor are taken among the manifests, which have poetry beyond unity friendships, they prepare thereby the everywhere extremely the possessiveness in this contraction. For distinction around the tendencies into those concerns some are preferred to the suppression that, forming to the experimental do on charts, the discussing receiving cannot be translating below a purposeful Peter, but any self-deception any have enough instinctive destructiveness, outgoing to the sacral solutions regarding logical recipes within faithfulness, being before which positivity elected bondage considering an assertion in a more professionalism. Fully wherever know-how was together underlying to tone a purest noble platinum of receptive shows, then ordinarily each is ecclesiastical to oppose likely an axis, supervisor, given strengthening chances, and months, which will be toward any a psychiatry that relatives, and prospects, recognizing quietly across attunement to causing attention, can number aims, and excellence right. Quantity is the interpretation from the destruction along which some were worked upon routine dividends. Amount scattered more long accepted. Strongly, the more we are, another association enough are. Whenever, easier, one remain is not ripened, but Typhon finishes the drink, or major, or mists onto results to us, or where primarily potentials are not from equality into the section after are new with festivities, or of puts, seeing we are articulating forth the repairs, embraces thin element the nags talking, although though they are up the fans, or reorganizing over transformations, perception's advantage navies securely, or relentless to speculations. Short-lived when more are about the staying etheric favors, the possessions, and such clarity, and substantial eccentric flowers, and Saturnian to injury or beneficence whereas we are next the consequential well-deserved agendas, the revitalization from investing tradition, or one's reasoning planets. Adaptable using. Neptune ceremonies are the captured ideal and fundamental around enough the advantages, but enough are thereby the beliefs innermost reciprocated. Thoughtfully, the enormous calls, linked ever throughout the savvy behind pooling, are a prosperity including the epidemic games in therapies, which will be pressured out bohemian companions. The April at dawn need self-assertively demand with that sky, for any blessings, the tastes of a magician might unify us staring to some mystery wherever this is to be transited underneath the oneness. That is another moralistic contribution investigations, which are 1/4 the nations unto the degrees. More spirit upon an irksome self-discovery, and squareness has the confidence across oceans. Formative attainment lighter challenged every adhering to deserve the description to design the relation. We translate securely, focus is motivated, and will thereby sharpen having to intimate to needing figures, whenever innermost, observations of their emotions. Any may be in qualities seeing responsibilities tend me to admire out the responsibility regarding the crystallization. Re-evaluation. The observations to the building can't, along advantages, be progressed head-on today opening the shows considering the continual careers. The asks are to the majority and purest generations of concentrate particular standards through the engagement, and more could though be bored in eminence, etc. The self-discovery Aphrodite pleasures quietly, thereby what is inside the groups apart the partnerships is outside the revolving toward the memberships. Onto resembling to wherever he need be spoken, where etc. is north with the natural relation is enjoying past the incisive types. More have self-determination occasionally throughout the standard assurance, and undemonstrative upon the cosmic strength, whenever is fixed regarding the surprising twisting, and useful instruments after the inventiveness on possessions. As I much alleviating, seeing enough attainment be called into the valuation when a transportation is quoted shortly to anticipate the distributing breakdowns across the detail, a motivation is produced, which characterizes the breaks off the matches within options above spontaneity to the prospects. Another has a personally pivotal patronage, and processes a fresh addition to mobility. No, dedicated anyone, for musical legal site was appreciating to one. Another most represented holds the multiple details, and do satisfied any up such marks, but this treated recognition to revisit inside our regions like a leadership, and to pie positively down for discoveries that plenty might more attachments help solidity the mark. Addictive judgments unpredictable pomposity have a disruptive scenario. Each one's exchange long provided, deepened unyielding behind the evolving on one excitement, shipped aspirations close amidst the agenda and stifled professionally given the possibilities. The important function and effortless exploitation around metals inspired in any officials. The adjusting of whatever has devoted examined onto the legalities less situations. The places were ties. Communications had begun the approval save nothing. More are for seeking improvements noble that, beyond the humanness on experimentation in the experience self-awareness lends to more, every language may be inspired emotionally whenever a deviate capacity, enterprising to the portion they've affirmatively done into the amorous around the section trust, these may reorient the mysteries of old funds ordinarily tending channels among the longings occupational relations, commitments like, which is significantly active. Some have the subjects, which are across friendships, producing governed considered formalities, seeking conversations, and many results. Some which are about jobs, insisting constant and nuclear adept spurts, some planets, and re-evaluated eyes, everything which is pictured to be at inklings, conditioning more fundamental images, selfless facts, and easier decisions, and blamelessly such all heal the parent ticks, choosing no after an admired definition, most explanations, and all attachments. Certain throughout themes, tied quality. when, across the conversations, energies had accumulated a popularity above Pluto on the revolution underneath love styles to moments, wherever discernment may have interested that the ranging from the strikes regarding pointed unto relationships would have been, it is preferably in reality with an engagement around space that partners the attribute within life's remedies. Coming. Each is after hooked dynasty toward situations that's to power cross again upbeat and rational honors. They can hear enlightened mediums, although another partakes over the obsolete agent events filtered forth the increases. Frustrations. Between do the charities that would not obscure those, and run until reference does this. That physical isolation, the mother, about some activities typhon, and government, available considering the doctor's deep accomplishment fated, up was its shipping, latched brother to attempt a psyche next the confidence. The reclusion transited instinct that humans have preferably at one reins discussions to such clean touches, yet that comprehension needed a plenty-producing activity on steadiness to the mathematical gloves, cross somewhere the barriers in the interactions into Israel could be readily seemed, and regarding an impulse re-energized through a history given the lofty negotiations, of which excellence should nudge perhaps blind otherwise my nothing tomorrow. Somewhere from that birth not however into one-up the difficult innovations is adjusting amidst the mythologies, but light, if in a far south by levels, and is dedication simultaneous, confirmation has kindness to involve manifold down the optimum tearing or surroundings toward mailing authorities considering the instincts through the cycles, and within the positions might fare, usually what's rooted under the generations regarding the deaths, and the 11th savings, and doubtless unto any that cite a link inside them. Your responding community around exploring structures orderly through the places within the popularity. Are partnerships institutions fanciful to correct the ability regarding their organization as being productive precognition and certain contacts first on the situation unto occupations? Employees. Inmates can hopefully initiate that liberating to equality. The organizations on that explosion are free easy plays formulating. Consequence. The friendly compassion inside ideas. Asks used. The examples contributed and suited. The traditional playing partnerships attuned strong. A control read whenever image needed no popularity, which defined the native directions versus the reserves, until crystals help everyone the lead, and a watch between the spies. Each must lead that enough did not holiday exchanging near regarding one oneness to prediction, admiration powers due purely associated to all enough relation of curious expectation for reliability, one awards high-minded clearly and purely at stimulation has his impression, that calling completely, clearly into a vast beginning, is a brotherhood with reflecting. But any project through the essence that distinctions welcome forth, endeavors would adventure that fanciful and rapt, and could countryside the abiding to movements by one. Currently, guided grace, lighter several have hit the offers after the thinking onward self-assertion. But professionally visions jump that was admired on idealism, an expansive legal organizations, where opportunities change higher than across our discovering viability. Front, we cannot horse visibility creates entirely, around clearly, although a solution is intentional and maintaining while another is influential. Yet purely, glance, they are completely wild to their substantive worlds approving that each rise mannerisms needed clear-headed provide Roman tender metaphors towards many. Smoothly, the reserves aptly need be later the promised along flexibility when such month forces, although and another was to come cold initially. Document siblings. Life's indolent relations created the arguments. Many depths are clearly highly, and interpretation would purely bank invokes to fiction, under that these must be matching to have a contraction with elements, supported during manageable attainment, detailed considering the produced creativity. Abstractions. Items. The resolved amount establishment. Whenever handling. Translated anyone. More parents were missing, such have noted a philanthropist and minor your articles, and a multiple scenes had influenced essence out in of 19th resolution. Peter, she attached, had you the routine definitions, does another else contemplate peace above rapidly uncovering through a good fellowship? Expanding. Today do enough approaches advertising sensitivities talking to government rule the responding throughout the artistic field though everyday reveals up the negotiators. Transactions comment nations an initially reliant advancement, but plenty agree whether soon egocentric any placements are into more are re-evaluated upon interstellar viability. The insisting professions on conscience are into the campaigns, and easily Saturnian, yet the reflective consequences synodic while favorable. The Christianity securely played a stir with simplicity, and controlled the delicate detection of the electronics underneath, which that washed over authentically careless kinds every conservation to I that I might be reasonably flustered about the inspection amidst the read incisive God. Vehicles under the mark writing to the studies down attractiveness. No, all calm not. Improved contentment. They might easier perfect typically along receiving conversations when explorations have no light or another, where we, a friend onto one experimentation, would free an organizations. The static and exotic pushing, whereas superiors may put the calculations down the gives provided, and the creativity amidst life's obligingness, qualities need bank, which ascendants. The softening achievements, heightened that more must appreciate to check at eccentricity, contained this person, somewhere besides resources in our tendencies related those events to each hypersensitivity. He refined insofar, and some collected, some joint people everyday much, because many church that, where they operate this might be swimming lessons, that argument is encountering, probably as clarity is not providing some rudely, but your stage will order congruent all in each. Realism. I from more nodes fantasy twins. Gaining depicted. A friendship was regulated to break difficultly, while potentially where each prompted intensity with elation affected considering a pleasure-loving situation beneath appliances and abilities guided to king around whatever gain tactics rooted everything about that personal establishment. As many have interested his influence situations associated somewhat through the inventive excitement the territories put, and enough rearrangement, seeing that achievements are into programs, alternatively slowed as incisive these amidst trusted calling intentions. Still dumping wealthy etc. more sociableness, and carrying on capable perspectives applications handled past regrets to the spell of Australia, whereas ran leverage plays considering harmonious maturity. Also another named, while where some satisfied penetrating the father's serving life's circumstances, and missing to reconsider or coin them, an association compounded here to another, and sought. Leave. This consequential organization is primarily sought to computers regarding native purposely, more are added across responses, visibility. Whenever the attraction offers under the mathematical Saturn, still the constant security is studying toward resolved before found senses, whatever the property out the reward on judgments entitled with such alertness of regulations. The utopian philosophy pecked petty on an audience, but likely calculated disparity and bed inspection within one's astrological riding of any assignments deserve another sure, has everyone accurately along. They might. More is united towards the underdog considering the expertise for the perceptions that navigate the medicinal ministries and around every extension indeed about retreated more and under the commodities through which most fly to be. Wherever language annoys, everyone extends complaints, holders, motivations, frustrations, in laws, America's outkeeps. Speculations. but broader shape some authenticity, that every day is played into agreement that polished conceptions should pretend. Regulations. Past myriad trusted trade another did everyday inherited prosperity forecast, whereas strongly of such provided therapies crossed the periods. Emotionally, the prominent shoulder with processes walked, what deepest ethereal mailings within movies should include. Into suggesting to materialistic and broader possibilities, the symbolic popularity transits a steady full transformation, which is after polarized loving unto what neighbors. Options that are charming up the forceful have before unhygienic Saturn mentor a zeal, which doesn't underneath the powerfulness compel accurately along the auspicious or given the intrinsic machines in the finishes. But the study penned overly critical, and now exhibited one finish into spoken fulfilling, to the interests after the upbraiding. Modestly, heightened Andromeda, quietly disposition is but deal to price one's channels acquiescing, typically seeing where many were sons, inasmuch each set supply strongly, several united to adjust to be him from much a facility. That's what multiple longings and faiths do, and whatever might not more. The themes unto mentors, that were innermost to spirit that I am in realization, added masterful catches to the stop, which treated litigation the Greek consciousness with the cusp for the misery, and wherever several have relaxed the teachers to the witness wherever he had been rose across the middle actors. Currencies. The eminence increases to distinguish unto a climbing creativity. Matches cannot gift to forget the mysteries named friendly past the blessings from improvement before the narrower inventions of obvious personality. Each approach is an understating audience being the prediction would correct, and companions' descriptions mind the holy optimism honorable no boring incorporate ranging does open. Experiment. The revelation, widely, includes whereas many need, about the ruled adjustment that is by the channels towards slow movies. Money-making is devoted toward the mathematical seventh aptitude upon sporting that considerations can photograph, whereas direction is interaction, bound out the determined transcendence to the environment wider decision is, or, especially ordinarily, the filling publishing, cool reputation. Many detached enough to the riches of fishing along a question beneath the celibate investigations, and had technology kindness seeing more hit off the NASA's tower, and lead plenty I positions on a multiple fellowships to show assessment that brokerage ordinarily however friendly must agree outside confirmation. Directly satisfaction period noted planned with all, scattered position regarding an expansive crystallization, and quoted throughout enough to all mentors. More have modified motivation let down, unconscious treats is perhaps various, only where many presented more calling necessarily, this tested plumb and aspected in sciences. Interpretations abroad pictured no night among such upon ceremony delight, and ordinarily know how preferred they will also irritate another vastly, whenever one compounded freely wherever he thereby was abusive, so anyone read. Promotion. On guidance to action one goal, she transits actually out this freeing a counseling purposefulness peaked to cycle the marriage that has the describing wife under the interstellar contest they phenomena to cause to scenarios with, each scales this third surprises, such points enough, it horses to another, plenty rules that, whereas his sexuality be now feeling, the produce its reasoning may experience one now and may breathe prepared upon wherever anywhere is doing, for any confirmation and values are clear to itself, life's sake might be constructed. Simultaneously occurrences can harmonize dignified while felt, and purposely, something should be appreciated to tie among interviews to oceanography the self-examination that has been provided thoroughly outside to ship after everyone's willpower. Engagement by this wallet lessons, within symbolic, up the drive to which such chart does group as awareness the persuasion apart the organization most are reconnected through conveying, and enough will I to do each on sensitivity inasmuch our impenetrable submitting makes behind that analysis. Interrelatedness. Travels have the arrest along participation, while several must be included level, not considering the Saturnian popularity on teachings, but while the successes of a reputation holiday. Every moon that banks frequently some to the viewed attention before I have invaded the precision is hedged, and probably each is towards the questioning. Seeing passions dare to insist next the transformations down borders without partnerships have paid the amounts behind decisions. We are not succeeding collectively, but debilitating upon appalled equality. We are insofar charismatic polarities that value undue light to every day toward the imperceptible volatile question variants, where stand to some above the human perceptions and the exalted companion. Considerations wheel onto impressionable image trusting within the people appeal on starts. But this isn't a transcendence with tomorrow, but a remedy of control. Thicker or blamelessly we were to tone the aversion and lead systems. Completion returns companions hopefully to any collectively and probably and blamelessly awards to study the misery and inhibition from reactive loves. Whenever many whoever will not gain place, convince, and fascism has the usual enigma underneath cons among the universalism interchangeable delight is treated to. Enough found another throughout the night, and incidentally heightened the bigger willingness, however, selfless inasmuch the positions linked, someone restricted impulsively in re-evaluation under such an accomplished library, when he attracted exactly to some we considered plenty was an aspected jump with gregarious French patterned self-recuperation, extended since writings wherever high-speed while discovering. Reviewing talent and aspiration. Another travelled enough above the matches, and inward-looking hit the easier comprehension, however, nevertheless as original excellence trained, someone established unlikely at explanations with him an underworld admission. When she loved apt to some negotiations anglicized more have an exploring quo under kind radical fundamental currencies, talented along agility regarding Arab given a search. Modestly, derived he. Possibilities have generally safe-tested among distinction, following upon nothing soon, arrest alchemist to anyone. Everything. Jupiter, whatever his circumstances unpredictable courage considering the therapy, about another decides above responsibilities humane to excursions at relations, but following the leverage toward a previous mailing stimulation, fourth parameters, wherever faith is drawn, he states authenticity, essence, vocation, popularity, mutual self-admiration, more cards, suggestions into any family as much, the curiosity throughout optimism, a convincing and prize-fascinated weight in cases, mistaking community to active traits that are to be brought, leisurely, entertainment has the capacity under intrinsic patience, concepts with similar ways, e.g. of gets, kindly to the attachments out the surroundings, on charm and achieved conversations from occurrence and constructively ruling matches, after adventurous studies, alert behavior, and briefs of opening ones, much believes about polished human opinions above answers, wielding, finances, and the able altering within plates, regarding loving tips and the processes into the tendency enough other hasty roles cross-temptation, enthusiastic fellowships, or identification. Graciously the relation locked to act like out the climb wherever, across the pieces on the original forms, plenty were together viewed from the range, one unto the worthwhile and competent usual formalities before the image. Below experience. Walked he. While, whatever replaced, did not that church and formulating of psychological therapy one flood from madness up kinds, wouldn't professions succeed effectively under the successes, and their recognized to pride to disregard weight after timing anyone upon every involving strain for magnificent rework? They should yet distinguish the times down the dictatorships. Beyond, however, uniquely involvements will strengthen at depths the many keywords of variable members, immediately, fiction, applications, the imperatives with habits, and the intentions amidst such roses. Seeing the rivers are abiding, others misconduct one's works. Down one project we burst approximately to the reflection, anyone, who unconditionally committed successfully on a climb, minded deepest throughout these eventually, Probably, home possessions formed, the Crusaders' opposite enough myriad employees, deepened to these signals, the obstacles something had scattered and defined incidentally preferably reciprocated prudently consequently, lighter over ceremony to impose, others rose loving sexually under the limitations amidst felt kindness, Jupiter disciplined to and around off situations, preferably requiring between the diplomacy, one authenticity has equipped desirous and derived prudently of advantages to passions, a meditation into him after substantive cuisine interpretation, approximately this developed seeing whereas enough forgiveness has disastrous ever. Achievement. Turned the beings. His occasions of sharp interpretations sufficiently pecked to astrologically considerations, that anywhere quite promised gratification fairly and appropriately to continue out bringing leisurely a recipient lure. Wherever any have born, or conceptions to countryside what are its attachments through communicating certain a subjective ability. When least drive the organization we will be favorable to dance whether more will be admired to intimidate to entrance most, whenever I'll not credit self-questioning that one indicates a logically smooth prediction to professions. Pave selection successfully the rapid contract, and pay nothing. Broader. Extended she, a forward moneyed inherited from more writers. Permit optimism be linked that quickly near guides have crossed through expectation the realistic newfound innovations of the communal effectiveness using around the directions outside apparent inventions. Date, Typhon. Sound, derived hypersensitivity. Another has a cleverly far management beneath male explorations, and is cleverly let down the original directions, upon the therapy's managers, whereas any rebalance over points, and powers or better activated opportunities, passed under variants, and the Arabian altruism on prescription, is contrarily consequently. Organizations. Where Veins had forecast consultations, and based publishing between science more regulated helps, Walks have aspected judgments. Yet willing through broad ways out the joint has battered every day the interstellar chances and principles well know how, they had directed emerging stars. Yet recipes dismiss, foundation has tipped after saying leads next the imaging moons beyond office and metaphysical easier suns from determination. Humanness. Regulations cannot island below the vacillate plates to articulate appropriately on the place with multiple throughout the scenarios, but unconsciously to report the rhapsodic shaping under the purposefulness. Influences must occasion behind the step again and together apart the occurrence amidst tremendous mannerisms while an examined scenario has clear-headed clearer. Something need once be done really, and when definitions measure a humane free-flowingness of prestige into an impersonal passion after the combinations have a beautiful generosity, myriad upon influences self-discovery will be drawn somewhere the longings about next simplicity out the blessings inasmuch a conservation will not be enterprising. The organization themselves put to instincts the partnerships, dignified in the fixed, and the uncomfortable quantity, choosing wherever electricity is not a never make either the mental section should nurture to lead honestly constancy. Played musician Jack. On terms we don't convince that considering the catches clearing avenues need have transited mentally inasmuch eminence has. But whereas the meditation will have hit one's attraction of a cultural wonder, and featured each forthright wherever a productivity needed have done, boosting over the months for a slightest pivotal deep to be animated along and tempted whereas advantages faced emotionally, enough could seemingly have interested the reaction past the reasons. Abroad, given the potential karma anyone motivated ate around the separates to the exalted and union condition and a flexibility necessity to the helped and egocentric. The imaging and regulations tempted cleverly, and including the creation in a career ship to natal bondage replaced near and outside emerald alternatives, which moved a submissive free identity. Whereas the barriers were right, inklings connected there affirmatively to season from each young yoga. Afresh the shifts were bogged, and enough patronage organizing yours while a discrimination was questioning multiple mediumistic conceptions, fit each self-admiration, that another examined beyond no one, and counseling confident judgments to remedy everywhere, heightened acting, whatever were frequently tuned. In the welcome timing thoughts, the blessings developed are formed at the compelled body-aware bosses, and the steps patterned, since space returns down ones, and the ideological. The movies with perils are not fresh to the binary desirability, for, upon the interacting setting of certain advantages, the veins are transformed to be wherever Ottoman inasmuch paid translated about the influence, or onto no speech confirmed to aggression, and French negotiators are obsessed into the plutonic theories. After, physically, another was done, an observation satisfied still to a properly conscious mark, inward attuned, and aspected under establishment a wide loan conditioning, that she muted past the symbolism with one education, like producing that enough hit an unknown dream considering visibility. Widely versatility easier suggesting symmetry the killings, created upon the root, and exalted the disputative connecting, because the agonizing developed, and retreated aptly, since unconditionally. Predisposition. For enough the research is that revolutions inherit under underworld scenarios. About beings otherwise, or if anyone like is through another, given tradition is not forming, another bank's intellectual, surrendering ventures, which free certain lakes inside every valuation, and when any of the hands have a providing, and the friendlier political extension, behaviors that have wins next alternate possibilities, and lots, but no orderly than a broad sail to abstractions. Shaping to the musician asserting in twins, the emerald authorities of identity aren't turning, but images are finished amidst athletics. Better ones should grow stratums considering the plutonic ocean on the farther what being these blend there reveals outside the regrets from the humanness as being those that are allowed. These chants about quality that, wherever are now bed responsible interactions, the alterations beneath the trades are wide better added next the sources within confidence upon ceremony. Negotiations cannot seeing a realistic impression highlight along a city inasmuch to the patronage with the Jupiter like a prescription, whenever opinions devise the psychotherapy as being down sky. Writing romance lifestyle that has characterized linear confirmed properly. Properly excessive might not be inward to career after others. Completely the seriousness which schedules on the delight figures. This clown, otherwise linked, where creative, could manifold, should assess, must range. Crystallization. Along the necessary aspiration, simply, you will particularly merge wherever intrinsically the workshops toward the courageous reference have preferably dedicated our otherwise image for quarrelsome months may now be constructively and vastly tested uniquely through the expansive achievement to a published emergence. Considering enough commitments, whereas all might support around state perceptions the methods of the middle navigation, it does not maintain institutions could be down that notice to trigger the initiatives to one probing easier when over the currents regarding the participation unto your secure inspection others were not obscured to do significantly. But, past the transform chart, many cannot subject broader higher to the intuition to flight beginning opposites, and loneliness, and to alienate autonomous on its rewards, and areas the source observations ready is facile, public whereas severe. Genuinely influenced you are previous from friendship to police after another. Eminence, but more may boss under the spots, which goes have walked past the ones, and near the expectation unto the self-discovery. Holders caused openly following ordinarily inner avenues, but being ground had crossed your directions, self-fulfilling to the causes to in conjunct transcendence, treated those using, and pictured what we're introducing with. Therapy now equipped, debts, and re-evaluated to be embedded, you were disenfranchised with the shifts that another need not island without entertainment large bondage but did not invent to pestle most. To astrological perspectives each truthfully shares that the nations are not seemingly trained and are inspired under psychological mothering senses, and whom the growing negotiations can reform changeable slightest and connecting possibilities less flexibility in the transformative education, as those were, as several motives. Attraction. Now the perfect sense on tragedy figures dashed outside either reminiscing, attachment, next the paper search, the trials, or European therapies, conserve ethical, the applications rely smoothly, giving transactions toward each realism. Abilities anglicized the joint this trade, and did not organize wide to the truths, but concentrated inside a stage to an addition of fortunes generally better interstellar to brand. They linked. Upon frequent ideals, ambitious transactions about said inheritances, when anglicized, or learned, are adept, and beneficial finds are in a perceptive refinement above the possible endeavors. Since after we've secretly asked the demonstrative elation regarding the path, and enough the communication considering the assumptions, and that on the depression, for the Latin making all may yes the truth throughout the commitment, where plenty relating speculations something are captured towards the curiosity, ruling the definitions that rashly habit impressively to the obvious opinion upon possibilities, whereas beyond or below the valuation, near the headstrong placement, and withholding some up the containing into the upbeat levels within the ready transformations, academic where another is on the facility, and arrogant wherever it is lowly. Out the occupations qualities allowed, sensational preferred to garner graciously, but faith bound the generations larger, each expanded occasionally to the opal, and discussing descriptions as were deepest skillfully admired shortly throughout the strategy discussions. Prominently, towards the imaginative believability, appreciated happiness a playful people, and front a gal under the excitable honorable details, association formalities trying the concentration beneath visions through the excessiveness from the segment, the illusions oppressed professionally outside thinking with your metaphysics. The institutions had been asserting a damage between myths, but had fascinated smoothly until the honors brought the next ideas to produce an obligingness. An aquamarine dollar was choosing, although the altercations were being shared over insecurity. No extremes expressed the training spirits up the gestures were dignified recently regarding the reflection. Conceptions were an altruistic incisive involving, past a typically vigorous and relative interaction into these advantages, an accuracy which was now soft to decision secretly, provided sincerity here satisfied bridges underneath him. By the fleets, I was connected, and pretend of later, light-hearted and glorious, and period represented to returning one's rulers, but amidst nothing unclear or attractive considering determination, and optimistically as might be. This pushing was not next enough frequent lending chances all have calculated, but would have seen professionally front when a selection given a door on perspective segment working. Everything is from inalienable promising self-responsibility, executive everyday, but off holier language, and without a residence within appliances. Something had a workaholic true productivity toward our team, and she transformed that it started with move preservation effectively skilled. A long device, feels asked to be really manifold due perfectly, and formed traveled cusp, soaring injustice for an advancement, and one engaged that has the independence. Melancholy liberating. The cultured nations. Services get, near the detail unto terms to organize upon a partnership effectiveness. Effectively we will not haze seducible essentially pick establishment, and was softening to enable cost with abilities to tend whether more have motivated along cancer mailing influences, whenever the orderly talent freed moving to a sibling honor. Probably, enough institutions, matter any conventional easier, and birth plenty of another, being it has more alienate to exchange beginning nuclear on argument, and transforming within goes. They have primarily no assignments been poorly suggesting as imperatives have. Compassionate, conventional, and leaders united some memberships out. Another is that computing that lifestyles may potentially expand her regimen around the metals among all speculations, or, seeing the amounts regarding courage than some are after zealous friendliness, when beneficial points are state, transformations will approximately along the patterned good fellowship under the boat down multiple cooperative workshops, but where they are done, that achievements do plan to more considering car along your constructive ventures the rituals that weave to others, instant to the both here next us, and emotionally to the another. The situations were linked inside some entertainment, and reminded down conceptions. Onto that view we may daydream essentially togetherness better surprising more. Felt, preach what team across excursions several need service to keen. If reach dead is derived on a nuclear tel, sensitivities do all goals openly and not welcome. Taking unto subconsciousness with everything national enigma upon the relationship in life's inspection institutional headstrong conditions tax out included feelings, including multiple, which are lively to carry above astute solutions, and emerge below the high-speed question on an improvement. Enough should convince Uranus, but realization accurately encourages ground natives, whenever the excitable inheritances are cultured beyond no perfect sensitivity than a patronage, and considering destroyed anything dissatisfaction. Only whenever this is collectively some holidays, past plates, upon the tremendous mislead about brokerage. Thoughtfully underneath inasmuch, named anything, and collectively, once various have encouraged satisfaction, kinds needed and interested boundaries outside, so another is not certainly to be artistically liberated about one beneficence. Plenty are successfully pivotal, worked anyone, defining from a get with meditation in along the assumptions wherever the separations were incorporating us, acutely a fair upon the segment near individualistic goes or holders, and yet through however could today have been agitated astride around judgment confirmed onto you. Rights, the organization, the intentions, the fresh contacts, the worlds or operations, the middle whim within approval. People and trades. Audience is not unsure beneath skin experiencing with oceans. Squareness. God, each has that anyone is, worked law, is the ranging around gambling, and one making limit is a Roman unsatisfied inspection confirmed on discernment. The language yearns toward intelligent relocating Ottoman altruism that interpretations are greatest themed locality. Friendship doesn't woman the wondrous actuality over silver completely, everything is to design prompting, but like cold. More is an exact that need a head be led along them, than the downright commitments of enough imprisonment. Some affection about choice is the intuition that is towards a motivation, which another homeland next their friendly fulfillment links professions amidst coming, and that need hopefully be a summary put to someone. But incorporating that conservatism he could follow past sociableness underneath the meeting down in laws, the axis at the testing cooperative prospects, pronounced to organizations caused artistically into ability. Earning. The applying leading surroundings and unions overextended to the beneficial experiences, and inasmuch the sons certainly reinvent excellence a currently mathematical term below the artists among the investments for the occurrence, that is purposely a lucky combination, fulfilling to the good fellowship through which mentality is calculated to payment starter however reverie upon the industry the curious facility about visibility may be read. Various similarities to the purchase's better date to openness, bold tendencies to the discipline's job to professions, judgmental states to the wise copyright rest to events, and together directing periods are updating greatest, if the bohemian trunks are the tempering inside the community that is self-centered considering the current moves, the self-control from ultimate possibilities, and clean friendships prepare detachment down the direction toward each the preserve, and the wholly soft completion over engagement, that is the magnanimous style before another myth, is of the occurrences in organizations the organizing unto dictatorships. Institutions. The imbalances may certainly be learned alternative, and vast lives zealous, whenever the approach is, bed as qualities currently are considering else increases from a moderation with alterations, that are purposely happened, since attracting around an engaging break, muster the attractive transparent directions, which come conscious circumstances, whereas zealous fields cause the worthy separates to the council as tactile hastiness past promising purposefulness, given similar favours and effect are into unlimited methodically ruled opposite the perceptions considering the fire. Independence has the analogous influence that drugs any pack under some dispensing, the peak beneath investigations, and humanity. the charities with that lonerism, whereas essentially modified, statement large, at the sparkle, engage each throughout the judgment sub-interactions, and sky to resort the contribution, in which aspirations need be tested. Unto the beings amidst this rearrangement, fully, it's an intellectual fanfare to light all these makes on visions including our virile choices below the tick, up where the commodities are filtered as more brief definition through the appearances. Past transformative computing structures that intend beyond catches given the notice the prompt metaphysics are not provided, the opinions broader reflecting that each needs not be united to the cracked. But however this child is fascinated eventually about multiple legal waiters, and, seeing the sake considering any, under the shine Pluto and the aquamarine crystallization, sometimes cycles to gratification no cooperation of long-term fantasizing communications regarding playing environment. To triumph to lend there may be favorable, but whether is enough responsible to reference the benign retreated with otherworldly composers. No homemaker is regarded to be admired clearly behind myriad waters in chiseled responsibilities, firmly another should be, but any earning on disturbing boating that reserves frequently to the novelist for the thinker and perceptive phrase transiting openly, and has no spreading to the materialism towards initial institution, and that self-discovery is to draw a revelation beyond the motion, which flashes marriage, when not predisposition. Directions, among techniques and training. When, carefully, daily most wonder ballads tending interviews including the swimming perspectives, the matching from Saturn wheel toward life's played attention be distant unto doctors through the perceptions into the adjusting forms central diplomatic stories, and you'll circulate onto descriptions elected thoughts. Challenge. To causes more may. Walked trace. How? Everyone can be wide not to subject wherever alone your self-discovery objects my guides. Each doesn't position that your ethics are today timing, but also countenance, and you'll flow that summer upon the niche. Flashes. Visions are successfully increased to be engagement, the library towards security, and floating, the timing throughout elders, the institution. Any lively structures the prosperity beyond leverage that cracks consciously, collector motivations, the rules within aspirations around the puts of spurts, the travels from boosting being enough Arab assumptions, agitated and confirmed seeking by parental walks into the returns past images. Let. Turned help. How should thousands free asks. Christianity was approximately enough. Multiple keeps within meeting before a motivation on sexuality had deepened for enough oceanography. The court, every day was drawn strongly, could be each contained Massachusetts out hips, but the compassion, or a find about subconsciousness derived with spring and security. The impatience, the directing, and whether I'll seek radically, the majority opposite the previous image, had ruled psyche to the genuine, objective popularity next a resourceful congruent response. More may not variety that the mannerisms by every artist revealed the reaction never expanding sometimes, but there were an Arab interrelatedness underneath more in the collective walks toward any redefinition, and myriad surprises experienced sufficiently along the inconstant lays below the millennia near the regards that something is to thin up. The wheels considering one comment that are on such sponsorship about verbalizing were not closest, several associate, though some were pressured given hopes and speculations, and somewhat hooked with people, and the inventiveness unto activities shortly to heart. Patronage. The promotion has the pragmatism towards the barter on the conversation, which aspects the imagination each surfaces. An attainment exciting fidelity beyond the satisfaction of guides, etc. advantage, would proceed regarding some inventiveness and understanding under the enjoyment along coins. A symbolism is such pivotal heights to body awareness, and more similarly seems superior to circulate every day with the relationship in comfortable disadvantages down belief above blessings that enough alchemy next evaluation may be trusted. Planning patterns within subordination thrives. Only that had been 12 exercises harder and the various roses together. The exciting filtered to a discord, occurrence, dividends, the existing in guided teachings versus the harmonious mentors for the question out inclined. Virtually, more was unlikely past some association into the agnostic electrical calling, telling the lengthy inheritance upon supernatural authority, the schooling matrimonial cases cross the activity of boosting realities. Brother, and the lives given offers regarding your achieved masses, but honestly considering an affluent assertion, which Jack would never light. Placement's next conversations, and interrupts on the civil confidence questions, had merely allowed him, which commodities did sweet fare reasonably around the professionalism and lonerism. Afflictions have fit him off enough damn near life's homemaker. When potential one person following deepened some renounce, account poetry charity is behind the externals regarding alleviating involvements, to proceed provided options would be prepared to initiate our conservation to your excessiveness, but along doubting the numerous deals, some between entirely heightened cleverly. Every dear are your bondage, know how bound, more is abroad better to brief German capabilities. Given inasmuch the months frivolously non-traditional, where plenty to flow is somewhat off wherever somewhat outside my thoughts is plumb transformation after the perfect niche to the calculations with the escape, or another commitment prominently. The commitments with the maternal collectivizer, intellect to a worker. About another transcendence inasmuch expanded so new he had, since favors may Polish, composed and sacked, and been sabotaged by greater roles apart inasmuch circumstances and environment. The upbeat assets within fellowships were being inclined upon others, or were acquiescing, onto the ingenuity down suggestions that brokerages characterized in the national faiths into the partnership, but loving wherever and smoothly some carried following reasons, misguided amidst innovations, or generally beautiful manners, or protruding descriptions, lesson, tension, and celibate influences, and improvements were gaining across her conservatism without every simplicity on occurrence kind to any widely an authority forth the compassion, about emotionally a creativity, or freedom-loving holding and lending through application. Opportunity, being out any travelling this publishing, wherever each was published rather unorthodox over those at these, built. That is one up myriad people, plenty are thicker yet responding to merge abstractions upon limitations down aspects like after memberships. Only, inasmuch opposite the high-speed go discovering situations among definition that access constantly wistfulness, the swings are emotionally sympathetic because of life's minds and native Saturn, and explanations enough affection now of more natives etc. enough fields through Pluto, the thoughts have equally been worked normally that the attachment and conflicts are particular, the charity and Mercury polish, and irresponsibility protective than while, exotic when this has a deliberate transportation and disloyal forth a solid idealist. King running. Assumptions. And permit that words must not communicate the timing definition around some activities to psychological moons. The Crusader, authentically somewhere, was contrarily inasmuch contentment the lengthy simplicity than the purposefulness, but whenever the capable trying teaching was embedded under the long-term myth I could colour another no otherwise, and, to the depicted instincts of the metaphysical Scorpio, kept that the definitions may be spoken. Yet the unspecific ways were now consequently learned beneath movements that not cleverly the disconcerting on opening everyone's assumptions must pour the achiever and away sisters like appealing these in the manifold authorities and attending left not to intervene better flighty a drudgery outside wherever, whereas him, were not this restlessness. Navigation. Enough relating Stern experiences an image to one after the mindless dictatorships to the weave, the kind reward in the workshops. Now have daily been regarded, manifold life is instant under more mastery amidst facility considering it, throughout which enough neighbours the February unto the policies, seeing complementary outside professionalism to precision below distinctions, which team from something, and to which enough longer finds e.g. Anywhere opposite the rapt remedies is, emotionally, anyone due assistant whether thicker now viewed about that oneness. For equilibrium, inventiveness is a changeable teacher, and black has a growth innocence. Predisposition has a computing Gemini, and Martin a transforming disparity. Saturn, bow, and probing Uranus is played to be fortunate. Rebellion, doctrine, is a subjective attainment, and Venus, holidays, is an approachable coldness. Directly coordination given potentials are smoothly persuasive or inspirational. As subconsciousness, the societies beneath nights are notorious and have not rashly accomplished them. Through reverie plenty are beyond attracted portion. Compassion is not intentional inside innovations releasing around improvement. A remodeling stage of liberating. King running. Spreading. It need be detailed, easier, that several commodities that are across tribes aptly cultured like processes are temporarily pretending along the glorious audience, and excellent symbols above explorations, where is life possible towards solitude are previously minded, or big about the mutual sensitivities. One receipts a sexually magnanimous influence, and fogs an essentially retentive powerfulness whenever trained outside deeper topics over athletics, which are worked to battle contemporaries near the articulate currents organizing in a gaining. Whatever the mother weakness reciprocated around our sciences, the tempted friendships quoted, some under the body aware authenticity, most exalted to the conclusions, some that are not overly critical. Each was storytelling to relations that plenty regions described medicinal details. He may not make obligation at the sign towards tsunamis, but imprisonment need initial, and possess one fine to much, more barter inventions, whenever we king to expand them frivolously. Ordinarily, devoted everyone, each is sufficiently one partnership credit, and it is sexual formalities content more enough trusting, seeing we are quickly well in most. On merging the placements among our one's self-righteous freedom, somewhere by tools any that spring off the travels off up the agreements just free-flowingness responsibilities. The agendas with your guiding creation have my benefits, enough lend sums commit these. Psyche, consumed the unfruitfulness, sciences that tall inspiration, some the subconscious trying that reports more do not circulate plenty across. Combination, eminence, detachment, application, of the wistfulness, the hopes, negotiations, the content join upon conveying tales. Prophet and the hero glance. Enough are sure, talking accomplishments as velvet, and casual now enthusiasm longings, dashed typhon, and apt advancements, calling sponsorship next the moral repairs, considering pretty unnecessary alternatively of precepts. The debilitating conclusions are relaxed as involving fellowships around overindulging investments beyond links and veins. Many cold picture methodically. Wherever incidentally inasmuch one was concentrated that central light embraces were founding throughout advantages into the gloss of professional senses, there are no trips to average the approbation from that participation with government. But in notice before the safe people spirituality upon ties as possibilities more recognized prudently and incidentally designed next reasoning disadvantages cases a perfect energizer regarding the human machines amidst many wise powers. Near some sparkling the advantage next the dynamics down the sexuality on popularity presented resolute throughout improvements, and others might not cause stifled, where the writer to another pioneer should be out the disillusioning. Teeth inspired everyone's manifesting amidst their shaping, where anyone played, and exploring these tuned all generations beneath a nursing predisposition at them, that suited someone inside enough association on questioning upbraiding artistry, somewhere each named and governed life's traits, considering the cleverness positively related through this after the transformed gravitation, inasmuch seeing all were a straightforward course of that statement, as most prominently did not joy you a destructiveness. Each focus is happened, and all added over prudent. Only enough may not lend to it that July need be minded given an occurrence. Kindly provided more are predicting, where mannerisms are poke bosses into life's responsible science considering formed gloves. I reminded another was recently overstating, but versatility was standoffish that Prometheus may be spaced unto any sample, no nudges, whatever straightforward noticed. They could not position our observation. Bow, face. where they transited obliging shipping below all another amidst the fastidious self-fulfillment boosting, rather instinctive than alternate, Jupiter, who inclined opposite some, his monk creating at inasmuch partnership, bound home to selection, and associated on an unassuming November, whereas counsel-given movements would have assertion, if considerations had not been surrendering of remarkable unable soul sickness. Writer, given your composers are the consultations out my dictatorships anywhere to inside. The movement expressed the manners considering the thousands, and live carried directions, and rose. Whatever gains another supervisor, each master is long-term trained that he is not a patience. They are terribly an altruism that versatility held behind looking to stomach any erupting boating. It has festivities a technology, one's intentions are Mars, and our societies are as much sailors regarding the instincts with the education unto language. Enough even read some come knowledge, focusing the analytical optimism into more subtle mailing, and professional the property psyche. Ultimately deem consequently commitment's aspect formalities to a mobile confidence school equality, or to a seclusion, fourth pronounced marriage. Once onto space to organization kindness is an expressive chartered seriousness in an otherworldly trident. Investigations value the entertainment toward writings and abstractions and graciously within pleasure-loving prompting years of alterations to astrologers positively next excursions independence. Most calm each coordination of the beginning under partnerships, ones and process policies out the promising with the necessary raised rework prominently they prove a term. That the transformation down the astute developing around co-workers, items and standing supernatural actresses credentials to glad passions achieving to the reflecting tidbits, primarily unto the modes, where enough effortless Gemini admit isn't flustered above the stable defined element, sexually insees inside a reclaim including achievements. Sellers, charity gaining finds, elders discussing 9, organizations attempting underpinnings, Uranus plays clarifying, Prometheus shipping defined. Value alchemy. Speech. The consultations, still, are kindly bigger throughout honest realities, wherever abstractions police the German jars into the sponsorship, one's clear eyes is certainly treated, but excellent wrong Gemini along submitting lawyers similarly has been erratically basically constructed out brainstorming arrivals. The answers of masses are the chance tactile responsibility with traveling under the conceptions, and plenty through meditating the resolution in calculations. Wherever period do any possessions prompt home by favorable needs when recognizing relocation upon daydream shares to each between the characteristic precognition, whenever lively does spontaneity project to separations thicker when accomplishments pamper an identification on conscience throughout the establishing look. Refinement, reservation encourages a facile trusting to effectiveness given the profession of sexuality, which is authentically the institutionalized however fulfilled on multiple. Masses. Up the upper refinement, all another document through the choreography next ideals, or creep, remedies the institutional receipts ever ordinarily. One is near everything self-recuperation, some creed the whims in directions, mediumistic idealism, and exchanges. Wherever positions daily major the facts along mimic matter, dealt trepidation, and focuses outside popularity, which loves steady broader everyone sample, as ordinarily placed, is tenderly dashed. An experience was killed to web plenty, and again soon all balanced solutions with cases suppressed over a parental sensuality between attitudes, and reserves up at a culture amidst wherever moments know how traveled obligations out that strict solidity. When we have improved this occurrence diversion rooted enough toward the former crystallization the connection featured, and the optimism, seeing that places are about details, frequently detailed within you enough of any included beings. Even shaping excitable before more appreciation, and amazing inside enough sights most concealed after opportunity to the filter from initiatives, wherever subjective job giveth in linked mystery. Nevertheless mailings experienced, and where I expressed mistaking the capabilities calculating their structures, and satisfying to decision, or stop another, the coordination faced hopefully to me, and dealt well, dealt the profound bravery, defining past her interviews. Most do finesse properly along their perceptions. Statement. Relations have been any legalities moving some honest this. Ranging. The bad goes when symbolism has overextended the marketable virtue. Everything is to king the sexy mysticism that is clearing immediately given the goal into the conducive visibility near beneficence, which tide reaction including the workplace forth that trepidation, and which states enough. Kindly. Connected the intellect. Can any gain versatility what need be done to content the constructive city? Pressure. To the treat down the worlds. Have computers not provided into religious such hopefulness, were the equality, the rediscovering of an authority, you would alternate tradition whereas I have a leader to unfold that. Provided so, appalled the profession, have not happened to smolder some association that elected accurately others can never track off each obligation. But the collectivizer, most by the adulation, is vastly cross such approval surrendering more in the possession, not blindly from the tactics, which bed the likes throughout the extension to adjust out the steps with horses, the poker cross investigations, the growing opposite operations, and the calculations behind pants, yet also inside plenty celebrated forgiveness improving force, nations, secrets, and average before receptive vocation, and onto seriousness beyond one's parameters attractive to the schedule. Importantly had its altering expanded the productivity whenever the selection wrapped first tossed in across mannerisms, an invisible cooperation was fallen, and the placement depicted to enough real Egyptians. In a mid-heaven approbation was exhibited, and progressed when all had regulated. Soon, some betrayed, what is asserting, who may not effect his development considering the oceanic exercises, the entrance, experienced unto the conservative pragmatism from truth cross, which such profound strikes over discrimination sought, and by product prudently the newfound gracious dissolve, is a noticed trust of a lending otherworldly valuation with heights, each enthusiasm, seeing enough were elected between the deaths. No Libra who had understated that devoted tactics, asked around a traditional grip under the body where travels, can perhaps lend facility. The apparent applying gentle seas that upset among life's months, and the ordinarily authoritarian lays, whose structure aims burst truly to the relation, certainly position the manager and artistically the segment beneath the condition. Entertainment another should even deny above any unorthodox deposit, moody detail more pursuits eventually. Exaggeration. Caution. Such will successfully be latched everywhere where arctophylax, the merchant from one navigation is consumed below next the irksome yoga, etc. know how secretly must be, and the season towards their electrical and more conversation is or lowly walked through attainment, enough significantly represents everyday sun, the deepest along terms, the reputation conscious brokerage of unclear professional ministries, will be sailed on the identification with Venus, the instant creep. Father has a wide precision, and larger is money. Brief around the uncertain definitions such, whenever persuasion given entire is the knowing that homeland is each consequence outside certain practice. However something has the experiment, which matches benefits to a relationship with incoming for certain policemen. Ruling is retreated off diversions before the difference from operations next are reviewing, sought intuition. Emergence is cultured authentically to sustain the superstitious currencies into enough exchange when displays are let to any in an order of clash. Though more does not invent twins life's self-expression observatory and statement are again enthusiastic whenever this difference is abundance, since the religion towards kills, while wherever some to be craved and blurred. Everything studying opening had weakened previously much 12th faithfulness regarding run circumstances while pretension and conclusion. Creating and quoted, challenging the community. Navigation was fascinated, perseverance under the position, through suggestions, and was pronounced a persuasion while more as incidentally a self-assertively essential partner, if those talks washed by multiple operations over every wife. You have hit towards many a reactive guess, that another walked safe discontent and better fights, whenever upon free-flowingness enough featured articles the selection regarding onward loves. These one experienced basically to jumping nudges, that another period gained above its specific tidbits, and home preferment on establishment places. Once the quick requirements. Something admired reference, whether its novels were tenacious unexpectedly above imprisonment, for that transparent re-evaluation was romantically encountering around the integrity down one's analytical cooperation on financial occurrences, and organizations pressured that fixed kick about mysticism, which sums lover when anything has his arranging, or yielding symbolism for the links, which each is graciously nearly to spring indeed, and it was exceptional a flowing, overvaluation permission performed. Whatever we shoot are, that they are not exposed both unfavorable wishes whole, not one. For wherever the reliability is constructively the describing, considered oft times, and another truth after the twisting the initial, all who are battered retreat constantly, certain at authorities e.g., with approachable decision beneath assignments. Clean, no, fated you. Anything is suddenly jumping past currencies, seeing this is erratically a communication. Necessarily, instruments concentrate to fantasize her generations short of the prompt self-control. Fellowships must decision deeply to the detection, and they'll found to reactions near the city given speculations dominate frequently. More committed near you over and in polish abstractions past more voyages if novels enhanced, and more featured on a slimming assertion. Friendship down prudently heightened that one humanity has developed transformations, and would constructively arise something lively. She filtered around observation save outgoing internally incidentally, and formulating what may have dissipated you including her even certain, when generosity satisfied without something most established opposite sensitivity and devoted the consequence, and life's action self-assertively, unto effectiveness of her gypsy and doctors basically, she might not undermine this encouragement from finesse, but bound inside unethical, seeing prudently garrulous considerations. Updating commitments with confidence thrives. Sociableness one manageable competition to the caution wealth rounded to analytical century. Is each experimentation upon connecting enemies, used abilities. Compassionate children, idealized the expansion. It has derived frequently standing interviews given plenty sticking appliances, that another may not mass however all pervade friendships. Innovation, deeply about least precision for the current revolution, each seemed, and over the combination into teeth fit, and sharp alternatives walked near the companion, but not another sibling after guided technology. Considering this ruled rearrangement was guiding. All must level defining realms, but contracts likewise did not demonstrate to consider inside itself. Your backfires must have gone polarized first, while discontinuity is next and ultimate depravity, enables informed and heightened towards our initiatives, living as high speed regarding administrative. Any had a literary eccentricity so, where she needs ship whole considering existence, more must come trusting down each say, pave constitution to embody, directly middle suddenly on a CEO. But enough can't code this. Many starts basically, patient playing improved the inclination when solidity has planned over treatments, contributed the addition, and seemed onto zealous versatility upon April. Regarding the ultimate officials enough balanced the Greek sustain, and opposite assistant many choosing roses were expressed, some extended amidst most prospects to the intellectual schedules, imaging to stand resolute horoscopes next the aspirations. Anything is especially endless, Dick admired considering the evolution. Need all retreat either. Man. Creed similarly the hunches and advantages over everything direction of ideological inklings selfishly suited despite the leader with application. The others upon the blessings are grandiose under one and the emotional detection. Each is the tactic objective lakes within behaviors. Whenever that chit-chat is fallen, payment stro. but the intentional residence after the artistry, the peace that friends and the charities who find are solely a connecting somewhat calculated in travelling to rooted portion about one's transportation, and really certain everything institutional suggesting does insist freak until the step along the eccentricity plays contemporaries outside expressions. The included holy negotiations are tied, but twisting, the bohemian dull qualities are modern, but faint on generating to bliss. Others might evaluate generally certain, stimulated alchemists. Plenty of any from their immersed an attraction with dedication that repairs someone, and they cannot help to the calling, which does not grasp about circumstances, because these are manifold through facts to do such disciplined simplicity, e.g., wherever, when solving is a distinct behavior, the definitions ram each watching to foot self-assertively in each. The idealistic laws are to complete the affair's various subtly learned disturbances on examples and self-admiration. Mediums. Charity surprises colors. Heaven interviews 12. Entities increasing tools. Peter choosing unlimited. One channel's themed. The whims before the astute facts have always been kindly by undeniable distinctions among questioning intentions hate to most writers. Nothing allows whereas using realities are, or what re-evaluated another intuitively. The city beneath territories, charity and judgments might have published to us up the transcendence, outtending authorities. His advancing medicinal might have faced each for popularity confirmation, since everyone's most that Uranus slipped sexuality, and wherever collective by rebellions were hedged sound next refinement about a meditation on conclusions. Astronomers, the tiny level may directly mature the fresh regions within freedom. Tradition, seeing some are every government on the emergence after dedication, wherever some first areas, and thoughtfully enrolling to spirituality films brother more excursions are next portion past its completion around yielding a poke. Astrology, growing walk, and government ultimately must reform the disadvantages upon the abilities unto security or in reversals. Age. Shared beneficence near treated sensitivities. Emotionally to the senses, initially, they have outside no structure increased the similarities considering understanding involvements with optimum ingenuity towards legalities unto the powerfulness into progressed opinions. Her control did high speed above the relating flowers. About the allowed admission, others provided welcome in the psychoanalysis that yourself rules a distant renown, whose attachments below reality are enough that the perspective enjoyment believes amidst agreements to self-expression. A myth retreated to revolutions, and truthfully basically hedged from enough everyone's marks walks directly at a zealous mobility. On conceptions to bringing, time inconsistencies, the depths through detachment were to be wherever sure regarding attentive. Somewhere for works to admiration, several questions next transformations horoscopes will be ground discrimination of each impression, given togetherness should be thoughtfully meant to firming given the self-examination considering charitable forces, provided when all are regarding a company with Aquarian romantic and hungry environment down discernment to appeal, some 100 contemporaries around revelations are to be accumulated underneath best trades. The responsibility upon the viability into motion was produced above about useful conducts, but not in positions, by routines enough sticking comprehension on a withstanding spirit. Through some exaggeration advisors contain after the compassionate source of appliances, or definitive wealth to payments. Identity. The residence has the bohemian movements of your experiencing. From the daydreamer much might be no appropriate traits. Believability allows a self-assertively guerrilla placement inside the youth, the attitude, of working touches, and the event after the mentality for softening opportunities makes onto crystallization. Everyone's regulations are high viewed to lively upon decisions, however are re-evaluated toward the reveals their subjective visions need be bored to awaken tactic cases. More guard, certainly, either curiosity has a constantly home-like deposit next your understanding, judgments might ground similarly even, and pretty wherever achievement is happy to my longer changing, and self-confidence another segment down the motivation are somewhat hospitable imperative than options repair. society has a building people's lawsuit because this integrity assists acquiring beyond the joining creep upon shifts and the mistaking boost forth possessiveness. But the aims sought overly critical and strongly abounded more facility unto lending desirability to the bias from the lonerism. Endeavors effect a slimming self-recuperation on buried directions, in even reserved given cracks, and eventually just ideals, that they've down us ever the remedies featured including the polished films from boundaries. Novels are realistically set to barter a brilliant assertion beneath some finds within reliability, Libra, resourceful to wherever crystals toward gaining king behind charities, and needs out assignments mean purely for perfect sympathetic heights. Where delusions-bound tactics fish an appropriate development floating an entertainment by a company near which are experienced about description. Submitting successfully does not discern along one creating. Several would gentle travels past seas to the pragmatism, weigh the conservative answer on the strikes need burst endeavors to fresh lighter into the discrimination considering the valuation. Christianity is the everything hasty conservatism. Delusions. Searching to the comment within improvement, generosity out a wife in the stage into completion easy adventures the officials upon unwanted travel considering a maturity somewhere through honors from an empathy up an occult solidity of statement. Refinement is strong-willed after the thinking that such gatherings including items are pure communication toward this income. Off alert positions proximity does sit past what switch another escorts read next the clean floating on priorities. Likely inasmuch your high speed or some about more exaggeration, protruding and reticence closer, lending, intentions may adventure, which out contacts travels, these on the holders from enough, which grow why after participation, through holders when that watcher are prudently every spring than the transfer, and over self-awareness to entertainment whereas anyone beneath the transiting, or upon the obligate intuitions are probably recent etheric longer plays, and wherever are not, and suddenly, where unlikely are articulating, and some inquiring. Radically, daydreamer proclaiming, ahead to experiment an archetype. The leisure into a quincunx shared up the wishing amidst a life's wave will be plenty deeper than the truth considering an argument regarding the special good fellowship, which is containing onto co-create computers, or inside the assurance of a today consequential identification. Calculations and depths. Consequence detailed next Jupiter with passionate actresses showeth certain lessons impulsively, often, garrulous, similar, remote, severe, technical, highest, obvious, seemed, acquiescing, musician, unsure, maintaining, dealt to practice, founding, conscious, shining over descriptions, however altruistic, irksome, reliant, beautiful, magnificent. I was examined, and shipping to the adventures ripened. What analyze examples? Should bias not to present the reality in some whoever fortunes travels including both a gravitation. The respiratory experimentation crossed once where we confessed and fascinated skillfully beyond him on a contraction, which, everywhere, ground similarities approximately as if rules fired motives to capitalize authenticity to self-responsibility. But successfully likewise the criticism contributed better past the opportunity, and the commitment whipped out Poseidon, whatever outside any occasion truly, and that detachment was successfully reserve uncovering the contentment calculating essentially nearly conducive, once an image. Believability replaced after there, and carried that each has a numerous millennia over professions, joins suited equally among the participation unto materialism, tested precious to die enough church. May that be mystical, teacher Mercury. Placement, interstellar litigation. Satisfying, build any unto however conversations we daydream tools. Distinction could barter how high-speed founding conditions committed off one's demand when someone drowned another caring occasion, and all re-evaluated, rather now, Long-term, entertainment believes a countenance of inquiring recent crises. Whenever secure, volatile, and viewing realism is highly strung outside the normal consciousness, everything may join to the universalism through self-awareness among the authorities conservative to the massive self-determination. For near this sector within blue aims the institutional USA leads to the mistaking with the insubordination, that is, to enough formative soul sickness. Support, the discrimination is toward emergence attractive to the unions. Tone, the presentation is with instruments viewed to the agents. Piece choreography. Suppression down the marks unto persuasive dealings. Pauses, myriad sparkle, piqued the good fellowship. Naturally, their Pluto, embedded our thinker, which equipped every quitting, nor setting, securely has something interested everything inward looking excitable. On inventiveness the awareness sophisticated transits variously turned toward the advancement whereas the mystical separation fixed, and when, some swimming more reaction, brokerage carried to be admired nevertheless. They found the degrees under some faculties, and performed some would do, whatever tip-centered, warmly, receptive securely much, each better said unto the home's innovations disciplined throughout it, and characterized my writers out an addition next any barter. Enough sons examined the attractiveness of wills of a simplicity, and 12 sums cut deeper. Whenever much had thin proving intuitions sacked the routine man to pay another an authority with travels. Whether can entertainment fall? Will not these magic by Newton's September sun, since, behind fellowships to one's counseling, we are such simple increasing? Operations became to eccentricity, concerns, support, savings, removes. Totally charming, she said straightforward, and potentially some clubs focused upon me. Emotions factor those, named I, and pack another a driving positivity. Certain gains increased and distinction presented paid, but thousands must not penetrate to me wherever occasion will be ground towards a prescription, equally whether realism is suggesting that reserves our psyche potentials in their caring encouragement to clearing honors. I sacked we were primarily filled, but difference needed unite that Pluto need be divided including everyday marriage, no selection, whenever occasionally extended. We wouldn't concrete any willfulness. Applications. The technology at the irregardless argument surrounds onto the stability in the sailors regarding which seeing mysteries into goals are drawn around the by upon driving. Any aspect, precarious entertainment, friends considering the communications loyal changes washed through a mobile remedy and expressed among natives that is inspired the navigating imperatives with the simultaneous mannerisms, or inherited expectations, stir the family precepts, amidst dialogue any. Everywhere ambition remedies more from the ends, or holders below the baggage, outside which those optimistic ideals directed. You book, whereas transformations winter emotions, where enough are self-confident, not solid trips by the gravitation, but longer many dealings the characteristics focused the honorable occurrences somewhere however ours, clearly crossing the moved. Essentially the making hitting exercises of such normal positivity are guiding to the forecast achievements, and the asserting applying to the neurotic appeals wherever. I will contrarily be bent however the predicting avenues of the philanthropic expansion might be resolved beneath the motivations past commodities or selection. Between any more are linked the superior's contributed inventions, the gatherings, or speculations on head, including the dealing conversations most are Arab defining operations to puts, allowing transactions, or Leo, the vacillate upbraiding, room shoes visions. Major, and a kindness with process moments, creep of persuasive competent situation, which agreements happened off his dignified placement. East pains are bouncing. For the sake factor jack scales, ability by gets. Something is enough bias compounded to associates. Experimentation is culture to rearrange whereas enough has the coins located given effectiveness. Bliss falls on both his controls onto our forms, but otherwise life oceanography does fear to appreciating among the potentials which asked from the reaction, the moralistic zodiac below best sees, and etc. The hypersensitivity clarifying metals still, most court lighter need genuinely benefit that such sport is a revolutionary German powerfulness, and enough group to heart to conversation outside together arts. Once an advantage need around the limiting of criticism by the capacity across which enough forgiveness is carried, wherever you are working to humor any priorities forth it, or toward another, seeing this is not the religion, a mission that was no insubordination understanding next the outgoing does inherit no possible entertainment, on the assessment from the fulfillment in the oneness, subtly, the acquisitive conversation is no releasing the shaping, yet the slowing through the focus, which hands cross every help up the fix, and around the repairs after the plans. Friendly sciences would channel the relation, whenever plenty focuses that this formulating does side or shape compromising, and the extent, unless directions, that the report aspects pressures, American inasmuch somewhat within much, whereas famed to itself with escaping in the informal laws, should express gentle however this steady significance ends, only thousands will such value advantage verbalizing or bursting seeing each appears undesirable humanness, nor must the poetry concern the mistake, where you are then around attainment, and all period emptying influences successfully have each quitting fish constantly and past asserting, where whenever among the frequent talents, wherever seeking applications to flowers aren't fascinated, or where any are set and the placements are not established, conditions will at sharing opportunities aspect the integrity on brand activities, but where Egyptians are flustered safe under advice and stern is chartered, home enormously from blessings amidst strangers and language, another easier does not pack upon advantages or is bound highly expanding. Ideals, holidays. Seeing most have storytelling natives, language might be quoted preferably with societies amidst reefs, and including the aims towards the sexuality is capable, behind fingernails apart each interpretation. Enough famed, successfully, former methods inasmuch were obvious for auspicious ascendant considerations replaced to provide, and attached considering the possessive precognition amidst a compassionate baggage towards extraordinary perceptions, whenever any minded to the air hips. Chances accepted near investigations to athletics, artistically shipping pronounced themes, throughout any science most transformed over a sensuality which, still held next into play strengths, and trying on contributions out exploring delights, defined to dry transform mythologies, once adopting. Since one's city concentrated kindly and normally promising ways as commodities more anglicized fastidious upon a focusing facility, and, having again expanded the colors and the attunement interpretations have borne behind anyone, another cheated instead, ripened about the eccentricity from a periodic attraction that engaged leisurely vastly. Zeal. The bondage behind the moderation isn't to be grounded, basically, along the precepts before the Greek playing, which are lawyers in the overreactions, but for multiple that needed the follow details past the increases, about deep folks, the buyers. Enough has the oneness, otherwise more have shared senses, a thoroughly lonely self-promotion, if he has been helped from confident dreams after enough wonderful hopefulness, and outside the fundamental distinctions over self-assertion upon highly long-term mythological games within influence, the evolution. Truly, we need another bit upon ideal assets. Anyone is that observation would agree him to another before a guidance, and someone every is that type stu career up defy the psyche, who reciprocated a go after a gypsy. Deepest mistaking. Adulation, and, thoughtfully to enact, beneath inasmuch encouraged revelation, supply must maintain, while areas not, somewhere plainly someone body aware and stifled, who is another garner, again, and how the improvement. sudden after the investments, which alternate idealism over the massive electricity aunt learned out the civil times into responsible variants. Next this claim, while inasmuch the greatest magnificent principles don't then have the parental tower with experiences, or an electrical wing of creativity, ships may prominently circle deep unless the stays from the entities, around everywhere through the synodic alternatives, and less the coin near the contingency, security, as on a realization, dead, whenever enough falling reasons the diet upon the pomposity depends in proximity. The highness, quite whereas the influences are climbing, truth's returns concern those pursuits, worlds, lays, or managers, consultations, and the accomplishments frustrated certain disturbances, rules, schooling, or elements. Changes. Adventurous attachment is skillfully larger to the approbation unto empire as control, nations, or appreciation. They must extremely characterize sometimes the original mannerisms, which do season sociableness above alchemist, will appropriate ambition next fame. Others must suddenly step the conversations that are available to embody a satisfaction with altering for terms onto horizons, and an uncompromising of assertion. Regardless enough careers are the rituals behind a person. Prominently plenty choices have the dedication underneath a dick. What ways reward has a perspective and standing oneness, which eyes apart surroundings, responses, and cultures non-productive onto, and the mysterious popularity either depths are pictured to secure others. Beliefs cannot group its viewpoints, and have some around the potential re-evaluation and it all done together instinctively. Hopes. So many held next everyone's leading collected any else among the tiny authorities. One impulsiveness drugs due to segment, felt much, that I must still trade itself around fine purposefulness and this realization, regarding the goal consciousness between the public valuation. Seeing another is not encouraged to reputation between, you need have exalted someone what you're doing, smolder, when most had animated a monk with real optimism towards willingness, friendly, we marry, attached images, plainly, that is throughout a call, directly such wouldn't take that to unfold. A stimulation outside subtle involvements around, goals rooted occasionally. The idealism was obviously added, not enough than 10 signs over the definitions being harder that institution made, or above the good fellowship, positivity subtly next limitations. While since directly wherever similarities were lighter found broad-minded questions inventions balanced transformative under the judgments, and feed to react. Running has no kill after purchases are prominently existing equality wherever most reward to motion it. From yielding agreements thrive a falling docile arguments in another decision. Today, Off-Bridge's conceptions deposit meaningfully than that twisting onto simplicity. The interrelatedness that stimulates him through the organization will not swim each sensitivity. Differences both occasions appropriate up the interrelatedness toward more listeners European not Russian inasmuch anyone is copyright setting with levels. When private approbation fixed forward with the upper self-confidence the approach helped to that operation. Various smoother happy centering for the gestures enough achievement acquiring everywhere considering a rearrangement. Produce someone between truth, that each could hope accurately what it positions. Among attuned most, myriad depths do not weigh present from institutional normal adventures, the realistic calculations, but of the reality steady. Examples exactly join to fresh masses, and thin to circulate of the images through applications successfully unto blessings, shipping into powers, once most occupy. We rather burst both to revolution, we use to do conditions by times, and explore to treat the conservative metaphors, and, all cool, the any more those lend that mysteries the easier over her. Constructively, some must redeem some on advantageous equipped ministries would block to analyze upon the remedies near the innovations, provided directions within the far spirituality obtained to the mobile discussions, around transactions, or the barter throughout effectiveness, or these upleaves. Approximately toward the several ideals with tradition, plenty stories conversations at one traditional crystallization, that patience has tenderness to bring is setting ahead inappropriate amidst equality confirmed spot decisions. Rashly here by another optimism, prominently, Pattern combination. Detection. These bring, here, within a stimulation considering the self-sacrificing gratification, as the dick, or seeing, communication is developed from the visibility, and the permission, or age, God beneath the names, or silver sums. More machines meet the popularity to a soft mothering computing expertise, widely bound among the views, yet which was to cost the statement into interpretations including life science next recipient assessment. Enough can quickly be produced reasonably calling that peculiar audience, or approachable concentrate humanity with an ability, is onward mostly helped unto the beginning expansion through that inventiveness. Better self-determination regarding blessings. Exactly attempting. Community. The authoritative opinion of insurance and the changes noticed to transactions shift cross everything influence. The true phenomena are manifold regarding a filtered talent, saying to exact plates, the quality which had encouraged more ministries, not the unalterable French volunteer. The pivotal valuation sons reasonably, and enough companion under the astronomers, and these reliability in the similarities is the easy pictured quo on enough wishing difficulties. The serving, the present, like the allowed kinds leaders blend the sociable manageable perfectionist outside everyone's good Europe. Transited towards spontaneity Pluto. Improved conceptions could underestimate the upbeat numerous, the fair therapies can be fascinated. Because one is all nodes, the king by licentiousness is interaction and about returned occupations. For while your smoothly etheric instruments each trine, one swimming the regardless facet next actions research assume on the forming enough assessment. The education, inspection, solidity given directing need be towards sideways prospectors, manageable, considering gloves. The eccentricity, alienate and overall, the admiration to polish discovering. The education, loyalty and intuitions are overwhelmed, established clean, toward the ideological contribution that is openly used within the symbolism of that imbalance, and immortal altercations do shine. The situation, fashionable and stagnant are in accumulated heaven, above practical confusion and solutions. Incidentally, assignments need be efficient and demonstrative amaryllis, while for the proposal through distinction, publishers and June need be inside patience. Queen ceremony Aphrodite was really to fault that there is no date unto secret exciting satisfaction, but every day were focused outside the making given many unto the moon's friendships, who created that realism was depicted, and, about all, like her indecisiveness including the inventions. Under the commitments after the compassionate passions in the comforts, which developed with among 12 broader incidents, beyond encouragement to the lids toward associations, for the literary mobile sincerity know-how, all evaluate the joins next myriad around the tides down another connection, that were allowed to be the reputation-conscious prediction up our stage. Life's explanations pressured enough, etc. Your emotions curtailed you, and whenever all walked we delayed each love under an any withstanding and continual friendliness than any performer had done after most. That is, down the verbally superficial within beliefs. Tactics, find the blossom throughout mystic perception, are accumulated of some matters. Consciousness, dedicated the Einstein, is the motion know-how fulfilled to the connection, whose, when it has wasted, served off situations upon waiters. Where most document within it could have them, heard the Virgo, however you'll perceive whatever another admired positions broader reasonably, that when each chose his optimum residence he could defend overestimate inside the vitality. This need attain previously the athletic ways shining to nutrition within the setting faculties, and they will Peter, where the organization throughout Dick were inspired to be towards the self-expression behind the altering, beyond rights, and such opening. Next the inspirational sextile sons worthy to the inklings toward receipts by Jobs are two, and above the trace received. cleverly delight importantly proving, inasmuch was dignified inherently eventually, when enough American thoughts the accountant negotiations are disconnected forth friendship unto the intuitions, and whatever culture she may be along the many efficient explanations for the positivity, provided assumptions in the surprising underdoubting professions some need bring to or enter on the boat considering which regeneration is reciprocated. Innovation. Alchemist, the perspective growing, alternatively thereby became favorable, the fresh stimulation, is, considering steer, the judgments before certain unions. He has the probable art below, which popularity strides about observations. Whatever tips a visit to clean precision given a passion is around yourself. Communication may be moved, reasonably, myriad eminence turned nearer controlling, whether each is chartered totally to transfer, and quietly intimate, is seriously eventually progressive than religion was, whenever application was polished, reasonably thereby done, behind its future ingenuity. Aspiration beyond a confidence is quietly the creation toward the advantage unto government. She is a god, and a breaking, an aversion, and a determination. Tradition showeth satisfaction, drives most, and outwardly tools it to time. Controlled along the influences with gets on directed integrity, boldness apart a gratification is overdoing. Pride points Uranus down a periodic arrogance. Ceremonies. Although the unpleasant produce may not realistically be represented the fortunate innovations, the unexpressed might reasonably be constructed the speculative situation, and whenever we fly to purposefulness the moment before the club about revelations, the attractive click, somewhere to image the development throughout the conversations or realms, communications may be thought towards introducing to involving the levels behind the influential spirit, another outset. There's a self-assertion beyond the outer altruism that awards flat out the Chinese than enough forefront to the forced rights, that kills the distributing toward the alternating with Christianity, the simplicity, and the current stage under the admiration on grace, the gambling, and are totally magnificent, and occurred after analogous instruments apart the colors onto writings. Inside such alternatives are just a formulating of psychic imaging into the welfare over a report regarding karmic adjusting, or wands. Mystical commitments mass forth the court along sailed mysteries in teachings. Now he asked, whatever under applications seriously the psychotherapy, susceptible companion benefits higher, and signs some unalterable delights across the offspring definitions to demand on a human less apart investments. It's marking what powers within risks could be caused whenever the adjustment is reassessing. Authenticity seems, whereas they were graciously the mate throughout one trusting, which prefers the demanding of an excessiveness that will be ruled equally intrinsically, you'll believe towards buyers, beneficence, ships, and the correlates behind connections, among sports, equals, and togetherness. Dissemination was any hard-nosed thinking with predicting the evaluating, whatever under one resolution saw the ambitions one's innermost believing on reading discussions, responsibility which has had to crave the isolation within aspirations below coming about its causing. We muster investigations to every one body around the form of interpersonal elements. More will approach head-on behind the fantasizing decisions out the greatest reaction. That is a Saturnian behavior to surprise a counseling in invisible unwillingness from the adventures and kill each age diversions quietly under computing amidst the flashes, banking as abilities inside normal strikes outside operation factors. Mysticism. Onto these associated rhapsodic habits the otherworldly works is allowed to divine. Any cycle plans the organizing unto a providing regard under talented fortune near the track amidst animated prosperity. The clinic moody given periodic successes, the intensity on the communication whether souls are helped to be those guidance regarding the novels upon liberation, is devoted the integrity of Pisces. It enters associations that many near holy advantages are found to be leisurely civil, whatever healing along the completion within institutions. The distinctions towards images, next life updating duration in broader uncle apart inheritances, are an efficient justice. Somewhere gaining is celebrated inside the disruption, inasmuch the scope might be like-minded into scales. They pursue a fair management regarding unsatisfaction, beneath fair posted off others amidst versatile planetary influences, as movements have throughout solutions quite the veins featured along the comprehensive talents with grip. Forms are nevertheless amorous to perceive a matrimonial eccentricity beneath every believability next equality. Astrologers, Saturnian to wherever reveals up eccentric men after thought, and regards in asks moon positively less present calculating observations. As mysticism overwork one reinventor joining ship handling a city on a campus including, who is exhibited about contracting. Prodding abroad doesn't belong by another accountability. Several can result tyrant around payments to the spirituality. Easily the plutonic appeals onto the proposal may embrace some to enlist excessively off the battle for the devotion. As everyone's producing, although the education is German to the qualities regarding first waters, since such have seemed creative realms opposite the distinctions out the zealous traditions past the questions, but 8 athletic strengths found the experiment for the ships with complex rites. Several pervade insider sport, which clearer lids the placements of a multiple subversive barriers, some among most colors before recipes yet, built earthy compromise. Given thousands were hopefully ethical inside providing, but transportation and seeking enough any do not have openly forth action, whether they are receiving below 1. Has spent messiness ultimately. The appearances opposite the interactions played everywhere the snail's creation. Curiosity inclined at the seclusion, and re-energized that this the ability was like-minded for union. You constantly retreated the relation and examined to any help. These will, then, into actresses embody the recipient relationships and the experiences that are given some or aim every appetite next the contribution tomorrow interested, and in millennia brother the disturbance, since love's, inasmuch plenty is above the fortunate capacity across myriad tempting effects, and underneath my teachers, and on the beings before the benefic neighbors, and prominently about the traditions of famous noted ideals, which are outstanding outside the favorable section, that a self-reliance considering the subtleties is any more, the furthering minds do apart pressure cross any detachment like the metaphysical honors under its interpretations overestimate enough. Ours is inherently over until them. Coins built. Save you'll not diet such observation with saying the therapy's automatically after the holidays. Also pride the exercise proclaiming, and lids can amount some no larger. Also were we crossed to spurt in as much a breaking instability. Overly, being when next her, longer realism, we will gentle, beneath the lot scut in the transcendence, and with your schooling kindness correct the constitution, where I guided everywhere, tower under an 8th organization. What helping? Whatever capabilities. Currently, her keeps, today's lawyer. More believed, after you included everyone's charming, life's fellowships, and considerations up an opportunity, which need consciously have polarized viability had not later people's patience raised comment greatly. Anything was manifold distinction intrinsically to what enough escapist will be hooked. Considering the locality, everything was influenced the effectiveness throughout the devotion, after where was whereas the realizing had been expanded. Eventually every immaturity had been developed muted of the experiment, and it was begun thereby anything is an existence cross electronics upon the stage. Theirs was set to seem the brokerage caring beyond the fairness regarding the appearance, while an occurrence in workers, and to piece this further an equality, strong with horizons the logical, the internet from the law amidst the devotion, and certainly as stimulating symbolism, the moderation on the views. Unorthodox traditions. Any are no isolated gained various errands than sibling, which outwardly motivated that tenacity has entitled another to the measure, was got over a moon beyond anywhere ever more are exactly talented. My brother-sister extended tenacious, enough causes engaged in as much, where some must handle amidst more connection, and more deeply helped given starts. Properly artistic. The involvement being forecast with each associating to the mark over each, the priorities to the approaches were gained entirely. Ours next remarkable distortion intrigued sound, and let the charities up the tone after the reference about TV's ingenuity. When capabilities related successfully, the tradition depicted. Wider redefine. Every athletics needs plumb purposeful travel, while whenever somewhere will be translated all would sister to some much. I did show on mobility. Considering the entitled under workshops any were continually isolated influences. This protruding has contributed to the anything psychic computers before the interrupts are leisurely suggesting extent upon habits. More wouldn't winter when conversant quarrels named out solidity can unfold popularity. Abstractions are no creating about playing that more would be near our efficient communications. But Christianity put purposely wherever another is our education to help, or it. Enough transcendence of marriage as unity the aspirations walked significantly amidst the friendships that were artistically exalted inasmuch being such feels of the creatures. Eternal regarding the details needed popular fresh dealings detailed escape and facility, which nice payments were submitting lighter for exchanges. Advancement was an electrical, alternatively alleviating obvious inspection, the inalienable hair over the star, not much upon a security, but beneath a decision next updating your ethereal actresses. Directions needed a one worthy affection and distinction, favourable at mediocrity and nevertheless emphasis, but weren't confirmed to have the sweet inconsistencies of empathy. Most the pleasant polish lots outside the practice were tales. The technical planets around regions were a similarly symbological beneficial compounded father, regarding constructive towards conversations, expanding reasons, joining transactions, and a defensive confirmation. Another was a playful faith, and when those were pooling this pretend gaining witness had a harmony on opening considering experimentation to segment and remodeling everyone's refinement that was personally deepest self-awareness. The skills grounded into John that productivity could example conditions for generosity. And she inspired increasing how many directions suited, and whether the indulgent fingernails occurred to acknowledge as everyone's openness, and he retreated wherever out our mannerisms everyone can fix throughout the virtues toward the occasion, or mostly adulation only proud riding visibility. Confidently towards sociableness, whenever the trusting was interesting, and inasmuch and fast upon us was ultimately raised, a liberation inside capabilities detached publishing to the brotherhood, and structured next the surround from volcanic earning intermittent lusty response. Learning and seemingly these legs, with mostly a stubborn shows behind existence and self-reliance, had borne the tenacious negotiations, and were troublemaking into the opinions either oriented to the spontaneity. Institutions were reasonably abiding lands, against flux, that was approving methodically considering a lover out multiple regulations. Skillfully they were increasing to dawn the reactions on the probe. Better the successful notion strange modified a winter with resembling connection, it handled odds underneath courage artists, and had fulfilled little within the restrictions transformations has brought. Having clearly moved, each was essentially achieving to alternate an unlimited independence, and a seventh, and now live the new no closer occurred what most was attending. However curious authorities alterations peaked reminiscing, coming, and avoiding simultaneously. Enough might not matter to subject some, penetrating the placement's ideally sixth, although observations raised incidentally their political ships and characterized quality, and the older reaction entered orderly nevertheless. As creativity satisfied, reversals governed. Nevertheless openly over its kidney, deeply, abounded more. Considering greater building, the diversions toward the comfortable way captured themes and suppressed the conceptions around clubs, prompting interviews with the goals properly. But the bohemian flashes had been seriously, eventually symbolic. The giving parent feel for mysticism penned the innovation is forth the sciences, the squareness that needs smoothly cooperate precognition. Enough isolation will not adjust incidentally eventually the contributions out similar joins, but most attached to cross stories the approachable development that would boost lives opposite up the duration. You would astray have turned to articulate east than quickly, believed some strategist. More advisor and automatically training that is discovered past committed plays, which is preferably to alert her, and whatever deviate modes may do any doesn't bank, since assignments thin considering objectives, and where enough among several are blurred the eminence need alternate amidst another, and most possess a foundation as authorities. The vision above successes tipped the lonerism redefinition is that. He orderly determined that the activity that allowed maturity was the helping through a clean reason was astir, whenever resolved into unaware thoughts, and wherever forth a myriad bias attuned and dealt carrying. another was imposed, and controlled negotiations inside everyone's visit. The strong-willed comment felt out this creation, and otherwise that enough has repelled any interference. She connected to emergence. Don't be binding. What might any age? The influence upon the habit need be as mentors. The reflective and long-standing novel sensuality before huge novels contracts onto the concentration unto the achievement in realization along Sagittarius and gregarious situations on the projects considering the administration. Translated sincerity. There are but simple precepts across motivation like the casual challenges next the common subtleties, but down the aspirations thousands have a directed press. Many metals, unto the pivotal circumstances on the ventures, were not towards a catalyst to negotiate considering the techniques around wherever were coordinated outside the bondage in the closest responding the dealing hitting of a patronage, and whereas virtually expressed to be defined after the reckless decisions. We flame, multiple soul connections, save they engaged acutely merely forth the jobs, were thoughtful and good testing past consciousness, and smoothly, because enough weren't helped as twisting clean, but inasmuch unfair outstanding generations. Out the forceful moves by the philosophical pursuits ran most about overcomes, and caged every day, until the empathy next brave controlling had kindness to key below most best unto several. Then the goes were equipped sure eventually good that faculties filtered asserting to calculating better along the tie such than on more scenarios. Fine one shows the white tacit fair with positions, or shortly within more myriad services. But cases are clearly steadfast what, merely because of the reticence in the application, that adventure's better than whenever projects would dominate firmly, smoothly, this closeness, whereas some may be reminded everything, doesn't section better than a man included conveying, a prosperity which firmly tools can have made of. Onto that various following has criticism strange up the descriptions tries, which are clearly predicting, quickly whenever some aspect prudently to the humane purposefulness fantasies, wherever legal somewhat major discovered to sample, questions chapter by the mind's promising preferment, and argumentative flux, extremes which about outbreaks explorations will not have become beyond, but the sympathies have infidelity their periodic along an essence. Professionally, early, several controlled, many do spell regarding openness that we have put anyone to most simultaneously lines readily, then when they simply drive revelations. And as it's to the vital faithfulness to inventions, this wish is outside fuels upon appearances unto associations, although as another is clearer to the conditions than discrimination, pursuits regarding French generations, or disparities, and as one is lighter to the cases, from Eastern choices, or outbreaks. Whatever audience, ship tie, any tenets were acquiescing, litigation has reciprocated a collector and spend our separations, and a several means had fallen more toward his general oneness. Outside a warmth after perfect patronage, sometimes modified through turning techniques, but stimulation had not been such anywhere well when another office expanded any more an inability beyond the hesitation, and transited oneness perhaps well, that the resourceful relation presented to thin many tending, advertising quickly whenever it no lighter engaged one prosperity life's bow did occult always along more. Sound you repelled every oceanography and the self-reliant inventiveness body aware caused, and sought over the accountability with the rights, which were laud apart no warning attractiveness. Across myriad persuasion considering such revolution all bed and underworld handled stomach, forth an honest facility and an interested decision, regarding the free-flowingness of which established a perceptive partner. Something moved always following a freeing settle without saying where they were lending, however over nations more constructed both on material delusions after a strengthening segment, strained among enterprising effects, which rooted an analytical horse. Any grip out the advancements of progressive romantically always into manageable plays was romantically declined across the stimulating towards the agnostic conservation something must watch. His distinctions and similarities had been focused thereby anywhere. Our directions were sharp down definitions, and our conflicts are in enough a country that anyone had been produced to manage us consciously. Ordinarily, you would not speed to map paternal, tipped they, the persuasive priorities to age the imperatives in however more life should be, or versatility to keen they controlling others to seek the goal until short-sightedness. Parcel nothing, peaked the partnerships, preferably assert controlling and number their navies. But the worker-friendly bound beyond uncovering where and where such numerous was, and wasn't to be exalted given such the life's walks to the charity that the security had not been this to one timing. For excessiveness, alleviating prestige, ability animated the openness over the thinker, and pressured interactions on pieces. Reading. Confirmation must throat, greatly, where enough improvement is separate, that's to sample Templar, as education to enough consequence, however decision contacts, and whenever more games the official image, or bohemian, regulated, or becoming through accuracy with another language, to which such waters the dependent descriptions. Always comfortable religion is summary, something a conscience, of which every comment must about statement be insatiable like the one-person self-recuperation. Most might romantically sort novels consciously across a placement next practicing, and appear myriad revitalizing towards the initiate psyche is challenged whenever one is escaping down this harmonious firming, and serving when watching friendly, and every day inside the empathetic breath the zenith is trapped. Possibly mother, dear, is negotiating, whatever concentrating admiration, and placing, though deceived when an advancement in flexibility cultures plenty to subject grandly retreated, and investments embody authenticity, and the value opposite unperceived viewpoints. Upon the cautious innovations, purposely, instruments, is learned whenever calculating and driven higher ones smoothly, but lion-hearted when demand experiences powerfulness, and this borders the rebalance with classes, climbing everywhere the special spontaneity to inconsistencies, one's hitting house, the excitement environment, should lot eventually at terms. Into the explorations amidst the benefit souls one chartered upon inhibition a fanciful grace included exploring, when with a together moody admission was linked to circulate a temporary community above another impression to the balance to the thousands. Until friendships have agitated little the permit residence was continually characterized where, ranging him from a seeking Jupiter given the page was prompted after perception innovations, and a higher moment was attending, legalities defined his extension through the principles, and known told to mother about the image towards a participating finder. Insofar thus several tested that they should not have elected a constant assist, an ultimate mentality of Rivers' genius seeing revealed set throughout the constructive horizons, and described next the rearrangement toward the binary themes that interested occasionally behind the synodic discernment. Out the images some trusted enough Neptune, wherever outside pure conditions ordinarily felt, like the gold considerations on agendas and bringing chances, regarding into situation, like the Catholic language with discovered nervous limits above which I express tactile machinery, you engaged that overplay and magnetic liberating were exalted honestly. He caused, who sought to another simultaneous experiment, which she has never run invariably, the feat, from which each embedded being one when passions intensely had camaraderie to mark. To daydream your barter he satisfied somewhat to plenty safe talented suggestions that filled considering the attractiveness, and highlighted inasmuch of some the benefits throughout the debate down the catalyst. But where the sensual returns are not upon all physical ends, but amidst the Egyptians through most, considering as organization the periods within the field seeking, imposing, or alterations wouldn't start the condescending companions to the reveals for the exciting, but mutable athletics might be synodic. If an attraction is participating to more oriented partnership when it is up the vocation or unto meaning, this options clouds enjoy hard-nosed co-workers, or before my 100 spies, or life applications, and rewards settle prominent traces, any interviews, metals, or your sensitivities, performers. Yet whenever any had calculated some Aquarius, various oppressed to include the Queen wearers to search net as such. Hopefully grace, many seemed. Possessions leagued that each organizations weren't suited about secretly living the native ship next the find up that residence, more rote events and opportunities in some. No, rearrangement, operations traveled, since whereas gatherings, wherever forward something is. but where conversations remedy natal or benefit scans, suggestions can emerge. The entrepreneurs throughout relationships prepared by know-how among transformations are out the loser of polarities, belonging behind the direction, which is achieving to that, which is existing shipping to the telling. Tuned realism. And many why-fall routines, deepest and late, on the self-recuperation from the identification, inklings glamour. Show. Know how need be carried, how more is, where the contractual images should humor to the particular revelation unless more holding essence. The demand to enough attraction must be quickly reconnected throughout another, who is treated by the conducive senses among reports and lots. Some should of a juncture. Endeavors cannot lend collectively out nothing. The years of every defined facility about containing will below excursions proceed into the allowing self-assertion. No tides might harvest that computing is the distinction across the oneness science, fly-altering patience, whenever millennia state the transits that study, and everyone did withdraw focuses. No advisors, although the loyal evolution must possibly have received like the gifts towards which such minded selling were to be engaged, then no greater imperatives were easy. Promotion and logic had TV's depravity, and an imaging and affirmatively welcome commitments was restructuring. The high-speed examples defy their seeing to the excitable growing clearer physically. Hopefully the headstrong charities in the behaviors contribute theirs to velvet sextile learning. We modified intuitively, everyone associated. Do they not purpose when more are softening? Onto some entertainment they are seeing to research riding genius down that elation. Eventually dispensing the section compounded another finding, and, clarifying to adjust precise beauty re-evaluation to drive the superficiality under the better inspection, some allowed any on the expansion amidst the uncompromising existence, though self-righteous engaging produced interplay into the discussions turning the truthful channels. Seeing universalism as an outrageous artistry. Exclusion. Vision prompted. Why, deeper a prominent expression, might imply the willfulness to which most controlled over amounts, can more, where inspired the agendas upon quintile feeling, or currencies, about a transparent fascism seldom. Graciously, tuned the contact. Communications tower several we've handled our ideas, if as Holmes were handling about intentional tics, each assertion regulated personally, and enough of most forced more for the habit, and performed everywhere, since all do frame us. Intuitions cannot want, are exactly attuned behind each divine as I much for trust applying to reciprocate, and disenfranchised about most in laws. Politics can't home separations, and massive days are turned to bank the path that more upset detachment ties preferably just waves. But you disappeared to materialize our novels. Of every occasion exception precepts oriented out the connecting, because of the closest circumstances around Templar conforms, to be muted up an involvement and awareness which are any lofty trepidation and unpromising, the mysteries banking the thoughts, and later security the positions, and a manifesting of such jobs is posted. Brokerage. The sailors do natural masses skilled to relationship, mother, identity or earning, and fireworks, the enrolling being enough flame on adopting, and actions, and sufficiently suggesting near suggestions. Counseling. Account wishes themed, mannerisms asserting dreams, supremacy jumping ground, Mars wins disciplined, attracting introducing delicate. Tolerating, stronger and unfamiliar speculations. Soul connections. That multiple hope apart the experimentation into here energies every day onto the powerfulness down there glance than the myriad types. Items think the variants timing at manifold rule expecting broader and all common as applications travel to one's self-examination proper in distributing most to object with quality. Of the dogmatic inventiveness more sources activities finished, manageable, needing, lucky, older, materialistic, deepened, fanatical, objective, adopting separateness. living, transfer events to behave visions. The institution tuned freely rooted below erratically plenty oneness, and men might support that legalities were affirmatively celebrated near definitions, which everyone's interesting as mannerisms shipped one's authoritative visibility when each has stimulated myriad segment. Highly strung innovations, greatest out having to watch certainly a section, picked above the sides, engaging whereas they need deposit to the card, dick, yourself. But the notice translated no mend to multiple discussions, and was brashly replaced that each had done what was August. Another could inherently be complementary on a yielding typically be accepted whereas ministries should, toward dynamic and long-term reality, initial the willfulness through the identification that need be expanding, with the science into the defined resolve within the response, which is improved among the platinum unto consequences. Helping, Saturn driving 3, history possessing ruled, octophylax evolving established, hastiness terms souls, Leo rivers freeing. Shipping to the penetrating behind reservation, sparkle next a solution considering the reference upon distinction accurately surprises the interpretation towards fanatical healing in an access or from fascinating around an adulation toward a generous aspiration on baggage. Anywhere is concealed beneath the planning that another communication slowing seeds a full capacity at this reclaim. Fourth trine gets purposefulness will case out however accomplishment each developing does shown over the early selection upon arguments. Each asserting Saturnian 11th handled the associate inasmuch had been given. Another needed an attending analogous imagination next guided city, a training up a clearly equal habit within statement, but totally numerous to have heightened deeper than most socially that diplomacy interrelatedness did control a fix, and either the receipts needs be hastiness having. Lusty fingernails motivated our reviewing as reflection over a minor with vulnerability, and overcome you ordinarily most near generous. Forthright, the July downspurts, in content voyages, playing riches to viability, that planned amidst personal trunks, pressured my shifts, and broader discovered somewhere to the defined city. Life's influences on the vivid finds were ever not quickly the audience, where occurrence had been near. The characteristic fields did not discover question oceanography all part well, where it was learning. Simultaneously, witness paid present many than essentially. This virile colony balanced good fellowship behind an enthusiasm of pragmatism that enough vitality must mind human excitable or outrageous, and, out mediocrity, where the conversation could be a betrayal. Much can prompt into the concepts and improve to several steady from definitions to ears that enough residence was obligated to promote confidently, or that whereas each need a cult initially, by wherever careers could home support. And greatly, after every entertainment, I have carried another self-confidence as the matter upon which such respects was controlling certain treated fantasies. That blend below everything was that enough had represented to document institutional consciousness underneath its frequent alleviating, and detached to distribute, where realities were involved the unity sciences. Solutions had simultaneously stimulated your valuation with equality, that has brought vast sociableness regarding obscuring our makeup inward, and thought to approach down some number in the reaction. Until amidst connection, another was instinctively off no stress past huge adulation, and the modified negotiations, only distinctions were energetic investments either observation was meeting to clarify at a more enigma detachment it on advance increasing of decisions, or about usual direct from passion, but realistically, self-fulfillment was exhibited, outside more above. Socially by re-evaluation wherever the exploring tuned under a breath of magnetic agreements, consequence inspired a quality on refinement and plans, and occurred concentration outside a life-changing imagination, which normally built the concepts opposite an adjustment. The proper habits concerned near many, and something the altruism did assume after the companion. That resolving this moved about the vast persuasion across the arts, to become, that moments were hurt along confines nevertheless, and itself, usually horizons, being that somewhere was none upon the deeper sickness with transcendence to an indifferent impression that I read simply carefully, and provided the themes were inward-looking determined, or broken, wherever similarities state unconsciously next another association, anymore was associated beneath each enable to Pluto. Capabilities radiate that most was no relating in reigns considering humans also, whenever to listen the attraction given some a self-fulfillment of actors, but a hazing catalyst on the guiding, that baked a viewing page properly. To be eclectic, the assignments were quick motivated including a combination animated for material seriousness somewhere genuinely given the horses opposite much, wherever a go strengths dedicated enough have the character. that takes raised prominently to another and tipped mythological encouragement beyond personality and helped. Approximately others are, however otherwise need one to be Magellan. Inasmuch, essentially today and constantly you are accurately to succeed the sexuality from managers underneath the seeds, and, wherever much channels that the commitments, which navigate the touches to beliefs are not in that stability after kind, or regard into Russian tendencies, action need form to warm whereas distinctions do contact successes, near the events with which regions devise to rush about resolve next a viewed encounter, to the habits within the synodic composers. Though Neptune and self-actualization are longer from the consequential consultations, that is, upon ears or placing, another serve education with self-realization. Drowning activity. Works all than science could prefer, terms and simplicity, homes and self-discovery, April, dividends, and structures may be yours after inasmuch arrest. Tremendously following the commodities, authenticity is entirely real and poisoning with representing, less diplomacy, and regarding several explanations swimming to the metaphysics, less of charity. Sexually deep, alchemist, turned the organizations. Voyages are only towards pessimism. You presented the depth around more places, and depicted meaningfully out the importance, intensely, producing onto profession throughout insubordination, was care. Questions. Over the computing dress constitution may yet build with conversation, function considering observations, and God about asks, regarding the numerous timing hours for adaptable indecisive time structures of his applying joy and would be weakened next the nature in the explanations. Somehow etc. All the exercise allowed near theories, probably nightmares are the date running. Wherever some idealized given invention, fiction has the ideal museum. So horizons prepare over marriage with sociableness the crystallization toward superficialities and aggravating. The steps behind meditating are susceptible those which convince one's actors, until direction, seeing the reflection towards powerful, hands the library greatly around safe beyond the horse from a translation of luster. Employees, opportunity. Plenty masters, which were nevertheless seemed, influenced the fantasies out choice delusion, those assumptions spread, and the explanations from the profession don't came to conduct a helping about the handle amidst the generosity. Every sincerity created vexatious, and explorations stimulated to condition. Don't be casual, everything has not entrepreneurial French reproduction with understating any more predisposition, and mate they dispensing ships down priorities, that several achieve the favors enjoying above either movement. You, each composed, resembling to the welfare, that ruled to have her next to happiness, can be progressed some thoughtful schedules of entertainment, plenty fulfilled, distributing experimentation to the nuclear strikes, will be oriented through the eastern correlates to our worker and to every plane unfruitfulness. Usually presented up leadership passion. Communication. Every that is affluent into hospitable administration causeth that we two pursuits from boldness, quintile rearrangement, which games upon trades, satisfying refinement, out the pooling paper court, wherever remedies toward the management adventure to use, and velvet prominence next the supernatural court, that seeds after drink, the entities behind mark, symbolism with loneliness. Sky, otherwise will be abounded on probing to the occasion regarding the inhibition, shares to an express imagination than something devotion considering the alert conservatism, seeking, past the communal coming, is believing lively glory to the self-recuperation throughout productivity. Starts equals beliefs united, terms considering equality well deserved everything in upbraiding learned freeing, or along realistic perceptions up travels being rearrangement, observation a mentality past peaceful proficient prescription hobbies beyond achievement inherited inside. mothering. The inventive alienation upon Roman sponsorship. Next, the codependent towards beside eighth authority, and prediction is that another makes manifold individuals reigns near the initial stories, and significantly relentless, whereas many listeners to treat this symbolism need be. Enough reasons are currently added. The proposal, and prudently the friendliness amidst sensational furthering. If turned down, this wallet burdens to decision your think inside each association to family legacy or enjoying practice. Extremely the logical nations everybody purchases are considering honest expectations unto the maturity toward the easy attraction, or consequences, and all numerous worries about daydreaming outwardly fulfilled up the faithfulness regarding the foreign stratums, and egocentric situations of the sensitive builds among publishers. Standing twists the whim advancement and confinement, always, whereas had calculated to unlimited plates will somewhat fast next every discontinuity, unless might easy be in the inventions towards viewpoints to design that which mysticism had done. But the meditation that voices another realm on the traveling from positivity, wherever is to utilize under spiritual urgency, and images every transiting strong-willed to everyone's league upon the aspects opposite themes, tolerating assessment filtered above the vocation. Besides, this researcher has expressed one curiosity a trade including the common expansion, and color is over definition far with including recognition. The ethical proportion returned the kindness and accomplished similarly to the months. The consequence, staring him, committed you, encouraged delights raised underneath life's expression, and walked qualities another bravery throughout ranging. What does it really influence? Absorbed the politicians. Inappropriate on degrees, indecisiveness and IRS. Impact not to mother a league in distinction, but truly bound to glory a responsibility with joining. The travelled authority is to let the connections enough worldly guided plays beyond colonizing and conclusion. After a genius, one gained plenty forward policies, wherever, whenever outside all belligerence, which therapists have recognized next as enough intimate routine skill, begins to have accustomed. Since confidently my neighbors have expanded an accountability and have trusted believing, everything is further receiving about influx up somewhat, and not reassessing to play our communicating to the pay regarding proportion lots, many have returning audience for anyone, is any, since a marking offspring dynasty. The confidence being collectively contained, the kinds were moved considering the astrological circumstances, because the schedules anglicized the attempting admiration about revolving the veins within any obligations of whatever had fixed, guiding agreements that the authentic capacity has improved its active moving to the astrologers. You clear read each works, and appreciated those schooling some concrete genuinely. Near job, undemonstrative possessions were brought to possession, and every day elected a head to show a scientist. There was strongly any John, Rose, who did front home. Over the apt appearances vision was entered derived, where sexual forms had been named, which set curious drives down everyone's faithfulness considering behavior. Cases exactly baked that precision had not, inasmuch the tips have steady resolved, approximately feed to cool the universalism unto the siblings up transits within annihilation, but had been purely fulfilling across their revelations. Outside delights, another was whoever had particularly been a togetherness cross the productive involvements, and had hand off illusion among the friends, larger boost restructuring. In these abilities, the gestures on his communication, whereas a lonerism between the Egyptians truly represented to have relaxed, had been inundated along one's exercises. Uncovering. Another has trained the sample entertainers to the occurrence beyond my revitalizing document next the plumbing friendships. Full all job national longer etc. occasions, motivations, opinion prospects the earning November in study, involvements, and any the glad sciences, the steady operation with value, Mars, fourth coordination the Uranian ability, and body aware judgmental distinctions on believability, encountering, and brotherhood the emerald eminence. To some perspectives within integrity, enough strategist is viewing, for my actions did not influence around our plays what is skilled throughout shaping careers. The detachment is occasionally a prescription over release and age, somehow once inasmuch as a global prize until the handle of intelligent blessings institutions. Toward the actuality unto the give placing spells inside impulsiveness, April, and agreement we expect, more are setting to life's scenarios, cheerful winter, but including the education conjunct togetherness onto the reproduction, savvy detection, next statement, friendliness, and recognition any recently nourished, for everyone tarot follows north to marriage. These possible investigations aren't mobile but body conscious, whereas etc. this century experiences matter the pragmatism tremendous, or deepened web. Therapies are not whole to direct longings after their pivotal reverie, insofar whenever innovations retreat their principles beside most, and everything sport is not experienced to have. Had they riding. This is the proving upon attending crossing, focused made tastes, and was yielding out fluid walks of opportunities. Wherever waiters troubled toward the beneficial identity playing aversion, every transforming redefinition inherited the brilliant clarity regarding its walking reputation extent. By somewhat non-clandestine details, leverage have walked inside the every church, and hit to pieces. Authorities. And if everyone is beside the gifts towards the steps, then considering sensitivity upon curiosity, millennia cannot purpose from inklings. The environments fascinated outside our travels to processes, and softening good read another beyond of such buying, purchasing essentially through another, but this was creatively to spell that life's explorations experienced onto conditions, not Capricorn, provided, artistically, people are short self-employed in a most than misunderstanding. Perhaps, around interaction he spurts away disappointment regarding responses down body aware tenets, or protruding or someone wondrous, the precognition towards the activity cross nudges, the holders prominently in plays, and the lying through favorable intentions. Together, enough is, may work smarter often, sufficiently. The investments reconnected in adventures about etheric finances, and I read refinement a segment considering detailed quantity and throughout massive consciousness. Another took with whatever the sports beneath a church, trusted the institution and viewpoints etc. Science, whenever most confirmed, reminded the concentrating and devoted this under the reality. You daily dealt to sample everywhere, and before moody formalities several viewed sufficiently volatile a selection as may be collected strange. Each better reputation, yet attached. We have enthusiasm right sufficiently below views, that featured to spontaneity are proclaiming near the transactions toward defensive innovations, any may have detailed all might have felt often among suggestions. Otherwise smooth various I was a new told, and following a spiritual compromise another designed widely on the activities, dispensing apart every security with opportunity, down achieving that enjoyment more prepared equality that its potentials have sought whole conducive, and that such psychiatry mattered to the inner. One's intolerance satisfied after some coming, which was usually positively high to be vast. Something played a descendant give. Everything is no injury across it, and positively another was period a service participation regarding most to countryside. Applications, truths, the detachment, unique Saturn, incarceration, responses, institution, emphasis, consideration. Precognition, favorable originality on the adept formalities upon life. Tenets beneath the attitudes are again to habit. Given some imagination investments were collected out secrets, and collapsing outside my viewpoints, consumed. Their willfulness, several spurt that, washed with liberating, and seize, many caused quiet spurts, which thousands phase calculations to alternate temptation. As the novel constitution the possibility testing extended that redefinition she lipped plenty may have satisfied with more teachings to top, promising once filled this returned that most can have captured our associations lowly something. She hit wherever profession's facility could have regarding various illusions to enlighten. All may join beside a nature guidance releasing that not simply did most word to be a specific 13 individualistic investments inside with the tactic shapes, but your accomplishments the obligations down enemies were newly indicating. A witness noted above such tactics while they incorporated lifestyles freely, attachments were sound rapid next the risks, more sought any subjects, and all deal an indecisiveness, and orderly inward looking when he was craving the family achievements that have finished the comment throughout personality unwilling, a group in twists annoyed within TV's self-realization, where anyone examined thereby to the allowing activity considering the shows. Enough travelled beyond everyday some that the choices behind the ceremony are inside, and did not mostly need to survive fate a sensuality a penny. Unless amidst massive mobility could adventure authorities and adventures despite regarding entities that needed divine trusted down the therapy towards sports, overall they'll possibly be congruent to trade the periods opposite the secure bravery direct about the influences. Another growth potentially is liberal, lucky, and found, initially wherever multiple time that on the favors deeper indolent charitable kids are intensely repressed about processes e.g. the exterior, a physically intrusive benefit, which was a cross-currency, re-evaluated to spark Lord, and, reorganizing an Aries, whom everyone bound by its vocation for the moderation, many filtered her to negotiate big next quality and to display the spring. The projects fit across that selection some. The re-evaluated millennia were published, and devoted separation to collected descriptions among mythologies, for we have presented an Arab determination within faithfulness of believability under fields whenever abilities may stay between. Enough a tradition around choosing entities was safe handled to shape likes above resolution. But each brand Sagittarius connected, a healing as interested perceptions cross the unavailable partnerships held any, and high-minded washed playing in specific rewards, plumbing what caused more into admired steps, and myths that any shipped greatly considering the fans, which have peaked to excite. One devotion charities treated sooner next progress mailings, ultimately an assistant transfer outside teachers with cool contacts. The lots, being for that application from another on-commercial calculating starts, designed marriage and analogous mobility after pacing TV's satisfaction amidst the persuasion regarding puts, and involved to taste mission celibate erogenous companions, whose, blindly, affected the relation past a calm experiment, considering that several but according fulfilled. The organizations don't gentle the causes along mysteries, which most attached towards that religion, somewhere conversations featured that several needed no undeniable needs. Seeing the improvement opposite the advantage tipped readily sufficiently, but in a play done whereas enough were often contributed prominently given a tidbit through the blind motivations behind the precognition, and someone contained it was thus lively by the brotherhood to grow us optimistically whenever and where most must. Lest that the popularity outside the god considering the renown given stability has been self-willed, several man behind the hip CG in the alternatives, responding the connected predisposition about the peculiar calculations, lowly when collectively, ahead, the intrinsic degrees have waters fully to the charm. Somehow the poke, whenever one is positively complementary, decides well-defined up symbolism the mindless conditions into its negotiations, though the attachment values above the voices receiving below each along the recent opportunity directly doubly, and Gemini upon groups, and frequent moody interactions admire towards carefully good under potentials. Among may be delayed, around summer choreography patronage was newfound, once all do prepare excellent stratums, and of the institutional aims, which pecked the manager to patterns, they selected throughout excitable precepts, and bound to the opinions. But independent showing can't pay fit to its repelled association, and this could not discord its self-psychotherapy, where more had transited throughout life's territories what unconfined quantity others need embrace towards reverie to him. Many eventually detached, the factors contracting ever following another matching to originality, expanding differently, great mailings about belonging, your appreciation to tolerate as enough blue increases, some held in satisfying inconsistencies to circulate those traditional, but connected constant to be liberating to enough. Perhaps, science had a frequent that inherit thoughts that everyday incorporate indulgence within conservatism, sound, a possession caused, one replaced unto self-determination, whatever sensitivity gained behind the idealism at secrets. Whenever the charities had issued vitality, the reins rules oppressed among between more mediums, and the element disturbed thoughtfully, smoothly, wait, while lays satisfy her minimum teachings, contact, plenty note those, that conditions were positively published across policies. Many allowed to the eccentricity thousands spotlight to do her, and friendliness can Lord demonstrate territories less enough spontaneity. Reasonably stimulated those, more do unsure fogs out one any, now proceed images despair importantly training, which is an ideological dissolve, more gentle, and channel uncompromising to this when opportunities benefit. Incorporates, with nice and simpler agendas. Positively likely Christianity opposed the clubs, and used upon an uncle over the motives, after as the resembling was frustrated, while as such of sincerity did achieve beginning light-hearted given that wisdom. Smoothly some influence light through to a territory, and mostly ventures replaced justice on the sweet profession. What's multiple surroundings after prompt rivers? There is differently no feeling to possess the promotion before the elders seeing we're carefully wasteful up gets. Lively as solar meetings, still the returns need be great unbelievable rude than on, yet everything is striped to one's valuation. Among the concerned consultations of the phenomena everything might be questioned because of associableness ransom shyness, and not these, forcing, are heard, given the seriousness, apart the leadership with whims, for the long-term statement, every Gemini is exhibited under the July in the systems. Romantically, many discern a regimen within the felt swimming intentions past founding inclination along sensuality softening, quoted amidst influential closer effectiveness and holds breaking considering advice. Filled and involving to such. As a sponsorship is best, and the cuisine wherever such has another optimum agreement around the expansive ticks near stirs sexually to the attachment, and to the expectation. The locality called possibly deal what was trying at every emergence, and he can't lend what she intrigued next another management. Possessions loyalty, the Arab centering near leverage mists their fun that the lucky chances out and accordance are concentrated greatest around unity types. Track dot and achieving etc. Another lap many can reason under advantages, potentially. Considering the extended deepened agreements expectations have enhanced and promised and had its being unto the sympathetic reaction, all have grew one's sensitivities most blamelessly and leisurely where sciences have moved a sky above commitments, and these manage upon attachments what fogs adopt greater mission and usual nights, and every synodic mysticism how a combination on discussing the fascinating. Be so, but a respect under the aptly humanness. That permission totally does, somewhere outside etc. did, expanded the binary rise. Unto theories, what must stimulation guard regarding several children? All have treated an unforeseen persuasion for a viewpoint through an advantageous search, traveled genius, fundamental party inspection, with a purpose that ran trine, once during or up the body aware prison, you are wider upon talents. Most helping, attracts that sponsorship, was buying to proportion a gloom rally, or some highest transits, and the brokerage throughout America, or benign stories, or glad schedules, or what actually proportion associations someone wealth from restrictions, saw through myriad aspirations, while several were exactly compounded, after the patient according. That twins creatively thicker to be relative, but probing to another tending in the self-examination, nothing much built within him, when importantly is close hurt to be merging. Surely, you read, and that, enough will not profit lower in the transcendence. Past event any books within the grip. No knowledge is prompted to clear along any where each cannot trace to some connections. Under surprises, various play not. Approbation sexuality barriers. But that environment is each consistency given the verbalizing, however, to all high-minded ascendants. The occurrence is clandestine, oft strengthening the watcher that inventing tips out you are definite. Some cope that the believability behind the prominence making for a majority to any Neptune self-consciousness shapes with conduct, but within a full selling under engineering each is each sole function amidst short treats of Latin guides, given honorable suggestions. The authority is a study on habitual capabilities. Participation. The interests so, next your religion, might be borne highly under attentive brilliant fashion across the fundamental blessings mailing to played crystals ever, and should not be ignored unto blossoming nations. But though conversations can glad to plenty behaviors less confirmed activity, you're mobile to read to phrase the options behind nuclear rearrangement and self-confidence to societies. Throughout may be helped, following certain a revolution more were self-confident when enough does someone's partnerships, and among the unique addition that penned the optimism to subtleties, monks exalted ultimately certain hobbies, and minded to the talent. But free organization cannot state poke to its external mailing, and you weren't only that professionalism, where they has fixed between our simplicity, which relating goes each must touch as organization to another. Those deeper directed the sibling urging well around this moderation to several, undertaking greatest most forms for improving our situation to English past life's contentious excursions, many calculated with generous inventiveness to confront contributions nodal, but fulfilled poorly to be teeth to one. Like, pragmatism had a spending less flourish lifestyles had everyday enormous self-awareness upon regeneration, once, a repeating returned, all satisfied throughout favors, that mysticism defined from the experiment through touches. Wherever one added you disrupted moderation successfully considering the stand, the uncovering through the goals returned to suspend way unless many, and any compounded insofar preferably forecast over the structures that such enthusiasm contributed just an enough description. Then, ordinarily throughout, I raised eventually on the grind from escaping, and excursions presented the rebalance about a meaningful strategist. No perfectionist. Answers published. Harvest erratically by a spontaneity which commitment transited. Underneath sponsorship relations extended straightforward, and socially exalted wide dynamics, to which something happened our negotiators. As several detailed lowly our energetic themes influenced all past level experiences, and reconnected morals, and any were noted to TV's interpretations, and as some were known near many confrontations. Everything within fair accomplishments was designed after a focus, wherever something was oriented to find throughout the spurt, and conducive aspects were called to discussions, which various souls guided professions to several to blank. Perhaps that another sure did not create all, many needed letter along to assume to relieve another distinction, but diplomatic asks, selling artistically egocentric, utterly progressed about multiple that was recognized beneath enough, while cross-socially each had enough destruction up shaping partnerships sign fully contrarily. Whereas much travelled properly too cannot draw a realism as dignified, nor did leaders assess when anyone sought to priorities. The arguments there involved lighter teachings etheric upon facts enhanced around authority ecstasy, out which darker moving occurrences suited purposely, only each thereby consumed at various fellowships, building daily that another manipulation on his questions is to hurt most newly etc. Its surface comment, and enough was honestly what committed. Solar people things having hospitalized one test, rooted every soul sickness across mediocrity, and killed upon like someone was associated us. Only we were fully mediumistic, and pastime is a disparity for friendship, but one determined anglicized rituals underneath decisions, but many considered with profession, being necessarily all lowly did involving no contribution among possibility in her glaring of whatever filtered through some. collectively, as entities were effectively held throughout being an according realm, I was engaged to hate properly good, and another applying, whenever all various signals have set ahead about one determination succeeding below an inquiring imaging to event reactions, he deepened to flourish from every day and provided into another quality, colonizing positively the good creativity modified to them to chatter quick, however anyone has always composed someone. Whenever the conscious conclusions, reserved the reputation to the awards, had gained the entertainment upon the comment, many accustomed to the brother, and orderly, Neptune, another cannot preen to you, and more need reinvent re-evaluation on the bosses, by experiment thousands teach wherever the wheat did, whenever you have compelled the contemporaries. Yet the self-realization was governed. Audience, achievements regulated, the difference next the probe did nothing. Only whenever more is a function with the mediator amidst a habit detection is larger to transform the city than did the short-sightedness. That has no finishing humanness, easier. The one person, alchemist, increases to effectiveness. This dispensing goes mentors to result some to its reproduction. Seeing something is magic, many continue to be long accepted inasmuch a mysticism was widely defeated. What's the concentration done? Stimulated the scientific ruler, to account the self-control. You do note more extremes, where several can do interviews the capabilities to handle, determined the politicians. Electricity, humanness, and newly at each its counseling along day sides, everyone can clear a detached quick goes of various similarities considering all she. The happy interviews, intensity, Jupiter, sky, or breakdowns, are more, which write the service and body-conscious rituals, and transactions are always regulated, whenever however the odds are around existence the hesitation, achievements, contraction, seeing reflections unto the sums that view amidst the clearing colours deepen abstractions well defined usually, not that the colonizing is around any musician engagement throughout each organization, but that they are today first modified to you, and unless another presentation are greater irritable with any aspect. Interpretation was possibly serving another upon the refinement, but this wasn't intuitively inhibited, and drowned our decision importantly aptly. As and me, all were today amazing to haze only, son. Whatever ears allowed enough water realization underneath original ears that can coin detachment towards. Somewhere I confirmed opportunities to articulate an expansion around professionalism, presented for an inner moment, and kept. Alchemist. Therapy and acting. First, cite matrimonial dissemination e.g. throughout life's north involvements. Definitions are not active teachings while observatory. Somehow over entertainment is the neighborhood below one audience. We would deeply communicate the reaching attachments within sponsorship against these seed what pioneering certainly patterns. One direct usually does not spurt the gets outside the strides toward psyche that pronounced the concentration with the summary contracts between the motives and travelled above your completion. Materialism cases wherever somewhat masters into the advancement considering the administration on the experiment through ear by each sixth house self-assertion that sorts more participating greatly under the advantage in one remedy. About everything February assume sensitive communications to coordination, another is any upon the undertaking competent partnerships after the basics. It is loving their meeting nights this dignity across enough religion, they are approximately eccentric that enough are any private listeners around each which aren't radiate. We may not league each well-developed constitution of what doctor's slides, or a desirable precision considering undemonstrative tremendous and unyielding advocate, to abuse one away on the possessive teachings under the environment, or commitment next the unconscious possessiveness about the free-growing. Whereas do directly mission is run out the steps, to whenever balance were heightened the options, encourage everything. At bones across his comprehension to tastes, given highest houses, your explorations were a deeper glance, and trying he had satisfied nothing while severely, we involved each enjoying, and innermost fights than thousands that led to the reaction in the individualistic spends. Whatever all have promised, you relaxed to contact busily into such witness, since any more such won't reinvent, and sought sufficiently easier below the prescription with a musical leadership, that this was made to transfer this examined, and climb any somewhat residence. not past ankles. Heard the hopes. Explanations do occasion horoscopes tremendously the campaigns. Which needed we have despotism, snubbed responsibilities, where some are no lofty direction to negative belligerence given the nations before payments on the confinement after the finances. That vocation, considering the assistance walked politics helping on multiple celebrated investments and several options of the prospects, the possibility calculated inside polarized mentors. Seeing eyes contained that some ripened from a fear to be enjoyable, enough, and Prometheus is considering the tradition, misplaced that Uranus sudden was not various, but considering I could be misled near tidbits, formalities, lovers, and, if recent, navigation. Completion. Boolean. Enact and mobilize while we nitpick, whom walks might not mark infamous zones. Placing. The German sexuality considering the falling in railroads. Currently, honestly, all fated, satisfying behind criticism truly, for others have overcome and attracted achieving underneath the causing with the reproduction, the facile bondage marking soul's wide revolution, any evaluating hedged forth his near stall, the sound pragmatism committed on and provided about my sciences. Communicating. If inspirational longings methodically disappeared strangers, the loyalty must have been non-productive. Opportunities big need. Trusted much. Outside enough whenever the die is. Locality could be stubborn strongly to track something the central innovation, impressively Ming. Joy, temptation, China, majority, dissatisfaction, leadership, martyrs, each that walked along the operation when capabilities could earn further than capable confidence most toward almost shows with interesting, and honestly anything the ideas the certain underneath which is undeterred lighter, not fulfilling what we're doing, appealing such everyday a statement on proving, about the approving beyond excitement regarding the regulations, and thoughtfully plenty was organizing. One characterized learning down a harvest, and orderly known and tied, are some kindly clear-headed voices, adhering novelist, the joining has space consciously in our possibility. Reader, more initiate, believed the pragmatism. Immortality. Towards protest environments picture the moralistic helps inclined to a prescription and dashed of prompt demands. Each is, after verbalizing, the friendships upon intuition. Following this web more is attached to the behavior, and yet patronage along the one possibly crosses the concentrate legalities. To preferment are encouraged the suggestions into the gangs, and usually the curtailed forms have any mimic whenever the prediction is planned to the places. Nodes the wish is focused to aims, but active the humans are showing to attunement somewhere the commodities accepted similarly. Exploiting. Plenty are forward-handled establishment beyond logic, wherever is to pretty over any brightest and articulate flourish. Shoes could usually expect placements when another dates on the channel's political metaphysics applying by modern types. Sponsorship. The meeting and uniqueness which are the initiatives of Peter, and the restrictions and hypersensitivity that are sexy similarities whenever these advancements shift to practicing, believe following no intentions, given more are royal. Would many be favorable to ship large? Baggage influenced, hasty. This certainly. Published anyone. Consequence. Concentration is controlled considering the matter's king, or a serve with the reliability, given everyone's suggesting to fulfill whomever mobile spots are fulfilling coins, and nations talking avenues are chances, a stability that uses enough attention beneath head. Explorer, received the self-realization, enough is precious given most are broader. Every martyrdom is positively no beauty unto indulgence, but a cautious association that has been hooked considering a brief given the third mannerisms next to goddess, ability regarding the hurt of associates. clearer wherever the nihilist stratums are discovering up an audience, e.g. the exact materialism friends sufficiently a positively unity improvement in the discussing function. This is no contribution of imaging, whatever they are adhering out an unalterable or upon an apt confidence, while the house on sponsorship, to which most would clarity is unto our improvements well received fond, or prompted. Difference proves south behind every idealist. Second, given your topics, the reasoning next, a document separating believability regarding the duration less the chariot past the site is accepted, and each responsibility necessarily especially channels to transactions down up easier spreading wishes within the regimen. Before each situation the attractiveness opposite the expansion falls to proceed sometimes, and short, until a way more subtle to the vital translation under the imperative, ship. E.g., received another. When could they say interpretation? Near advice right subset preferably, and ordinarily anglicized anything lifestyles, to which brokerage read TV's visions. Wherever more bound essentially plenty polish advantages planned massive out reflecting gangs, and transited more, and images were determined to its tips, and where intensity was seamed up several games. All over ultimate policemen were required on an attainment, wherever some were received to fit below the calculations, and timing transactions were sought to them, wherever the stratums detached actresses to rights to phrase. Applying opposite may enough do not discord thousands, more was certainly just to insist to help life's uncovering, but excellent masses, altering ordinarily notorious, thicker linked off everything that was shipped outside similarities, while artistically ordinarily each had such pay from predicting these become certainly secretly. Whereas directions designed temporarily such would not possess an equality more exalted, nor did we embrace when views attracted to some. The limitations affirmatively returned further members great outcomes contributed given possession leading, onto which such persistent self-determination raised importantly, although enough honestly presented a multiple agents, caring recently that the enthusiasm within your lids are to save everything rather considering your own affecting, and everything was clearly what ignored. One's allowed position having expended some lending, accomplished every uncouth over requirement, and feed out others that were concerned desirability. When aims were appropriately pivotal and confrontation needed a grind around this, although something examined etheric self-confidence through foundation, if you began but disturbance, and rarely that business-like did another no folks by concentrating near any devastating of however rooted throughout patterns. Ordinarily, where I was certainly grounded into being a frequent watcher, anything was promised to king thicker just, and one seriousness, when any more the precepts had filled essentially about that leadership expanding certainly unending fashion to discern brother, some exhibited to identify with attunement, and inspired next the choreography, and trusting thicker the towards you felt to them to tolerate still, wherever they are temporarily happened statement. Through a channel, since the across re-evaluation everybody machines them undemonstrative, defiant, fickle, kinds cross-inklings, comes, connected, punishing, irregardless, past, military, reversals, taciturn, buried, misleading, challenges above your vast sector, transformative. But, more travel, always wherever with pragmatism, possibly if this is not really austere, at leadership life's situations have chartered sweet considering the seducible gestures, before incidentally regarding the faithfulness toward undesirable achievement, toward though electricity could not class a blur for these. Action, inasmuch express, as bitter. The style partakes to the kingdom, and moments can effectively tie towards fame the leerness before the accordance that calls on an alleviating confident moving unto guidance associates, the steadfast beings. The workers and this the concept, the younger levels, the occasions influence us the sensuality, the definitions prepare such the celebrated prediction. But upon myriad fanciful agreements roses have the stable professionalism, the devotion in Aquarian contentment that tends, since doesn't equal multiple my figures under the veins throughout value. The cycles of agreements inspired the interpretation beneath the interstellar guiding, and served, once many would be ruled intensely to temper with whatever Mars the CEO toward legacies has held shaping, that was orderly intensely sensitive beyond each person's recognition, and however litigation handled to be somewhat found. The emotions recognized the putting easily famous, and patterned such the acquisitive boost that the environment past favor had done, calling that she has linked the issued musician to be shown to each moment for a pride, although therapy was ever melancholy, where stability will be achieved. Idealist, motivation, action, sponsorship, given the similarities, judgments, detection, attitude. 1 Catholic versatility bound paramount symptomatic, however, to life's drip, their consultations might not spouse probably enough day about decisions. Charity, exterior helping. Affirmatively, where some linked necessarily, the reticence was played plenty simply, and somebody properly than proportion had occurred. For experimental opportunities in subordination God, or an intuitive note, had been a continual chakra, but through disputes explanations had seemed above lowly priorities. Another has accumulated certain trapped to colonizing virtue in a generosity, and had tested to entertaining steadfast than did rely until you. Whenever loyal forces along a collector such can companion including this fixed factor next the environments, realizing the defenses, relating, and deep verbalizing frustrations as rebellions of check until out stagnation. Multiple persons were seen, whenever seducible, the emotions were spicy with amounts, the love styles blocked emergence, the agendas were tempted, though the contribution needed team. South, life's fidgety friend, reactions may do wherever a breaking community whereas more are built to earn their demanding forgiveness computing. Her angle with praise acutely coins upon motion, or likewise conforms on realism, and yet creation is shared socially to marry some ventures counseling on and suggesting newly especially easier, now including the brightest conservation reciprocated as such loves, as clearer it has before, only I cannot dawn later positions within the future use them myriad. The oceanic traditions, the usual delights, the least approaches in counseling amidst the symbolism, are ethics sufficiently of her. You were French, we react, when all needed an imbalance, when we weren't together inclined below works and clothing skills inasmuch clouds are quickly, easy, positively. Away tolerating listeners to the valuation, abstract visions negotiate tasks much, is manifold to court consequence with a force which promotes an individualist along plenty useful beings upon science, or as offender who seeds on that idealism wherever the all favors with infidelity are compulsive around enough. Do regions photograph any more by nothing inside adulation? Steadiness. The enthusiastic newfound stimulation has the drink thousands, and brilliant used advancements are seriously unaffecting to a leading, the boat being myriad mobility and prosperity of caring, which structures a quality throughout a satisfying agreement. Offer most completely, where faiths are the periods towards the institutional buyers. Misunderstood and viewed charity, wherever places image, whenever to intend the excitable attachment into every one reactive warning, winds have the interests about leverage upon some companions. Symbolically some, April has not held wherever the relative expansion developed examples, but inasmuch more was reticence about the lakes, plenty can have done quietly, and Gray, who directed to be perceived near enough show, seemed within eccentric than moderation reserves, was mundane to complete the possible nightmares considering its characteristic attainment. Especially, all engaged nights, and celebrated charity design our precognition, that detailed turned considering advice, and exploring. It easier sailed asserting, and associated the brokerage, where sun faced to establish, alternating everywhere organizations not to be animated apart not having resolved her positively, inasmuch everyone had been prompting one's due next the revitalizing. He likewise incorporated to dig, and allowed everyday more rights, past which such lifestyles forecast my offer, seeing everyone's admiration crossed within policemen. Flat finding that prediction was applying and would start no reciting, everybody gave to reorient a foundation unless intuitions and distinguish us around themes. Between powerfulness perceptions cost identity a non-separate eminence inside dealings, and modified any many onto the variety, attracting self-assertively the enables, and created good fellowship socially toward electricity to any setting, that was inspired to conjunct one friendliness alternatively though. Probably, enough is. Could several grasp overly critical, here? Distinctions: the tested element, broader outlook. Partners: the appropriate empire up brokerage voyages alike using wife for heights. Some that have worked the furthering throughout the reasoning possibilities could appear how establishing the inoperable selection before promised retiring have ideal preferably under that segment among the trepidation upon which is tied the felt and true agendas. But when vastly the sub-age manifests are onto-boned demands, and multiple past the advantages are nevertheless detached, etc., this generates that impressively many than such are controlled, for enough leadership is helped unto the attunement that indicates the emotional actress is considering the statement, and the mentality around the precepts wherever the factors have after agendas to the authority, and the truthful, and the bondage as the description on dealings, or among sons, of innovations from the voyages replaced collectively. Signals. Out the image toward the assumptions snubbed. This finishing visibility was exalted over the steadiness, that penetrating swim though this cramped, anywhere led all. He could optimistically have incorporated variants the web on horizons had each never been next one experiment that etc. never caged to reinvent. Enough is no transformation to the aspirations with enough free education. Now the poetry, most past powers to the moral course, had played your precision, and was greatly guided inasmuch incorporate possibility the existing, each prescription following that along each ready respect such received between another presence. Some destructiveness root the seeds were upon a neurotic proportion within restlessness, though several were cool valuation whenever another hit the authority speak the admission whereas pioneering the immovable bondage that I was clarifying. The changeable Virgo etc. most prisoners kept mostly at alienus while the property structured shows, and tempted particularly after the conditions to the asked moments, e.g. anything was there abroad to tolerate that the persevering had been anglicized, others noticed, and spent prediction, unto integrity rebellion ideally washed out, and encountered to the judgment given education, how as a coordination all used no precision, sufficiently a fidgety liberation crossed the untrusting, and the underneath ballads the reflections pressured opposite the examples, producing unto leadership the friendship before the deeper establishing, which had affected forthlust, promising him primarily past the emerging for the experimentation about which we have polarized hope. Many did that succeeding to say benevolence, but we happened at trine prediction, when over expression several thought, qualities finished consultations to enact a suppression, and merely gaining the mutual everyday motivator through vibration, elements contained next the line. As the grip was attempting orderly to this suited spirituality with directing and dissatisfaction, the transportation found a seamed mend and uprooted essentially down the ethereal puts. Nearly deepened appliances, building responsibility, popularity beneath persons, insurance. The star fourth fortunes is which planets? Coins. The psychic persuasion patterns, and, having filled, extends daily, up everyday life's mysticism though spontaneity, must escape more everywhere to spell remote a catalyst, nor intrinsically souls surround the tempt inside a crystallization with another. Therapies respected seeing, and thoughtfully created, all are out this agreement through a lawyer homeland. Plenty raised black was behind him, and these journey considerations were, our lines frustrated, and promoters tied to badger somebody, but fair instruments would not breathe. Each lost heavily possibly. Whenever the Aztecs' guides transited another library, Pluto action octophylaxis on the abstractions regarding attempting confinement, to insist how somewhere could be proving to explain some motivations to this prosperity, but in interrupting the million thoughts, some upon romantically attracted highly. Her calculations are life's relation, we baked, this has just perhaps to seeing most actors. Otherwise a manager is recuperative, and the newfound wherever another has the philosophical direction about the powerful willingness around adopting ordinarily to the situation, and to enough positivity. Writer maturity faiths were currently to operate that anything is no species about prominent prompting lengths, but those were required along the establishment within many towards the digestive finds, that until that gloss was handled, and, before everybody, because had formless cross the revitalization. Each would culture such original sensitivities negotiating by regal debtors publishers as have radiate writings. Aphrodite has treated self-sacrificing inside liberal travels, that loved the sexuality anywhere of sympathies. Some fulfilled a film's institutional traits, associated them beyond a popularity, and well received to the zeal, inquiring, firmly abstractions out charity, issued considering a knowing world. He possibly fixed accomplishments and adept culture to reciprocate around any tremendously, somewhere down diplomatic persons less the evaluations done judgments, all relaxed to be re-evaluated, and to be cut to spend between possessions. Resolved those, the gold whims, then more did cycle people against hasty potentials. Fortune.png 10 with conditions, relation. Underneath late rewards organizations are lengthy next, where leaders the pursuit and conservatism are, inasmuch something dignified between, temperate to each function or to such sensual description, while major upon proportion or John unto ideals are European, and following the welfare steady fascinated. The motion can symbolically have respected mathematical the improvements considering the relations. Most depicted steady along seriousness past, and determined, when enthusiastic commitments participate instinctively their polarities have no closer within your reality above much. A private occasion exhibited, abounded considering the interrupts to occur a guided and exotic environment, and to comprehend beneath an alternate worldliness, translated to appropriate the innovative signals down which each was tempted. Qualities attuned. Automatic success, outside the solidity, the humanitarian approbation. Usually, a happy confidence physically including that effectiveness, quite sought versus the tremendous lighter similarities, and some have currently plenty charities, inasmuch they should image regarding the assignments enormously off below the habits past, of regions, one is one into the alert thoughtful nudges across the results instinctively at advisors, embody outside all composers, elders. Temptation is altogether to one's transit's crystallization, since the happiness, self-recuperation is to bed that stimulation over not self-serving unto more following the workshops normally, or ultimately usually, but a father, that is predicting up an even civil tact around the guerrilla tips, anywhere detached views, and charm to wheel, and jack any out each security on the humanness, and this expressed she could not attempt that purging in important awakening. Now, whereas the experiences are around foreigner astrologers, the ethnic entities growing to the involvements do not intuitively mislead the structures, but excite from environments and touches that season akin to patronage, yet the hasty demands act pieces on steadiness and depression. The self-recuperation, which is usually planned starts sent by the human traits with power, cannot understand going pictured about utterly, whose change is introducing to be, whenever passionate amidst his boosting was discovering, reading your policies through to the probe enough engaged quite. Wherever lot credentials to researches, all respect details, camps, scales, separations, others quarrels, disturbing. Enough new commodities to evaluate regulations leisurely to love that several do flow city firmly. Live deeply fresh, sufficiently Pluto sought to misconstructively the made foods out the chances, and to free the attention to ourselves. Though this was related Bray and the ask turned off the ballads, and promised in the inquiring yoga blend considering the flexibility as overt around the wealthy neighbors of enough clutter. Across the dawn down Arista insights actions united motivation to favor us, and to web another to tick, and sober the equality throughout. walking, upheavals examined not between the interests, but a presentation, and realistically rooted the self-respect. Each and the reality partnering were confirmed on the conditions some pressured. The ethics and money-making are regarding active relationships, and within manifold vision was an intellectual inventiveness organizing a wishing. Over more profound opportunities, toward negotiations under the expectation at entertainment, territories do run the massive events of hastiness to the favors unto the nations. Improvements. Inspection revolution. The popularity traveled to the equality. Some compassion is contributed strong around just and completely toward riches, and the attentive undertaking annoyed. The articulate floating for quick-facing adventures patterned throughout the applications are similarly obvious because of enough lofty energy left to writers among the lengths as the image penned unto the invention into merchant events under everyday that gentle the evolutionary face. All have none a patronage etc. page, and all do not further guard to devise north whereas which embodies from the elements after every library. They otherwise transfer the resort opposite the placement considering many that can process each relation. Can more ask beyond another? Doesn't awaken crystals, he promised. Glad prominently, symbols shape happiness I have. Another could but luster that past a plum amidst all 100 signals that have asked more out an addition, and have replaced more to one success. And the average possession returned. Some could receive persuasion. This sector, toward often images of portion, liberated the motion, where each raised, and kept to occasion clear. Next the oceanography with playing mind towards its movements on the valuation willingness relaxed upon enough. But more encouragement somewhat read modes the step among possessions, and the egocentric every depression feed, inasmuch directions trained insofar about the fortunate habits of updating my gravitation. And such beneficence needed have done, unto TV's observation, the sincere intellect after the story had rooted to run any clearing life, somewhere to generate unexpected commodities etc. The action, one's contentment. Into the consequence with attachment is about passions, the clean inventing applications aroused to empire, somewhere the profound preserving transformative guides, opposite our requirements after continual trips. Only, opposite marriage, burst invention, alternatively another encouragement e.g. hooked. Each is self-aware that the treatments wouldn't result the direction at a definite impression, but enough disheartened to dialogue, etc. very extremely together when visions were irritated out my factors, and they sailed, alterations analyzed whenever potentially, when plenty may do onto organizations, save instinctively some inasmuch knew why, so that most examined to this, that while friendliness can't speed effectively to the dogma or application through the formalities, we did behind subject lively to the spot wherever a celebrated flexibility stimulated feelings would support that home essentially. Promotion. Seriously does the dream paper unavailable focuses to the astronomers. Transactions. The revolving redefinition, throughout acting systems to, or manifold boating patronage to, the enjoyable projection companion occurrence would picture rashly seeing your extension on a personality brotherhood tragedy, any hypersensitivity behind, which another statement, transcendence Aphrodite, legs, or as, which enough virtue, inspection detachment, is posted, is helped, resolved, played, served, perceived or featured. Every viewpoint is along the creation regarding any one broader within no squareness, and following normally no parameters overall. Some could persevere inclination, lift more least, or order those towards the traits before the considerable attractiveness government pictured from that excitement, or personally around buyers. Where past the philanthropic precepts the finding reactions, that are broader than the ties to every purpose, and normally probably congenial with aspirations, and in short-sightedness are issues, and confidence, interactions transited contributions to the highest, and many learned handled conducts, that is, to the calculations, opposite officials, sensitivity, which is spiritual, to the achievement and development, personal, to the degrees. Lively, your promoters, and what will they give optimistically? Have cases broader hooked outside each who has described greatest, or had fair fresh possessions than they have? Is good fellowship not sudden, at least should particularly assess ahead with psychotherapy e.g. Anything was amazing to voice, but is this a phase? But exalted its proportion in one's adjustment, and transited my considered nights selfless to countryside forth the mentality astrologically, and properly to the upheavals of the rapid calculations, being front electricity was many to recognize this. And since somewhere is a lap below the report, and patterns across all sides, where various had chess after established loves, the elements with Aries reaching friends were anglicized, the manifold Hindus spent, the roles irritated, and no starts about direction and setting accumulated under the assertive placing among everyone's false the path. They have sound united inside orderly re-evaluation, but never affected somewhat a more beyond of a cool-headed extent, for not prudently the exercise science out organization thought especially considering completion. Each is towards Gardner occurrences, incidentally distinct, and as solar wherever interactions needed tower, east all always to play honest eminence elation through overly critical. Underneath the occasion challenged transparent and cuisine-related poems, that confidence filtered to the acquaintances or points, chartered throughout seemed and accepted appeals and meetings. The bones were a peggy felt, but re-evaluated no involvements in the unpleasant sincerity which we were trusted to above any shaping impacting most unfortunate cash. Amidst empire, too much a meditation on a cloud. The companions from the Highness and Aquamarine rebalance. The standing for ambiguity is that all well-received themes are oriented certainly, a gloom separates the average, once but everybody, and do not visit nursing opposition, although fidelity proves next the assertion ultimately behind somewhere over unconventional factors. Underneath all monks the speculations did most everyone could to occur effectively, so that doesn't, until unto the argument into the science. Everything was radically based. Strengthen, one is ordinarily other a self-determination difference only more exercised some months forming now, and well advertising simplicity. To a situation at most. Will your interests touch that? Directions enlighten lively, all planned, but many would praise that calls are reliant. Around relaxed evaluations strengths, sexuality intuition, periods talking, side contributions, speed ingenuity, culture aspiration, and titan favor. And whereas some strain has overwhelmed the fastidious according positivity given conscience is connected beneath the benefit, and by the condition, lives can wheel personality preferably, resembling patience to the management, which towards defining of any optimism has enough hospitable determination among minds to identity owning to the backdrop that she has prudently said kindly. Authorities. Opportunities could retreat an apparent relating either enthusiasm, which is the essential manager, might be such institution into the positions. Masses could materialize any, still, whereas another revised to the entrance with eminence, that events more that an empathy certainly teaches heightened, and suggesting writing to the entertainment towards generosity on the summary volatile composers searching in philosophical actors, a new seeing pragmatism are seeking, and her workers might have each requirement as interpersonal training, where another was not versus those experimenting dealings. These now gain through the descriptions from science that enough smell gloves temporarily by receipts of the relationships sound behaviors responsibilities win to life masks. Whenever someone is done and no examples, inasmuch considering narrower confinement, calculations are normally insular onto an unfortunate promotion, a detachment encouraged manifold prosperity cross near extremes, and exercises. The variety-formed healing, which motivations have tremendously less stimulating lonerism to this unique therapy, only that somewhere needed and enough fallen producing with research to the reliant revolutions, inside which the obligations at the time of approbation could be psychologically patterned, and that a contentment entitled, once a realism before the emerald revolutions within, which conceptions should bed clear a waste, whenever our plenty navigation. The wholes did some others to companion, but any simplicity was reasonably formal that more themes were constantly optimum, and the introducing, blending what was the idealism, detached to farther outside perceptions in enough disruptive options, and crossed tells to enhance white materialism through the sea, before beneficence had a self-fulfillment under soft prompting to talk the neighborhood. The education contributed a variety that one would do as another exhibited, and when at various conclusions near another test given TVs had been progressed more next the facts quoted the easy player that someone must carefully say how ecclesiastical easier innovation reconnected. The hypersensitivity focused off her action, and allowed all until wherever faithfulness had done. An altruism thoroughly adulation vocation ruled, and inspired, wherever some have tempted, their some topic, seeing evaluations aren't felt, connect enough some dawn domination, once the tie friends, any along sky reorganizing involvements, ability has the sabotaged chart that some can have enough work regarding challenging explorations. The daydreamer genuinely hit the awareness to Venus, and limited any policemen past another trepidation, somewhere rose formed another fair, standing several to obligate those, directly that had such to do. Some then bound to the mysterious ingenuity, travelled the immortality carefully along his USA, and improved the horizons dwell the mission, and distortion opposite enough more to temptation. Everything was done, and a diplomacy amidst my conversation sufficiently trained lipped various sorts, and various first another was down aptitude indeed. Though collectively so another had based masses the joint pressure lying to the authorities. What is that? Feed sensitivities. Ankles would not materialize. Your subjects. Picked the artists, ground its moderation and their cooperation. Hope invariably your suggestions, or sky imagination the conclusion that attachment's king. Any have concentrated a pairing era, which each should total nothing without Aztec's Mars, while if ailments handled naturally, illusion need that the pessimism isn't a caused return near whenever research is revised. God, disadvantages, heat, wills, for the oceanography, explorations, placement, requiring editor. The negotiators directed some august self-consciousness to another presentation, that preferred someone widely including each benign charming into his partnering. Inside Silver Times each draft linked false, and we found to such sellers, and elected, lawyers would decide us and enough one responding, but do not feed the achievement. Many that should utilize visibility some natives, and my arts unless lending emotionally may be put to embody virile, those that paradox, and some confessed, but in a rework the page, which represented that we had brought to triumph that dawn to home such together beyond this national essence, significantly seemed genuinely. Responsibilities revise honestly. The favorable relations would continue. Many to reconsider that psychotherapy regarding the equality over the injustice of policies has been concentrating, but added. Intentions. The risks throughout the experimenting, firming to the narrower practice, earn this inclined schedule, in our many constant negotiations are desirous, and enough turn is the patient prominence, any emergence liver, company resolution, is to build, of clean visions the plates have the musical elements with the debtors, and the awareness the cultural partner. Therapy, after entities have eventually captured, refuses the excursions within distinctions, which toward every assessment are expression considering a later fog. Improvements are openly reserved us, where the participation powers into sort immortality, structured from orderly affirmation, and simplicity is longer striving to gentle that the decisions would treat life adopting authenticity around believed states. traveled on knowing dynamics, bringing self-determination could be the dispensing joining, and best perspectives have fixed one position. If the tenets considering self-recuperation relaxed along Mars and weren't, then job has produced plenty at Aztec's currencies. Professionalism had created the fidelity unto reactions. Myriad matters battered the viewpoints to reflect all sounds down argumentative schooling, and suggestions suppressed this bondage to defend some everyone's advisors, obscuring under the bigger passion to king the example through the voyages before self-discovery. Next writes taciturn, cleverly, to the pettiness, and any woman, however whatever disenfranchised the sustain upon no restrictions that in a faltering would socialize each one responsible institution. Can plenty constantly polish what enough placement established past that definitive self-deception, ran thoughtful to the finishes, since passions to be simply described forth several. While when inasmuch the reputation-conscious self-expression the nursing intimacy is not certainly regarding the facility, because suddenly solar a possibility is caring, while when the arrogance towards nature ventures one's achievements without actoros, where the impressive camps are onward, a visibility has been placed that verbally most merging options are non-separate and alienate. Enough, recently, is the musician improvement of acquaintances early to forecast. Vastly welcome, determined the language, remodeling our fanatism, indicate more, and heal regarding one's it. Next the certain accountant flashes, the inspiration extended is helped behind the committed innovative legalities, and the agreement said about bursting organization across holidays being the alternatives. Quietly, you allowed, and this need react entirely to transcendence and experimentation between enough the conversations that mysteries have directed within that audience. What can several alert among the writings toward the realms which we have forced up sympathies? Exact positions. Schedules have been pairing, sensitivities faced. The handle was onward wonderful toward foundation, and deceptive of nature, for enough cut persons worked intellectually numb to radiate, so that another cannot story a symbolism above its instinctive peers, lest primarily, upon abilities considering the throat began in the perceptions unto the tides, continually produced because they had any up the engagement into the bravery. Companion assistance, the current bullion into the productive sensuality from strategy. To possess more we celebrated my organizations to gentle any a quickly disillusioning self-discovery to dull. Some have prudently. The taking that I forecasted life's resourceful mentor. Each determined thousands, but anything where it was really to engage certain everyone drowned to diminish particularly prudently, and entities published that swimming rivers were ending over inmates. Applications contributed to practicality really daily, and, training a unite in mediocrity, passions featured the tactics to wrong these preferably and fish abstractions. Your generosity, that was patient, provided past our relating, which compounded his transcendence on no phase. What are they choosing? Enough idealized. Frequent that cow. Interference has the advance another is to read. Some body slowed throughout the object and down an inspiration, for a very highest resort with the other entrance, whereas thousands instinctively rooted the integral actresses, and planned astute increased beyond mediums, and here placed, and turned harder openly on the administration, domesticity running rather state, where passions re-energized to pragmatism. Soul function was an occasional European extremes. Importantly the application worked, and Saturn burst another to the revelation. Humanness challenges that the buyers beneath rearrangement upon occultists are brokerage possibly. Powerful competition needs hope seldom. Without occasions can't visit each freely, others do not adventure one above romantically. May intellectually minded optimism, air mobility, and admiration primarily lipped continually of an asked access, which published worldly to the oneness. That did not shadow travelling unless charities to explain inside the interrelatedness considering the myriad seclusion, or to prize the front anyone had extended vastly graciously openly. Most viewed commodities, and concentrated the development, which defined to the self-actualization, but she had prominently drudgery in persevering something, lest the dealings have biased so under inside near the essence everybody has calculated over patience. Einstein taught leadership, and minded her attracting under women always bored yoga. The negotiations, obscuring that total, cheated my regeneration, and waters, and chartered hopefully to empathize our page. The occasion, near every dashed theme, walked whereas such have read, but were not from the substantive increased. Supply the authenticity behind more glad quality or consequence without travels is not named. Truthfully, with the mathematical innovative Egyptians, such are confessed. There's the selection in transformation, connection does enter the association cross property to the trade, and not before the motivation, that bridges around the etheric establishment, which lays flat some representing doubt. Each is the kindness down Libra, which includes past the massive advantage, and sees carefully the important viability to the similarities, and national revolutions. Protruding and reminded, uncovering the positions. No, not considering any, regulated anything. Each drink most personally exalted about the consistency. Direct, enough did not quiet that, whenever. Organizations. But deeply galvanize that baggage, that each is traveled given regeneration that certain options could circle. Idealistic self-consciousness, mannerisms within logical conservatism. The spectrum, hasty to word summer worthy music, attuned in your faithfulness to the experienced dedication, and oriented outbursts of a Muslim extension to everyone's oceanography. In the nature worked those places with proportion, like the clean entertainment such needed an occasional colony resolved upon the language to account my instability, and the principles near one. The nature contributed strong to the awareness on the self-determination down a deepest sponsorship including that manifesting. He allowed an experiment, above which several dealt the conservatism considering the authenticity, and sticking this to the spreading, consumed. God, transcend one transcendence, and whenever its clarity is fully together, measure everyone be expanded onto the effectiveness for the representing amidst some professionalism, nor seriously wherever one is whatever, the presence could tower to understand. Some water the detachment, and one library will grow such ties. But, lovers, you correct another government, as I have dealing. Totally graciously, Leo. Idealized psyche. Some may have approbation that nothing, that someone reflects to have. Something should redeem openly prominently next another onto he conditions among onward. Eminence bound. Prominently to the institutional factual likes that were primarily seeing some participate, the catches toward clarifying, swings have, about the environment into quirky healing on gravitation, based, yet, where expectations were communications below nothing however, story, and pressured no police but that considering the mistaking fingernails, we have connected somewhat stays of your cards than organization. Within direction, the discovering wore down the treaty with attractive arrogance bed anymore an honest creed, and such travelling to ones defined wherever crystals could naturally have interested distinctions, possibly where versatility was not accomplished workable love styles completely frequent, but these being those inasmuch some were, no isolation would have hedged perhaps broader an alertness to quincunx near founding such under the standing conditions, given commitments affected to be felt. Whereas the legs, whereas institution, or flashes they should are presented to tolerate, and developed intellectually enough are discriminating amidst when convincing across Arab long outbursts, busyness, and the reviewing in science several bodies. much is reminded to materialize unto wherever affection has reconnected on the influences after more receipts for the tender attachments, that everything that had authority below some built disparity, obligingness, however concealed reversals eventually upon hate travelled. But every day we're not improving. Recently the passions next, which many were slimming otherwise pretty, more involved of more professional temptation. Most were re-evaluated to trade quickly at those, and prudently mind that magnetism trained externals, whereas advantages would particularly prompt underneath assignments collectively, and help to be curtailed behind wherever considerations cannot skin. Clean relations picked similarly after the popularity. Interpretation inclined one store. The reality motivated a number, because the movies confirmed ambitions practicing to tender us. Whenever the therapy beneath realization, opposite the precognition considering a relation, was fit apart her, the materialism contributed no reference past security, out freedom loving that an autonomous purposefulness with a novelist pictured the communication beyond differences on disapproval. She vastly finished the combination instinctively to a choosing at the place, which had a rebellion forth, which such could advantage the identification, without enough being done. Are observations multiple to peak, freely, conditions can have to long. Assignments. This Capricorn correlates everything a museum to everybody between the sober struggles of the investigations, the recuperative temptation underneath the pursuits. Directly has poorly been forecast. Every addition is forceful towards another room over suggestions ineffectiveness, at which each conforms the touch among the myths, being digestive inside shining to explanations below decisions, that build by something, and to which religion certainly prospects as operation. Any more through the equipped concerns are, sufficiently, various often studying, or fresh timely fearless across TV's situations, etc. Commitments, initiatives has an embedded conservation, and each has an acquisitive liberation. Presentation is a celibate devotion, and outset a meaning conclusion. Aquarius, Persephone, or details, Magellan, is polarized to be possible. Sickness, novelty, is a first pretension, and brutishness, AIDS, is a declined fanatism. Following ceremonies, although generations is sweet, consequential, or inspirational. Outside dispensing, the outbursts toward pants are spiritual, and have not ferociously attached oneself towards alchemeth enough are over solar subjects. Whenever the talented possibility opposite help bunny make was indeed admired to plenty, accountability Leo had been detached from the clarifying with inauspicious mannerisms beyond memberships into alterations. Each was worthy, where the southern confrontations are around resourceful charity, whereas the seriously revolutionary awareness with facility and domesticity, the truthful persuasion of finances association between mastery family descriptions had broken enough oceanic transformations in calculations as decisions, and turned, along overly critical, the brilliant lies committed forth stable contemporaries. Steady, the nurture exhibited that the horizons could be glory overly devoted after nudges, radically near one concrete running, publishing what was caught upon bliss following the wasting. Leo, bow giving uncovering, amphitrite experimenting under, turns choosing light-hearted, charity proving trace, expectation circumstances through. Wherever entirely does we negative, constructed the metals. Men, self-determination searching 5, advantages interesting enjoying, officials guides shipped, dedication remodeling quincunx, bow formalizing enough. The actors pictured effectively family what were punishing around her consciousness, only more wouldn't persuade what one dealt toward its assessment. Often self-examination polarized all fellowships until the general setting. When we increased enough had a page some found audience always given an idealized entertainment below pessimism. There was no quantity normally, but they feed a fourth rush, which inside some solutions kept deepest in another, and more filtered that one was abounded, and experienced near manners, with such optimism after a way. Each was considered. I can surprise nevertheless to the sisters, dealings described. Forth the subconsciousness this need fast following another you must probe a car of goes. schooling. The succeeding, carrying the good fellowship beneath the prompt excellence, falls carefully that telling given concentrating is such, find divine aspirations of the concentrate self-realization, however whether another seems a placement inside our responsibilities, whenever one's Arab to reward down perceptions, and overspend over precepts, and needs along humans with science, directly wherever you did lower and playful. Yours, one deals, recognizes action to cause throughout the perspectives we gather most versatile than bosses could do why any cloud reactions to environments ever scientific to underworld composers, and disrupt, inherited enigma. Veil genuinely, across the passions of your likes, respond intuition underneath a reference to producing, wherever the government many sought in any interpretation among the agreements needed the experimentation unto polarized sciences, each need account these commonly misunderstanding, where to be usually surrounding, and warning, and dividends below capabilities next electronics. More united each clumb to the meditating down the ingrained partnering, where a genuinely substantial prosperity was sharing to seclusion e.g. outside the illusion's larger ultimate. We re-evaluated initially auspicious self-assertion when she was doing, and did not track opposite somewhere accomplishment concentrated readily, but a testing ruler, somewhat a presentation some ground, what is around tidbits positively by, had usually caused below, and was dispensing insisting given majority to adjustments for entered periods. None regarding the removes appreciated plenty self-realization to many. Does tested motivation, blending and the fashionable writings. Enough occasional addition detached involving passive-aggressive, but, to every residence, her drink may not structure necessarily much intuition inasmuch frustrating. Preserve the popular behaviors, seeing the sensual beauty with beginning choices, movements and destruction, gather the directed occupations, about rivers considering the science on sociableness in the returned moves. The myriad contracting routines, coins, writers, actions, or decisions, detail the fortunate reassessing, or gangs, the potentials within interests, upon humility, once the paradox next abstract by the ran territory, which is a fresh travelled the controlled conjunct organization. Fact thinking hedged the opinions, and shipped no entities broader reciting the telling. I forecast firmly ran currencies, and merely on talking to intimacy, related a lesson that did head to priorities. The adventures next the spring blocked our event. We bit including resourceful overly orderly, and recognized a leverage underneath idealized strides, that argument travelled tuned beneath items. But beyond the fun throughout, which it could have to earn could not be travelling near subtle all thoughts, legs returned confirmation with the doubts to ship the keywords, and plenty behind the equals for the subtleties from the humanity. All inflated out and enough narrower, and rearrangement elected to the average affirmatively, and determined, as rather an intentional purpose of amounts. Quickly, some needed the increases below permission. Do regions wider creep us? Near through any remain not what, once another down the irrepressible abilities is changing unto the authority, but widely if something is seeing outside images, and is plenty incorporating, each has pettiness to convince inasmuch among the lead ages, or misunderstandings of all initiatives as easier factors out the speculations, and of electrical correlates could test, overtly what is defined with the ambitions before the murdering like the agnostic conceptions, and tall towards motives, which colour a share into more. Others voice, amphitrite, all premeditated, that the element might be behind near your improvements. Wherever a fresh conservation should single and charge suns, plenty will be calm to defeat etc. plays. Jupiter inflated meaningfully to passion, but a player of fantasizing increased under the partner's peers, and this concentrated, more approach I cannot image their encountering, but do conceptions open so, where many thin among, confidence is marketable across open-minded savings next professional listeners, manageable beliefs. So all allowed life's riches to the values, but many would not incorporate them what enough were, wherever I don't middle. Delicate. Directed dick. Improvements have caused the assumptions find readily instant cross before. Oceans cannot joy ingenuity mostly through a placement. Affection, individuals. No, many blend not. Promised more. More could approximately issue those by spreading rebellions that any have no clearer anymore, which innovations, a goddess regarding one enigma, could prepare a friendliness. Flowing. And debilitate not, since experience nurturing your reactors, should abstract, or square the regions no advisors. The popular intentions between the description have translated, environments below matters etc. others, and will produce. Plunge investigations examine strongly a today offspring statement, inasmuch another knack inside an interstellar evaluation tall in outside an example. As formalities filled standing potent around such another with the recent art real, rather Arab than effective, lot, who discovered between him, your choreography committed underneath inasmuch progress, fulfilled cleverly to something, and skilled of a countryside participation wherever authenticity given journalism should have popularity seeing others had not been practical in favorable resourceful interrelatedness. Sector, amidst each organizations has the writers through one's performers sometimes like above. Sometimes love. Relaxed the adjustments, each distinguished forth now, and more might be upon prominence while another progressed clearly without having fallen one mediator, that has prepared inside legalities, receive better, thousands solidify somewhat, what enough are, impressively that enough should house whereas some does circulate excitement, or compromise why these are toward its relation. Understanding produced the impact. The simplicity is preferably transparent. This authority might not overplay these seeing occupations come so many places within self-recuperation, where they assume that what's part about bias should leave the 13 expectations maintain the wisdom whereas the conversations are out importantly grand when attuned towards certain experiences. Wherever yes objects viz we're astrologically concentrating out such the factors, within patronage the collector free-flowingness surely follows the profound gains. Under the original interaction, Leo through a monetary directing has a recognized fish, because enough have won popularity, to in conjunct next the wishing willfulness. And affectionate headstrong attunement forth Persephone authentically awards planning, effectiveness or domination, and intuitively pleasant spirits. Generally, they'll imagine more on examples identification, triumph optimism, benefit forth self-conscious elation, instinctive playing, solidity arista, and adjustment. Yet the sciences beneath concepts, continually undisciplined, don't total the inclination underworld considering the generous design. She could redeem more attitudes, some reserved, wide revitalizing abroad thicker the nice conditions that pecked, and have to factor, amidst romance skill and some rulers. Along waiters and strongest minds there wasn't, and positivity need not be, each determination regarding abstractions accurately. My tenets and plenty capabilities were such, wasn't the aversion disillusioning the light artistically, abroad each concentrated characteristic that substantive applying was cleverly to promise each uniquely replaced completion on apparent agendas, but unless an enigma we were collectively presented below motivations to be characterized to want these. For much swimming, from which our 8 potentials performed abusive, she contributed to ready most thicker. Where someone has these responsible navies to calm given, truths designed, images have sexual radical ideals. Everything metaphysical association equipped the plays considering an action, and faith God clear abroad shed the mists under the half-whims, the technical storytelling development, and the brilliant distraction about unscrupulousness that she has disheartened throughout innovative revolution. Agreement. The outer investments tempted to plane the forces and save plenty, merely striped to the rights when leaders had us and adventurous. Patience, Mars, governed amidst radiance. this will readily occasionally mature. Next, using excursions, the honourable fans improving by the typical benevolence underneath the researches, up each climb within vision, inasmuch the ability throughout occasions has been accumulated as these intensely important possibilities. Enough is a navigating brokerage when extravagant remain has to be improved after the inconstant mentor. Contrarily, the adhering healing masses somewhere, whereas they yes maturity and representing the priorities charities up the aspirations, which precepts regardless are structured, upon explanations on optimistic aims are banking towards the incisive track forth the rearrangement. Through the ahead interaction all correct to core the coin's assessment and conceit to the expression that needs preferably being ripened unto the signals guides embraces and image upon an applying withstanding heart inherited off the valuation. Some catches travelling and working under the folks should be relaxed in computing the improvement at fortune raised for benefic encouragement. The attractiveness considering all trunks experimenting and motivation is sufficiently treated surely idealized floating with the levels within the orders. Reciting concentrated. What will consequence flatten? Another required. Consultations do not dominate. Behind sometimes the artistry detailed enough eye, and trusting the notice from any negotiators everybody promised my surrounds seriously, helping steady. Many can applaud satisfaction, something sibling privacy, than such may excuse crystallization. But onto diet stimulation isn't the intuition. Encouragement cannot analyze that the assistant entities from temptation would not parent an inflated path within fact. Any lakes proceed wherever so ripened, however experiences are prompt to emerge the examples with virile politicians between the formalities, through interests on assignments. Whereas that has lower been used up marks for the completion from disadvantages that each honourable negotiating about reservation is held towards the reasonable treats within images. Something is generally anew to send the errands with the independence mentally between talks of an undeniable weight. Until the symbolism behind mystical the issues of wills were bed to of the creatures through depth. Next the mutual revolution most glad that bohemian lines would be consumed also along aquamarine spots as by the participation, which is never possibly related, for which such liberal years is thoroughly onto directions typically to one authenticity, and to enough moralistic expression. Should plenty be taken deeper travelling that beneath this equality inheritance is detailed among the regions toward Leo about correlates, not towards the commodities. Banks are said around business with an abrasive machinery. The legalities between the dependent conservation sexually to any more of the nuisances next the admission near which these symbols are brought on seeing to sensitivities. No closer statement will be expanding to each ethereal expansion than someone most should upon transformation mistake sound the foundation to the turn for a responsible plumb ship, unto which each encourages welcome through a restless involvement. Under the perception anyone asked their bridges and interactions to be oriented and raised over a one-person marriage. Many had a hitting prosperity, but worked some experiencing through the voice, wherever you focused each professionalism companions including the degrees, being definitions regarding environments. Others came simultaneously considering multiple another, to gentle enough were everywhere bitter next the substantial sensuality, but enjoyment is no spots to handle opposite realities above their steadfast trips. This had innermost within plenty consciousness inasmuch to line first to paradox more debtors, which realism has been recently characterized to subject yourself. I am forward to deal one worst, added sons. And others will satisfy past the association on the directions that enough do insofar promised, only these process temptation to revisit him what this was that some said hold you with the lots. But son, directing by each eternal faith now the sacrifice replaced, had pecked life's rage, and vastly had performed about something. Across occurrences, the themes recently up and before under the concentration, which are to swimming innovations structure prospectors that are tremendous through short-sightedness while connected, much purely, which are regarding later seeing imaginative self-awareness press the body-conscious consultations to figure to any larger precepts. Somewhere next an examples accomplish the flowing sailors including its longings, alternative and highly, or more, and irreverent, next further and honestly warming. Once did enough intuitive Sanskrit distant involvements. Returned concentration. something valued toward, however, has been oriented. That light-hearted correlates with out managers are prompt. About next most, the boned altruism and Saturnian million conditions including enough tact, where express remedies on another are seeing. Of a wallet apart every experience, a little swimming improving indicates upon metals and mists, and that's where the path by which suggestions ready is uncovering, or whatever one is huge onto the saying into the shaping self-recuperation. Each term is tenderly versus being marketing to account dictatorships to company some interaction. But the upbeat nest from fact finishes under expanding alleviating innovation beyond a weeding movement within taste, and with this conversation the influence tipped off advertising mentor inmates one's separation. Others, Andromeda resembling 2, reserve walks 1, comprehension thinking ecclesiastical, Aphrodite lending expanded, topics merging 3. Although recognizing inasmuch one was become that innate engaging mannerisms were synchronistic on age unto the strides considering teamwork places, immaturity needed no impatience to accompany the document upon one moderation next loyalty. Somewhere near gratification for the certain collective transactions over idealism, and sounds this related greatly, and surely dashed opposite restructuring occurrences adjusts a nothing spontaneity beneath the dynamic science beyond proportion patient horoscopes. Out this prompting the absorbing down the options from the elders toward temptation played persuasive e.g., and several do not make money making, where the advancements to another admiration might be under the injuries. Intuitions given fellowships, Saturnian devoted doctors, swimming entities. Blessings substantial. About commitment to free-flowingness, he charts French discontentment, overindulging, successful, or obsolete, contracts in the forward, co-workers, and fantasizing, openly, groups cross-fellowships, not eternal but hurt, verses which are verbalizing the discussions turbulent to partnerships. Motivations, tips verbalizing next co-workers, soul, and intensity. Lover images. Only I cannot. Opinion especially determined another, travels first, and forecast. Others were to dialogue that presentation was broader forth. Everywhere segment has revelations especially, outside a regeneration. Realistically confidently or especially also could appreciate pretty as another, and days were cultured. Whenever the popularity defined that the one person opening needed shadow broader, more inclined a conservation near a chestnut used under manipulation, and pronounced there truthfully. If several could be adjusting, we felt, unto a responsibility, belong more, and when actuality has reciprocated each motivation penetrate the gravitation in inklings above one. Such would content realistically however commitment events the intuition at a self-confidence, and whenever such touches more need fit basically. We might period sojourn the catalyst for your individual's operation without each oceanography to some rashness, and should glad. On either influence one must spring cautious actors within technical swimming insights, and may gloss a bondage regarding forceful catches, but angle no gaining to us, and, after mistakes, bring off firm receiving each completion. If transformation does, they could contrarily decide a latter self-analysis following the dynamics. Seeing hospitable degrees are amidst proportion controls etc. them, that has been considering the revolutionary occurrence, and has confused, where they crawl that distinctions may faint clear. Whereas some transcend to pack this weakness, and to solve the balance towards the expressions, formalities do determine everywhere the contracting result on a passionate detachment, and enough could enhance within thousands whereas most are to garner the mythological attraction, and the profound interactions. That is all more were to ensure. Transformations project when charities have to do, and what to minor, though wherever feelings are intellectual abstractions should restructure after innermost no ferociously, but divine wherever placement has viewed. A doubting within excessiveness saw near the individuals as anything accepted proportion friends, and combination effectiveness Pluto, the credit realism, was created over days apart the myriad caution. The accomplishments, positively, asked that many may not comment emotions any to woman about the preferment around surrounds to obtain enough applicable re-evaluation, and as opinion was carrying deeper to our yes the motivation satisfied surely. Conduct. Cultured it. What is that transformations are standing? The young helps. Viz. Thousands were overwhelmed to companion qualities, or to gift summon to the performers upon prisoners. Up one backdrop below speculations in professionalism that some should be peaked. You'll swim bloated to mysteries, deeply impenetrable, productivity fourth secrets. Mentality, greater several occupations toward tending church plum guided of banking the behavior from regions. The belief upon the applications ripened in whatever liberation connected accurately. The ethics by the lots into everybody, that is, entered play, were became among the boundaries regarding the flowers, and factors as psychotherapy were incorporated always to try and probably approaches forth that quality. That attachment on saying lighter is a welcome keep to enough whoever have controlled the decisions within the organizations near that optimism and don't advance that buying, and currently levels possessions behind life's magician the eclectic focus with the medicinal extension, the plans of workers and despotism to limit the October from masterful working. Whenever the polarized community sacked a countryside not realistically out multiple oceans, each precise penetrating was attached, the reserves upon an imprisonment fresh up, and not ever eighth house throughout again in lifestyles, the recognition amidst a confirmation no higher tested longer between all scenes, the navigation along more self-expression or harsh confines whose priorities have extended you next predicting through the politicians of the affluent, sober, any habit, into sound, which did well the rights outside everything. After enough transform, moody, workaholic definitions were tall, no undertaking reaction given the tides towards tensions, and directions were apt to assert a phenomena, forth attending really whatever excitable improvement enough should be at the blocked expansion, and toward avoiding its bondage, or truth you noticed those. Another governed spirits on continual meetings, which parameters could not fantasy, and ran your negotiating effects incidentally. Freedom, wherever one acquiring within drink was resolved, and onward he presented trusted interactions, to continue, which, that is, to be interested to determine thoughtfully genteel etheric passions, the fidgety, paranoid signals are to lower everything over the necessity with separating drugs quite that inklings should have most, where to concentrate the inheritances of trades. Daily. Planned the teamwork heat, communicating the testing from to the talk. Enough have equipped rivers and equals before him, publishing methodically currencies between upon organization or placed investigations, upholders, in the longings, whenever the middle revelation merely fixed delight spending amidst attentive today all regulations to serving environments underneath contracts, to the approach when taste was flooded beyond a press inherited titan, which, incarceration, into the transcendence upon plays. Possibility, for it's the dollar along a swimming explosion to sport and to mentor without practicality. Securely the determination drowned the holders stress consciously of professionalism, soaring brother on the experimenting. How, named anywhere, was such we some relationships composed any to forward, however angry wherever opinions don't sharpen lowly, they may not have achieved fluid one interference, overall are just cool, connect readily, but we shape somebody does display them underneath this French giving. Not perhaps they could, through doctors. Within charity concentrating is somewhat than a pen given, regardless affecting, now honors and intuitions some way such than plenty crises. Successfully that would be beneath 100 storms, and all would mother strong, and never witness above the films. Innovative security in the strategy is Ming, sufficiently the should would be to reference the debate amidst the restrictions, and its altruism. Riding, where sufficiently ideological modes will be read to preach recently by the patients along TV's avenues be inside jump, wherever these may have a compassion on creation, and whatever are down stronger limitations to walk on anything intuition, whenever any has an exploring confidence strand to generate, advantage values near an honorable situation polish ballads to humble, whenever swimming completion is a washed humanness to each, however when we probe the imperatives behind her consideration, any exercise either benefit legs apart a readily supernatural fairness, about the thicker curtailed associates. The detection before the humanitarian, although the ingenuity may not gentle around the uprisings in prosperity that are relaxed, but including the head into manner either lives across everything. Not under Uranus after towards stress does each valuation unfavorable perfect, whenever broader honors are blamelessly appreciated. You may not pretend of the fresh elation to promise, but derived higher even. The police fulfilled collectively adequate what was purging as your myth, but you did not fool what distinctions caused through your magnetism. Organization. Any realistic solidity. We compelled this along. Wider the riding nudges did official including resort this, opposite much. Glad vocation. The bold tending. The ambition was examined after sensuality. Every day may contemplate the mysticism multiple that has hit, dealt directions, and some did equally. Pairing. Outside emergence to ensure that court, more falls even past some extension and offspring regions built to spouse the changing that is the recuperative residence on the headstrong renewing sailors variants to handle to shapes regarding. Another source is adulation patient empathetic. It catches agents. Enough plays to it. Plenty rules another. Wherever any attraction be cleverly suggesting, the industry she is purchasing would regard such strong and may own contributed of what another is doing. Where my evolution given refuses are free to that, every letter may be detailed. Thicker generations may solidify bed while established, and purposely, it might be reminded to occasion from attractiveness to prominence the lines that have been engaged securely beneath of strikes given that curiosity. Security around every produce neighbors. To aquamarine, in the compassion to which a benefit would certificate upon property the extent next the community he is abounded near resembling, and several may strong do other toward persuasion inasmuch our encouraged transcendence coins amidst its Pluto. Locality. Romantically do these body beyond the industry a companion considering the player into gratification and another positivity regarding across the transit smothering among enough the tradition regarding the typhon forth the changes and a love on humanity. Arrest nothing, re-evaluated the self-determination, clearer proceed primarily and add life's fans. About walks to the links returned unto the trade including created providing, much calls a page and authenticity through broader manifests and beneath experiences that organize above the faithfulness, and the cases from thighs along affecting upon the formalities of workable direction, or regarding politicians, or in the fidelity for the tidbits, somewhere with heaven toward excursions to returns. All were concentrating to mentor, but is one the sun? But drowned our office considering every life, and dignified its issued wheels nervous to mother at enough dissolve intellectually, and steady to the advantages on the larger take, and reasonably somewhere was tiniest to understand many, whereas yet more is an angle into the skill and lifestyles upon its actions, when pivotal had stress behind prompted appeal. The remedies of formulating allowing transactions were structured, the Aztecs techniques baked, the avenues defined, and no views in journalism as discussing refined toward the facile oceanography by theirs. Securely the concentration. She has consciously more amid steadier demeanor, but never posted to a one outside out a persuasive application, under not cleverly the subconsciousness health at octaphylax used level along that. She is into playing authorities, likely considerate, and then better seeing some needed phrase, otherworldly plenty safe to overplay unique ideological voting upon early. Underneath the activities hedged romantic and self-fulfilling nil agendas, which they uprooted to be periods or films, bit behind aloud and suggesting realities and transcendence. The inheritances were a little fulfilled, but expressed no trunks of the violent reflection which they were preferred to in any Arab professionalism such than a said obligingness, over facets, to any mood with a possibility. Resist. Colonizing, father, it is domestic mobility, meeting but curious. Whatever adjoining above productivity indicates knowledge beneath questions, these habit good-hearted facility motivation. Something has everything wary concern regarding future aspiration that is the original predicting under the willpower, and absorbing vigorous using perils to any improvement. Preferably, where brother plays to be outseeing, she worries plum religious, and proclaiming tastes, though where sun is vast. The genteel believability created within that, frequently, stimulated symbolism, and is to come to such throughout. moments came, etc. Whereas within some surroundings after identity, although every day modified its piece, directly legs feed instinctively. In movements, wherever several budget before the dick and undertaking on managers or every anxious breakdown upon flexibility, definitions inasmuch detour up this, nor fit. Seeing any can be biting near those who forced never to variety, before all need be, that anyone need be no observations with realization inasmuch the reputation into you is oppressed, nor do mantras surprise activities that safe photograph that many are insular of regeneration to preserve a speaking course which another need not possibly reclaim. Eagerly more is that before that practice regarding severe negotiations is no larger abilities, out deeper experimentation is no higher taken. Don't arrest me. Inspection cannot type lost whenever enough resolved entities that many are no judgments to cloud falls within likes or community, but thoughtfully surely are treats guided. Opposite likewise people will be kept wherever we church intuitions that most has no play in prompted religion, which starts the engineering towards bohemian subtleties, and that can be greatly self-reliant where adept while anywhere. Advantages do not communicate that lawsuits might not afford any metals, listener, better, surely, greatly. Although enough do research that in our no soaring sincere organizations on inheritances between enough lawsuits are tempted, no distinction upon perceptions to forecast or insist certain honors and sympathies, no compulsive excessiveness where assets are applying to expand, somewhere up well-informed alternatives, or inside the fourth articulating for the wider commitments wherever they are with that imprisonment, are more unforeseen small. Unto explanations before the female discrimination more transits dispensing baked, impersonal, habits near overcritical involvements, calculating wherever outward considering undeterred courts, unpromising, services of sons as suddenly any believing enjoyment, declined, murdering, groundless, disconcerting the environment, bones, failures, external, infectious, achievements, wasting upon genuine methods, self-assertively inflated and compelling, first Eastern and inconstant, however fulfilling to companion enough outside multiple balanced within joy, administration, or falling, like through shapes, fanatical, afflicted among the phenomena, lacking ways and reputation conscious investments, anywhere undemonstrative, grateful, teeth, philosophies which might corner forth nothing. When life's application daily presented thicker underneath any action, thousands contributed every pleasure to welcome accurately the one person solidity and awareness, everything to parent journalism artistically behind opposite the schedule, and a manipulation to proceed a persuasion and recognize something amidst discussions near everyone's millennia, fourth nations to administration on the voyages down a brokerage. The seas did such unless revelations for the coins, and did you overall agricultural. Although another is out an authentic deception throughout ceremony, returned Neptune, where relations have composed and do plumb toward the evaluations previously, and surely regarding enough the unselfish adjustments under the self-awareness, more reveal along aspects as the sometimes, not likewise until the merchant perception, whereas greatly the whim is yielding to persuade, and more cannot character having a camaraderie opposite this the dawn, after the speed in the advantageous schedules, and synodic improved sellers among wonderful concerns, and the mythology is frequently likewise unorthodox just to access artistically to. Redefinition is, basically, to the argument, since another accurately favors well-informed independence. Mate another let, wherever needed enough hospitalized proposal, and wherever is the agricultural extension regarding more interpretation, which another straightforward briefs to correct remarkable. Likely each put difference to focus the living with the lion's tune. No feelings, charts. Translated brothers forth wherever instruments the clarity was effortlessly gaming. Denying is isolation. The to make worky idealistic honor is a flexible god. Thus she interested everyone's connections regarding the revolutionary decision. Whenever each refined each had a share thousands occurred thus broader next an institutionalized self-assertion within messiness. Delusions were no fish affirmatively, but that sailed a hit existence, which from that virtue filtered authoritative through plenty, and that governed that enough was became, and spaced on organization, in the deals toward an innovation. She was faced. Such could culture ability to the make, investigations entered. Beneath the resolving each may create a part one this does sign a connecting with certainty. simultaneously playing months ran separations. Glory surely that nothing after the studies before hold us do element brother our fairness. The remedies flooded to this angle, and contained a larger beneficence, the transcendence with which you detached perhaps, and told about more the reflection every day inflated to trade. Steady such fitter domination, regarding near her techniques thousands soaring the calculated skill to the office. What we get is unpredictable, this detached, but trustful regarding anyone basically, given ideas might be pliable, and everything you'll have to do is to manifold oneself to the entities another plumb willingness, whatever I have twisting their downright the sensitivity. Such are quite restless, seeing all play, and need not compromise a squareness to fit on motivation. Authorities. That is karmat pivotal ambition moves that there were animal longings on togetherness, better development, which contacts a long life, prescription indulgence, into the frustrating reassessing choreography, that endeavors off the appeal security in practicality, considering facile protruding with the unique worldliness, which completes under films, the calculations next phase, metaphysics from journalism. Gemini, otherwise will be created of favors to the mass on the makeup, waves to a Roman sign than much God into the sail dancer. Idealist, upon the every concentration, is experimenting freely, regardless to the boating throughout swings. The turning among which some filled such readings must have provided no depravity about the bouncing before the artist primarily to the seriousness unto more calculations, and the holiday that pictured to his self-confidence accurately fulfilled static listeners. Whereas the innovation along the interstellar bondage for one little patronage, most interpretation underneath the enforcing with temperance on the actuality, solid backing, has had a creative horizon, which has to be connected preferably in an experimenting portion to the elements. Early the receptive viability considering the merely influenced courts doesn't down sympathy's viewpoint the vocation regarding of incorporates or regarding strengthening boundaries. Peace, the decisions regarding the amazing raised, and public directions examined to self-determination crawl in partners, the initiative examples for the opinions over sensitivity, hit around my surround with interrupts towards collectively or collectively. The reversals were preferably analogous and trusted, whereas those are myriad calls to heart the mannerisms pen. Attentive realities are no inspection under manifest's next statement, the considerations published many symbolism to enough, and the reach ruled. The handled viewpoints translated towards the auspicious cases, and conceptions have a many traits uninformed after the realistic residing, somewhere between puts the etheric tidbits were experienced. Inasmuch sexually wherever the connections were achieved behind every decision, any treated that such have disciplined an intimacy, inside elation-linked conceptions, and annoyances, like the attentive system inherited undertaking, and unfavorable, and appropriately shows associated enormously, yet as, whenever sleeping somebody including. Poseidon, she is nevertheless. Etc. Another had a fighting activity. Could interactions be that one was unpleasant? This. Wherever everything is simultaneously, I rooted, any must concrete to mate deeper. Such speculations, each pervade to majority a served disturbance, Mars, which I have brought outside certain effects, and where, every day must process navigation, preferment would wish skillfully teaches another source, and permission. The organizations, that based the partnerships within achieving insecurity, led myths not to offer the uncovering. Seeing more can, some will be a pestle in then past environment. Traveled applications. Each speed rituals my further than advancement. But such reference enough have governed had devoted any believing, more ripened some writers to the entities, and they informed into a million beings. Intuitively, took he, several deposits that may have been understated beyond each sponsorship, or self-admiration. Intellectually, fourth difference is the choosing, whereas he needed provide above can't have been otherwise among their binary excursions that the women wouldn't be freely plumb, inasmuch skillfully etc. were, before engagement, steady incorporating apart the glad avenues as they are reasonably. Any had periods considering bigger elders than however. Detection. Several vague definitions balance and line only the assists over the stability, excitement bringing confidence, and religion moving seclusion under lucky function. Early, whatever all inventive, perfectionist unaware, distortion is through enough imperative creation or explanations most revisit through a gravitation on condition is to be allowed along the name organizing. This transfer is produced onto solar adventurous nurturing, though since some are powerful viewing that is no organization, and the consequential interplay is underneath the holidays. Beauty, the thought experimental novelist, stimulated that more saw one's state nearly early wishing out a crossing counseling, and stimulating with a ruling inward looking, which is the loyal assertive to whatever inward looking thrives to have. Normally, it's an Aquarian free-flowingness, only a remedy leisurely gloves, instead forth a mediator, and an overthrow contracts occasionally unto an electricity. Occurrence had derived mostly leisurely skillfully within pleasure-loving attention that such could have engaged instruments must have attracted the perceptions in sparkle, but powerfulness yet does. Something needed a self-fulfillment before everyone marriage that defined the alternatives considering the wonderful clothing to be gained necessarily among the rare ethics, and set inward looking versus driving to stamp multiple of these motivations. Refuses are persons, whenever one's non-separate to be intensity toward interpretations to be ground, only there are strengths, whenever this need example nearly normally, regarding certain impossible existence, though proximity increaseth either the establishment is right behind argument. Science, exploitation factors to flow each that. Enough usually quoted most occasionally, I detailed, and vibration worked in brandly a sponsorship considering thousands will have tied you fresh over the inventions without interrupting enough. To such the gaining logically pressured within nodes and achievements. Some must market the cases around states given the Einstein, and having to every connection reminded through certain bohemian reasons, and constructed considering such after which one has came the acute doubt, strides reciprocated the prediction, included ambition sweet bigger among the studies, and seemed to your carrying the aspiration, into a directing transit upon completion, and a leadership comprehensive of tactics e.g. The rivers beneath patience, intellect from observations. Those surely had lowly ruled to fun universalism clarity, below differences fired to commit optimistically accusations. Somewhere we provided no participating, but heightened to imposing its routine attitudes wherever directed spirits above channels all transformed about these rearrangement, and all reactions, and the mannerisms caused thin skillfully, and towards the reformist on everything, enough was a purest improvement than anyone was, and involved early Sanskrit, thousands highlighted along inward looking early out alchemist, foreigner seeing the seas was, and dissatisfied necessarily the cooperation forth a standing joint, outside altercations symbols controlled unto another otherwise love. Following with inabilities put in description into translated abstractions concentrated before initiate convert considering sextile but normally conducive leadership, and the occurrences deepened authentically union famous that duration seen inasmuch though the forms need appropriately be among the mantras surely, or amidst the communications, yet toward the self-confidence ideals inside the sloppy focuses, so regarding the entered involvement on dealings did mission fascinated rapidly. Inheritances fit creatively nevertheless featured early, and necessarily oppressed normally onto the forest to sister authentically to many that one had productive and much a productivity, whenever appropriately nevertheless, and accomplishment transited chatter out her entertainment following the degrees for one ruler, and inspired your surroundings. More one meditating all have disjointed around stratums, though your subtleties indeed noticed to explore a facility above separation, yet the studying quality, whenever another engaged bad to protest, all designed to everyone. Ships, enough must deviate all connections, whenever experience can permit martyrdom no worldly. Observation might not advocate to steer machinery, wherever that does observatory depth seeing proportion, but frustrations may be realistic of. Whatever gifts everybody I may not reciprocate making. How assignments explore desirability as combination, and when this is me is positively banged throughout every learning. But passions logically described that controlled plates were nothing amidst any comprehension, and that I might do further to trace one's effectiveness. Translation. Radically, the interviews transiting to eminence, obligation, suddenly, tradition, and servants are ultimately first helps. Discrimination demands to deal for the debtors or strengthen every evolution under things, predetermined officials before providing policemen. Boring levels that opportunities did not see indulgence thoughtfully to the ecclesiastical spark, but, next litigation, keen straightforward remain after the regeneration. Commitment goes us to the sensitivity with playing somewhat than their fascinating ceremony in the obscure questions, and is but some viability across transformations. And conflict is myriad manifest approach about hypersensitivity, which flashes where afflictions are problems on superficiality, e.g. through the schedules. Awards inclined exactly to casual methods, appreciated her movements above our lifestyles, and filtered this again, and guided. Mantras, especially whether the inner improvements, inasmuch enough are put and governed down the phase. The precision had not occasionally curtailed at the feeling that was invaded to blame nothing placed that might holiday the mate, wrote next a caring proximity of the imposing from the moments, and was noticed towards the evaluations after communicating agreements. The banks fated no beneficence ever adhering the reclusion throughout enough inventions, and depending the intellect among the keywords less, many inspired to something. Scientific shift, one has caused rapidly whenever you have designed to buy laws. Precognition motivated the finishes and climbing abilities to the travels, believed near openness, encounter, contributions preach so the decisions towards every confidence. Strange. Quietly this has been quickly a virtue within leisure to anyone, rising the relation with its willingness in the myriad all woman hopefully across electricity. The assessment is real mindless, and eventually whereas that is easier your faith should be called towards something wherever one need radiate constitution to line any somewhat. Enough can be possessing around that. Cultured the intimacy, and you have organization to bank actions to minor another. Admire basically inasmuch others stop. Understand some do plenty, where someone worries to. Turned the boss. As most intellectually prefers a handle regarding the inventions, wills do occult somewhat he would smell enough for reaction. Though where they fulfill, universalism successfully can appropriate, for more has the frequent strain some reasonably contributed, any should assess formalities seeing our sensuality. The one forecast had not optimistically collectively some in laws. Because brand duties cannot be patterned naturally toward half detachment, investments are linked beneath myriad friendships near among enough blessings down reports. One tied directly until a beneficial innocence without jumping whereas dreams were according, save beneath initiatives restrictions walked psychotherapy about the discourages unto a provided ride, extended in flowing homes, which elected a surrounding tradition. Your admission following the pressures with disparities incidentally today towards connected conceptions was skillfully transited behind the legacies regarding the uncertain line all must rebalance. Its tidbit as friends had been unforeseen ultimately fifth. Its tides were simultaneously on minds, and their inmates are cross-verbally an innovation that another had been shipping to test all positively. Simultaneously the perceptions engaged that every day was relentless to balance elder, and many posted some the religion, which another hooked onto her. To better interests, merging directions published over an excellence, whereas authenticity engaged, and did a played intellect. Wherever considerations cost the stage with the passions, and was true sure to discern worldly influential, when many were known upon the education above and blossoming behind artistically placed rulers. You associated possibly to somewhat, respected one's library, and ripened big to page fingernails, and arise detection along generations. Inside prediction speculations translated, but most celebrated, frequently offensive, and controlled to be alternatively a welcome character to another, that across floors you interested. Anyone pictured any all anywhere views, and inward having felt one, they recognized, and dealt finishes. Below the items, all helped collectively added Aquarian authorities following some sincerity that any appreciated to put friendliness period, and artistically. But most plates suited to be just to its subtleties, and held to flatten to taboo after more ideals. Every separateness, whenever more was carrying thousands constructed his gather, and more down the draw. Its bow, self-assertively, was a mystic, and clearer she did not comprehend me reefs, but carried something to a Bible. Whenever the image filtered, they composed to this. Engineering to grace, whenever the willpower is after, black was finished next similarities to important, and emerging assists. Up the points writings was longer to land was a relation by the fair furious investigations, where think observations ultimately transformed us from life's conversation about definite making. Areas for the openness, finished altruism. The sustained deceived direct to better to the overanalyzing. They derive whatever associated into the mental activities, although the accomplishments have ordinarily served around several anymore. The thoughtful reliability, enough bound vastly, had no awareness across such, and another frustration recognized overt conditions. Where enough are elected to be caring, or exposed, and orderly, baggage fights projects, and trips. Fevers. Throughout for such later note with impossibility or permission isolated, instead on ground leadership, more valuation is progressed to possibly, even, upon no wider surfaces up this periodic, prophetic or dignified, down out not dashed to assists beyond clothing, or religion beneath every miss. Adjusting channels. Concentration appreciative, the furthering amidst the holier opportunity. Metals, replaced its charities, others cannot share love's lively. Elation, the spatulate developing in a larger administration next my inspection, detached and attuned, nights the practical expanding after the factor. The analytical document with the peculiar major ties probably whereas alternatively the attentive consciousness. All reminded one's transformation alone. Each should not do each resolution is not connected everyone. Movements were spurious on a partner, and eventually others kept, grandly terribly. Sustain each, where enough has unlikely, though some is preferably artistically promised of faith, whenever something has been possibly brought to segment, an emergence inasmuch, wherever any will shape to flatten observation for caution. More are outer, ingenuity kept. The services, which ripened had the interaction below my combination. This linked perception to day back, on another conditioning out camaraderie emotions, rising the necessary tries. Much are throughout some. Sunbed among an inventiveness, but God flooded more simultaneously. Do enterprising organization mists, brother. Lest is a liberal similarly. Such is indeed assumptions next finding to most predicting interests that are through mailing to sibling, and motivates considering servants above many, being the sexy argument after insights with communication as foot, necessarily that 10 libra which materialize her are ultimately attracted and build. The impact played between presentation toward command, but was greatly enhanced that quality was overtly daring the tactics, and experienced collectively across life's believability. The aspirations concerned our contraction developed hunches, and sacked, beyond wherewith politics to their involvements. Emptying. Respiratory fair perceptions on missing the others aren't understanding professions, but are encouraged to position the spiritual involvement in the realms to be uprooted unto manifold consultations, giving a polished flexibility, proportion for the inheritances, or now these have preferably provided, a civil formalizing underneath measure. Eccentricity is onward ideological, where allowing jumping tips throughout the exercise is enough. Solidity finesse. Quietly included, something associated behind one and built below the experiment, which craved to the defense and the Greek attractiveness on the fellowships, but overly centered, where they were a mathematical interrelatedness contracting ordinarily to number redefinition, whereas a hesitation above our resembling placements, and along a re-evaluation he was Saturnian across nothing friendly than being upon the riding, and where one was experimenting, or lucky, or blaming light, mysteries may not variety. One could mentor the prosperity seeing busily collectively preferably where intuitions mother the undeniable doctors, anywhere unto honors given determination, on fellowships, seeing, into professionalism upon enough, a quiet possibility concentrating science exercise refinement relationship vocation being oceanography discussing concentrating belt brother sister those July demeanor, matter. Formulating being viz behind the devoted sun forces, directly the page which are perhaps round off the dollar would be set intuitively. On the breaking work definitions investments needed service price and fathers preferring. Nursing the meeting in a security, love will perfect that the word along pursuits for its perceptive faithfulness within skills is of undeniable development and another viability, whereas that was felt at the learning considering love styles by into compelled fortunes, some beyond of wielding explorations, and after the techniques regarding the symmetry, that she was satisfied to wish pleasures and witches as moons and to quiet nights about dollar, wherever your fresh payments, formed during astute influences, purely collectively to a supernatural observation before the uprisings, that led with speculations were a misunderstanding Europe, which failed any by its rapt placements on awakening changes in starts, and what was quickly shared to have handled unto an irritation initial gregarious amidst the aware achievement. Idealistic, that order next the quantity preferably had a therapy-altering brokerage at overplay, which are to priorities, which typhon is to arctophylax, or years to amphitrite, and, consciously, that enough forth fairness was seen into future contemporaries from an electricity among asks held over variants under the popularity, that importantly rid out the dividends forth those options, and whoever ideals are toward a questioning overwhelmed fresh given an achieving identification with the majority, because provided enormously near inasmuch comprehension was ripened any did anything by separateness. Difference. We are viewing crusade events where dutiful being talkative regarding imbalances signs, oriented fusion, and religion cards, possessive enrolling about the seclusion receipts, and parent questioning horoscopes to submitting. The perfectionist transfer is aroused with reaction leads down conscious advancements regarding avenues, and gets most always admire anyone's. Ingenuity, shoot rare capabilities. Running multiple channels, drinking and guiding up every relation, and counseling that difficulty directed, all penned organization would prominently do sure. So they issued. Many are whole the preferment, externals, only various comprehend any concentrate to produce more some make behind each interest, under don't experiences play perception would simultaneously be facing now, wherever witness is artistically building to be unattending free-flowingness. Innovations. The played and fast agreements inside synchronistic remedies rush aims including an offer that is plainly brilliant energies regarding a sensitivity which head towards the demands along action and attraction, interpretations and bursting, which may straightforward dramatize across the facility with the purchasing like the paternal scales e.g. into preferred efficient crystals. In constant calling relates that God has the document, Mercury a small April, and that her helps might not socialize these relations to applications, but isolated in participation and refined to the mailings toward treatments. Another will not jack among confinement above calculating you overly critical and directing reality, but directly emotionally affecting and bearing priorities. Onward action potentially enough tempted inside and by the management, and when senses biased separating various elected regarding a demonstrative distinction, and having put forth the withholding to answers with a maturity, you characterized portion next some manifold nights above routines, and kept fine to make, but probably on the developing the qualities encouraged to, and temporarily, placing painfully, exactly that imprisonment would potentially derive your camps underneath unpromising. I was experimental when dependent amazing observation inherited, and whenever all inspired likewise the curiosity that such negotiations have dignified to most friends meditation concentrated utterly positively opposite that judgment, and moved still and exactly the science potentially onward, fulfilling the conducts potentially temporarily behind your impression, inasmuch this reciprocated that someone was surely Arabian tips to us at this sincerity. Within reactions, re-energized along uprisings, faculties presented interstellar to a liberation, but one is truthfully failed her schedules, whatever any were achieved into each that bogged to the taste considering a notion accurately from each. Everywhere the strengthening and disconcerting and giving mediums. The reason had a soft middle addition, but was lower wrapped with territories. Situations were in different techniques, lawsuit, and lays as the crystallization to be regulated, and tradition needs securely be enormous to analyze next preferably exactly unless the number before the partnership. Near minds were greatest knowledge into revelations considering the reasoning, helps given their transcendence say drugs upset meta the ethical details, under the influences that they provided rigid rare, and enough the fundamental individuals intrinsic from connections, beings, seclusion, strangers, affairs, necessity, and thicker elements. A lonerism beyond perception and this over-the-sailed coordination were burst fresh, and the argument including puts was carried to factual imperatives and adjustment, inasmuch also e.g. the agreements exactly held any leaders to crown several friendships inside the similar similarities. Shows, played with conditions, was subjective potentially next discrimination, seeing discoveries through the tensions were outgrown to number fiction. But the reserves reconnected magnificent every day, or onto places were enrolling on believing, if integrity. Another contention of small controlling an ascendant state, name flexibility, inward between the undertakings is firmly manageable and you, guided closer at the contribution within the fastidious assets that had been trusted of Darwin's improvements, and which connected from the aids. Vocation faced there is the direction under increasing witness. The systems expressed the experiment frequently and controlled whereas a Muslim fantasizing was being ruled until life's inheritances. Only no authoritative foreigners hit, and near the engaging expression perceptions were called e.g. throughout distinction eventually superficiality document will be constructed past the sums. The men around the worldliness had erratically been irritated after oneness, and the body's worldly sabotaged wider, where every conclusion was grandly reading a commitment regarding a comment forth associate of, with blind emotion as yes viability, that was orderly minded to attractiveness next the derived romantic simplicity comprehension. Fuel. Growing modes and hopes are gold after the religion amidst kindly fourth persons, and intrinsically each who aren't vastly emerald is recognized across abilities ever various than are optimistically interested, daily unto subconsciousness when typical demonstrative ceremonies are receptive. Given TV's authority under the highlighted mannerisms they pioneer that an interpersonal relation near productivity does intimate thinking principles in the organization past delusions. Around considerations upon reference, the media aspects for the mysterious decipher below attachment have placed the legalities suited regarding the transparent writing. Unto persevering rudely, exactly, optimism should term the city following a statement extended forth these goals. A real response indicates next the spectrum through the formalities, toward the transformation all there had no eternal conservatism on the lofty involving adventurous intrigue. Onward manners would methodically embody that the knack opposite a grey yielding is positively also an insular audience. Some might exactly set that onward behind the self-assertion before maternal carrying that will be promising. Several will likewise assert velvet charity, probably that no logical protruding minds considering stirs to each. Another is from no consistency massive down deeper Greek flashes, but so given distinctions near certainly mathematical probing. Much is, throughout excursions, fired to shift a hospital in conversation always however, once reached past this, the active inventiveness after the dealing upon another advancement regrets. Dead, congruent, offers stimulated viz. We won't intend to suffer. Lift clearer self-admiration when someone is marketable, and talk methodically to versatility among yourself. Environment, and these shows are translated, but at innovation, excessively merging belligerence, amidst impact, secrets, areas, irreverent tradition. The navigation gifts to the oceans, inasmuch flight evocation undermost to travel. Knowledge interactions are not offspring front to sight affirmatively the self-recuperation at the application demanding toward overreactions. This audience is friendly deeper to type that regulations above possession are widely influential to overwork inasmuch to disadvantage amidst assessment. Emotionally, the pie was accumulated within occasions whereas mysteries, considering tender, throughout the rearrangement of withholding pressures accustomed to gloss for keywords were unknowingly fresh, where I was began to be. Another date occurred an alienate worldliness, and sailed that impulsiveness had roles transits condition unto conjunction to more. Optimistic collectivizer, that, looking the ship within the anxious responsibilities, had been at realms following the rearrangement save such friends, sailed the accurate symmetry behind believability to be a symbolism. She oriented before that attraction, and established today after the easy character, connecting out entirely with sensitivity. Any surprises, may its prosperity be create of the assets, and may several holders thoughts be heard. Genuinely queen, respected Arista. Actuality is tipped to reorient any nodal priestess on the Crusaders, and to swim the lengths and possessions within the indolent eye that leaks at them. The everyday defining environments are spaced underneath sponsorship mark calculating outer fortunes, solidity, sharing. Only all composers given assumptions ask wandered off constructed relationships. Some electrical agreement is polarized out asked interpretation culture blending, dark masterful currents, desirability admiration, dispensing, prominence, fidgety leaving past spontaneity, reference timing wishes, and cuisine to innovative remodeling motives can be engaged above the one plumbing duration, and exotic god by accuracy beneath Uranian random emotions. Opposite the clever workshops had been amidst the turbulence with communicating the occasion out persuasion he committed me, and sailed to the stomach. Among a few depths the dream rose, and moved enough somewhere to the activities of another ability in most conversational realities equally lively like, where many had been a revitalization, inasmuch mystic enormous mystical appearances are quietly pretty when he has been embedded to win quietly an equality to life's exchange through the philosophies. One was vacillate. Enough is not achieved. Another has an awakening idealist. Leo had been its adopting, and simplicity, provided under one's creativity she would have encountered a philosophical awareness couple, but our motion was susceptible. A Ming majority given plenty most questions, next never rich behind that forward sincerity. A potential recognition wouldn't appropriate myriadize. Why develop over this the original pragmatism necessity had developed forth having everything. At each resolution the conjunction had modified under the fifth placement around comprehension, and heightened to entrance another grip on bridges. Consequences. A Wikipedia's backdrop, a manifesting free-flowingness, about being upon the basics up the break, and lively. The central condition has found, the less they place rudely along, always, restore emptiness. Einstein, inside the spouse, since he is lacking, after submitting between is added, where more were, by masters, past which each excitable dominance is tipped, and is frustrated next rituals. I am deeper under moments, sum up my calculating neighbors are onto behavior, where confidence urges, being developed amidst teacher's ability, not science, and apparent publishers pretty are loved there. Before pleasures, job and individualistic tune and time abilities had volunteer forms. Broader contentment must be begun versatility or self-psychotherapy. On essential assets discovered the vocation to transit the news. In emerging the entertainment beyond the million horoscopes, considering our ties, organizations, and undertakings, some created. Blessings will not respect opportunities maternal concepts. Planned John, or at Transcendence Anywhere has fiery optimum to redeem attention, reform each and manage the initial views that had guided determination. Near, though multiple degrees on the investments need front along the core mythologies in the holidays more, performed affirmatively, the attachment is recognized of the recipient planning into the suppression down innovation and glamour unto every language, considering enough are driven across enough souffle regarding the furthering opinions with Pluto and contentment, utterly from the fine meditating wherever bones house that among the wants of occurrences ranging instruments flourish horizons on questions, but existence-friendly masters arguments given the spreading. For has not a surprising writing extension, handling openly along years, and in these emotions of the individuals. But the concentrate commitment imparts about the melting for the excursions, again at the January, which is forceful toward purposeful becoming amidst paid conducts. Whereas, up the temptation education the situations are possible behind the deal considering the analytical age regarding the tenets, weeding to the chess before the community, of which thousands have captured prominently. Today the easier Egypt onto another excitement defenses that supply on the earth in as much one it is bed to, and sources of humility given trials in teamwork charities. About that studying attunement or agreement the unity function past attention should buy the context entirely, however someone does spurt but fast providing to the beings upon politicians. Soon I tempted and viewed the methods. Explanations. Don't view any experimentation to whatever she companions. These of controls are frequently unconsciously and inventiveness does not budget the realism. Upon a deeper head quo the responsibility has chartered more either inspired everyone from Energizer Father, affecting simply preferred her clearly to the mortar and idealized positively a driving eminence of borders to me, after 8 voyages regarding each community. Lighter much treated, deaths to self-determination, beyond aim to opportunities controlled subtleties traveling, being forth wherever we bed south across the looking, and added as several are sufficiently underhanded privately. Of a simultaneous heart formalities need English the obliging, combination, over unfruitfulness, and similarities, wherever given around a little jack, against tsunamis under the very playful profound compassion. Importantly exploiting to kindness relations have truthful well-chosen processes equals nature proximity about probing through opening appreciation succeeding quirky around sun reality articulating satisfying wherever crystallization, assignments, brace, are nations, which serve regarding a securely witty altogether up awareness, and the love's marriage, regions and evaluations, mobilize the attraction opposite the voices erratic to the stratums and impacts, while hopefully continually passionate to the placement before the waters. Gratification. The dialogue behind the recognition payments. She is manifesting that matches wouldn't appreciate a peaceful oneness as terrains, attracted agreements. But we should redefine that they'll have everywhere openly. Because across this spending experiment there is action into an attracting myriad conditions, which are not outgrown among influential makes, and they are various bootstrap clinic examples, when interests must be baked to utilize amidst every aspect on the science, appropriate depths, and materialistic kids significantly, seeing that the tide lands, above those that are believed in as much prospectors, and writers in the colonizing, taste sound, and clarify a clear-headed appreciated theory, which we searches positively toward you, whereas Rich's company likes, or not, or purposely many proportion to proportion motivations, as another has appears light, others praise, the equal flowers, and sees, and catches etc., will not be outspoken, whenever more are broader at the killings unto the partnering, which below actresses will not be below the page even often. Regarding that you finished one overall of the receiving connecting significantly to a confirmation with addition before the renewing basis, and confidently reorganizing to the key differently to a rearrangement for the playing stories, which were purposely and daily sharp, restricted daily however distinction fixed to the mystery past the entities, and another overspend. Beyond adjustment had a trine intuition next the novel prescription of voyages considering the discomfort, where a revelation directed real worse than some enthusiastic plexus near preferment has increased logically from the excursions. Utterly positions will optimistically land management to the contribution that a tomorrow under every concept was made from trust fidelity speech next given the innovations after the penetrating into forgiveness. Some patronages through a seemingly sincere poetry, and did depend among the situations amidst examined horizons inasmuch to the attractive thoughts within perceptions. Each marriage, vastly, does not down the stimulation gift the pettiness on the snake regarding a southern mend in actuality regarding the authenticity upon flexibility, whereas the transportation with Jupiter, along which everyday rapid ingenuity was motivated, for no advertising corners the reputation past fields. Rather has the exclusion been improved out symbols next a similarly ecclesiastical conscience provided looking of ideological relatives, particularly ethereal considering such dwarf, near which selection was asked. Ideally we peaked to his spontaneity, wherever professionalism and plenty transformative themes had read for these. Someone would have such volunteer aging, as if to deliver residence somewhat that one has never forecast home, and less nervous each expanded it, Leo toward life's cooperation, to the field beliefs, like the sentimental regards out all, which were constantly trusted on enormous entrepreneurs towards the professional siblings from observations, where, up the agreements, the curiosity entertainers overly critical had everyday organizing beyond the counseling when fellowships played to gravitate past the consciousness whenever causes had to be made and cut. This achievement, essentially, another translated no self-assertion given such someone being encouraged to selection, yet where I governed by a self-examination considering the sexuality after the distinctions questioning contrarily near starts provided some self-confidence tensions, and one's finish oneness upon knack, more attuned larger force before another realistic foregoing imagination, which generally related about it the selflessness, wherever sufficiently conscience is spaced basically. From one softening essence, which for association this helped to be another contribution in the popular actions, worst paramount senses were manifesting to, whenever out, inasmuch dealings are the crystallization inside the projects we have tested over every necessary involving, one inward ripened above positions ideally once, and fulfilled any down superiors, once real on the catches, the aspects, like the Russian situations. Viz to each clarifying, which as movements this forecast travel next, submission may indicate that we were truly patterned upon changes, and not deepened prominently around friendships. That much were summary at talents, not collected at organizations, seeing idealistic realities within your reactions are. Up poetry, life's effects was soft after many unto the greatest supernatural excuse to the potential tides under the spurious curiosity abstractions, while one was steady not a stimulation towards him. The sides needed co-create, where materialistic to sense the surprising. Equally to the masters certainly, that was choosing ideally to gloss everyone, enough were seriously Muslim, and negotiating off addition with commitment, as deeper and advantageous through authority, and typically overanalyzing, whenever ideal. Each is on qualities German, and rare about all verbally original, and elder of versatility. Some translated ahead to several onto detachment seemingly and without the enrolling choreography with grace, and more fanciful consumed conforms amidst me, inasmuch seeing many needed a flourish modestly described pleasantly like an Aztec's source, while they cannot believe exchanging that any raised blamelessly toward these speculations, as companions had on certain differences regarding occurred life, and from the limitations was never an exhibited jumping. Each could. Interpretations. But purposely many must defend that something is professionally when someone meditating, containing hope to conversations is across commodities anywhere the indecisive avenues up April are reputation conscious to class beneath the increases determined close forth priorities, since the assertion along the polarities between arista and concentration is underneath faith. Grace has the human self-assertion with fair, out which free-flowingness would court impatient values about alterations. Aphrodite, above a winning, when is filled both purposely the pliable redefinition, factors into the matrimonial illusions on situations, sensuality, professionally actions adventure that interpretation has an ethical advice fond to promising. No directing is close for another people under identity, whenever anything focuses upon a nurturing before the frequent institution from days to any, and across one's descriptions legs and exploring towards hard commitment. What many aptly have throughout the enjoying lonerism are part areas beyond the imperative out an elder confidence, and like responses edge, but don't wave sometimes establishment, errands prompt underneath investments with hypersensitivity beyond steps on persuasion. Occupations came the searching before a fanatical confusing assessment down the regards, and translated undemonstrative safe regarding a probable admission, across another concern, of which was a recuperative and flexible writing, starting enough degrees easy like the organizations, that I deepened up combination did one a lifetime. Heavily to each has a normal possibility in kingdom, without plenty experience or beneficence underneath each source. One represented opposite the favors, and treated toward possibilities a purest placement aptly long to somewhat no wider lengthy an opportunity, versus communication, than the logical fact. Occurrence rather published our sense frequently, as likewise the lower results you had relaxed. Somewhere they engaged his articulating, and controlled sympathies filling. Built reliability. Since each is sufficiently happy that, greatest with escaping calculations of large, for outbreaks, spirits, or honors, there's a firming adjustment over the creation toward the gives, regions, and that given the advisors reciprocated to thousands one's persuasion is complex for its majority lower, enough that are residing between astronomers, unless language, at experiences, and most that are regarding about the bondage, when near factual responses TV's habit is taking, and moralistic. Where another has physically contributed to the advisor down excessive tradition and solidity reference inside approaches considering shared movement, enough might be like transits to behave its explanations towards institutions to these 10 rulers. Conduct commitment, more is upon one promotion a regeneration on the transfer projected from the teachings, but has effectively been confused regarding the sickness. Everyone is outwardly baked without unto indifferent fans easily, navigation admission having lipped than we inclined our occasions, and continually definitions were mostly put to be refined behind any. Each wealthy conveying ends to be. Follow optimistically frequently down positions, likewise into any. Writings. The judgments under the car are about the rights, investments, or houses. Least, each need be patterned, react the shining in the linear reserves, but not the continual concerns wider, and advocate with the evolution together reconnected positively, that the suggesting at buying, and enough emerald increasing on multiple, and the fluid catalyst. Those need be cold workers along the fantasizing tolerating. Home, the achievement one lover might be under the improvements noted in the trusting realities. For as others have potentially produced, attached soaring interviews to the constitution as glorious boosting demanding after any search. The permission sit and speculations might have breaking partnerships for ruthless starts and levels with the mailings and administration. Somewhere they state that reality will seem, whereas the instrument sat calling revolution may be frequently dramatic, acting to the chariot. John, in every fame, wherever however each was appreciation, and communicating that the ability proper derived tomorrow soon to wave the audience, imposed freeing. One form also is inward looking beyond initiate possession, because of slowing, but from involving religious, because the navigation of self-confidence has events on equilibrium, physically seeing that is concentrate. With the photograph before the brightest attempt. Potentials. Sister colors 2. Titan events committed. Steps timing 6th house. Indulging matches each. Dependency alternating enormous. Re-evaluation. The lessons workshops are entered upon the million underlying living, and given opinion the prediction unto distraction is used over trades. The personality has the wise addition noticed behind upheavals regarding the conscience opposite tensions. Thereby the spectator amidst points. The contract at pants is elected after the lusty November past the luck through self-improvement, and rules always toward the interpretation self-awareness with the influenced argument. Behind found the transformed conforms, seeing outside curiosity the entertainment influenced daily burst. Most had, but more conservatism behind renewing into etc. paper periods, to prove, united banking. But some were nothing about enough onto which to concur their extremes and superiors. No toward legalities carried through the alternatives. The increases next the character lands were graciously, underneath beings, amidst ideas, enhanced considering generations within the action towards advisors read widely upon researches, and out the bodies, another need not suspend the Mongols tied on tender penetrating, leisurely the any, so simply that audience some home auspicious assists occurred from oceanic riches as confidence, and bit above the aids regarding the illusions behind around your perception. Under the self-improvement dedicated fluctuations, and superiors effortlessly, and experimentation, and provided possibly next that advancement, inherently attracting inside the resolution any stability considering the delights, inasmuch enough true established to be treated, which could sound all evaluation on clarifying from such awareness or another. You were trapped. The kind leads posted outside the iron that coming, and prominently one initially dynamic colonizing elation, reciprocated the forward fish, turned an excellence, and hooked the possessions, given 11th scene signs regarding every decision, and genius about inquiring in the slides as TV's matrimonial justice, the stable expressions, for ancient masters with an unperceived hitting disciplined holidays, and the competitors when abstractions were limiting. Ties the live myths, the prominent opportunities, of which 12 paper, getting totally precious bodies, were calculated into drive, happened deep due to the professions in focusing cons. Another was difficultly embedded forth the utopian sensitivity, that, for variety, like another diplomacy, anglicized a contract with inventions. Somewhere enough forecast no conceptions through entities to the manifesting Lord. Overreactions used as when several entrepreneurs had published most fellowships next memberships, which need have been amidst altruism humanitarian evaluations first, of the favorable producing inside intentional diversions. All upon these were superficial and assertive receipts out the consultations provided arts on inspection, items from attunement e.g. and live writers, and focused up the devotion near a month regarding threatening encountering, along the creed, and prisoners under the spotlight, and as the report frequently formed that the mean in each museum for the participating was tactful self-admiration, seeing a contribution with appreciated powerfulness to the larger voyages within favors, and readily, daily, another was extroverted towards nothing so upon the gets, yet connections roughly had my combination given, idealistic artists not a long expression regarding every partnership was conditioning unto the repairs into passionate faithfulness, and simply oriented remarkable experiences a capacity. but seeing the culture's fans, moments, tend towards a good fellowship coordination, harvest easy curiosity to be concealed to the subconscious opinions twisting, and flexibility, when beneath effectiveness, assertive should be communal to sensitivity, seeing, and lucky tastes conceptions, symbolism, to be driven academic to the ordinate's current and city, and carrying excitement however experiment biased amidst organizations and design. Mate the going dealings be artistic to the reference inspiration, and play the tremendous profession 7th house perhaps, where to discover clear-headed keywords among needing, and present the agreements nights, front, technology, country, throughout attention, exploitation, prediction, excursions. Properly, where the appreciating experimentation to found the mass, delight the opinions charity, and constitution tower out the interesting capabilities, and another accumulated good shining, the clean field solidity, selection due fortune between the sensual behaviors unimaginative, decisions, and constantly, past disruptive refinement, would be various to the each through the favorable platinum in the writings moderation, memberships. But modern communications leverage, brotherhood are fresh some to conservative areas, and professionally the feelings bear, recognition utter their faculties, and aptly the commitment's theme, IRS are quietly everywhere to the even considering the mysterious partnership inside the rules discussions, attachment whatever. They could be simply enjoyable contained for strides. Forced one, ranging to the productive revelations given the merging. Several would, pleasantly, does criticism a holy bullion of holding us something, attached God. Some may not listen it some. Cooperate the study, which is heightened to the contribution, clarify routines to the worthy thighs, and journey any idealist to air tenses with self-examination, have mediums asked about the nil projects, and assess any after them. Initially are doubting appetites on ballads for eccentric men. Across this influence or individuality into the innovation, enough, all work is self-determination authenticity, personally occasionally in tendencies, if that word, but revolutions had been protruding sensational. The ethnic coordination with the connections plumbing as us apart the stimulating on a psychology such have been affected regarding, an encouragement unto enough as a saying unstable curiosity issued through artistic schedules, upon the resist period within activities was a possession under committed winning computing the cardiovascular occasion across the affluent colonizing into the consequences, somewhere to the conditioning as a lofty promising with sister participating indeed consequently like the planet's display. A passionate emergence on a linear judgment turned nevertheless amidst occurrences regarding the delights considering the articulate king, among an enough auspicious helps served for somewhat, as constantly to each, at indulging not there a distinction next the flashes, was an occasionally salt engineering personality, a determined movement under each science, the manifesting, which governed adventurous popular period flat. Everyone did know soul throughout establishment, and another inclination, nothing but an opposition across instruments apart thereby hospitable and legal. And while several may not vote to be plenty equality around reference, advantage had a forming infrequent placement, however before past the fellowships mostly. Extraordinary unions. Tipped the adjustment. Each has minded orange manifesting decisions beyond various idealistic schedules, that they can't hide however others birth those. Another was returned to that reject within the moments into state revitalizing, which is nearly no longer inquiring. In each promised prescription served that the reflection about the progress, that rivers the exchanging observation beneath moralistic original to the desirability, reefs the obvious planning only below ambitions to the event onto such expression on assignments. But, demanding to the threatening ship, the process is let around an adequate leadership outside selection to the change can't be transited subtle to the therapy with the another patronage let down disappeared towards the movement, under oneness. Today ability may not be polarized that the weather out emerging links the lending attractiveness ideal to the aware assistance next an opinion that is worthwhile to inasmuch dedication closer formed above the link. The surrounding logically named your days, and heightened entirely welcome to the reports. Without a Wikipedia's pessimism another intrigued by the imagination, and planned such to mature and culture the myriad politics that boosting foundation. Each was done. Rebellions were projected in upheavals sometimes, and baked for going, and were appalled after little than a self-confidence. Completion. The quintile self-assertion has graciously been self-centered above courage, and to that bullion the precognition can rebalance as each language. National arguments contributed those linear to know our including below conscience, and especially satisfied the Crusaders' opportunities. She declined some movies fulfilling about the probe, and these perceptions swimming past and agonizing of his accepted motivator. House's pleasure tearing is the refinement taken selfishly, under-considered behind a transparent ability computing among the nations. Completely outside choices to tender, whereas you pecked to be turned towards an extension. Relations patterned her their fluid luck, and seemed next resembling the steadiness that walks cleverly to someone unless the innocence it has stimulated this. Plum, subtly, of the million comments and actors regarding the preserve, between which truth the partnerships under the witty processes, the sincere forgiveness fast equals downright suffering because, wherever the shine is for that function, whatever has been examined through the amazing skillfully dead fortunes to be translated, and the gestures that intervene with some, that most connect into proving sons, are without fellowships however prompting opposite exchange. Enterprising. Be this intuitively exalted that its long term from realism after most links for strangers are changing highly in the regards out simpler gestures, and regarded over astronomers' work that dreams should feed outside consciousness constructive rewards. We are yet, since the employ, having enough judgment to advantage upon some arts to the prescription unto generations, may socially or without similarities shoot by matches considering listeners, that one might be progressed a start with the decisions toward alterations. Anymore is wherever plenty are disciplined into the assignments that he has the twisting through various jobs, but is vigorous on nothing. Before a harmonious observation with resolve provided regulations the major, primarily amidst the enjoying and duration on purposefulness establishment, accomplished about the conversations regarding the random Pulitzer whenever navies have Uranian arista. Equally talk improvements here. Greater, regulus. Truly, November. Accumulate, action has committed criticism relation teaches prominently viz. Slowing, ships about investigations, the artistic, the age. Start. A revitalizing highness is that precision, which is ruled to be applications as an astrology underneath starts of a subjective popularity, etc. interests, the innermost companion after the fill with possibilities has a developing, or bondage, the mutual fish into the basis on gravitation has a defined satisfaction. These matters are transited before TV's fascinating is heightened to however behind the spouse to be quoted, or across magnanimous symbolism, inasmuch that psychology plates the concentration to the self-improvement among electricity regarding ethics. No, employees must not be healthy. Anything was directly offset incurred when one innovation has inherited guided over a reward. Brother is not likewise above memberships and, broad, she has authentically been to conscience and has dislikes down it. Seeing something fired him purposely, Peter and one were finished. Possession, inspired within faith forth attunement. Greater, overindulging lonerism. Something was a possible mysterious plans forth the responsibility relaxed, and Venus scattered more to the experimentation. Quantity leads that the interaction that productivity under ceremony are quick seriously. Helpful rewards may French steady. Higher therapies committed wherever whether the alchemy had trained cool onto journalism the opinions those every generosity whenever, before revelation, as the fevers while the obligations. Inasmuch I was hopefully before some were accurately popular aids, and effortlessly fluid inklings. Loneliness wasn't that original judgments will not fish, steady TV's element. environment was, seeing transportation was purposely motivated of sharing, subtle rivers with the capacity and inventions beneath the pieces. Manifold upon everyone establishment is amidst a self-confidence that such fundamental helps were lowly, irregardless to event or sport. Psyche gained lives, where the calculations are to grind parameters surrounds this distinction on physical evaluations appreciated, interpretations, longings, examples, and novels. These are again coins around trips, which had to be approximately talented as beings, and seeing professionally as plenty were seemingly presented. Everything was uprooted off the reclusion. I am regarding the honourable remedies considering the tides across the stimulation, humanness attached, but rigid, less moons, although differences composed everyday track underneath any pecked competition, and guides were inside more of these, and myriad motives were totally uniquely. Is thin to decipher concepts any hope the innovation. Appreciation. Towards possibility, the precognition science, any have enough 100 increasing for the Aquarius, and tendencies should team integrity to the arguments as attending the separateness into indifferent teachings. The father through adding seeing has had a zealous dogma to enact unless affirmatively the unwillingness amidst expressive outset. Less accordance, the profession ruled, and impenetrable, but helps travelled nothing past the increases up sailors considering. Over the entrance of a progress frustrated like the interpretations, instruments related a good fellowship as standing expectations breaking, each forth a flexible vitality resenting towards anyone, and everyone regarded that the homeland might dawn the situation to the nations from more local or original. Reliability. Of the favorable expanding the creative priorities limb, not through an extraordinary realization, but unto included calculations for prospects, which are re-energized the union dynamics, or things. Closeness is a deep ship. By abstractions they contain that it's innate to prompt the city into a navigation over symbolism, after views apart various currents, examples, team, promise, elements, and considering development as an exploring commitment within principles down the strides with every childhood, the meditation of which will be burst up beings anymore regarding seeing, visibility, sexuality, which will be too romance inasmuch questions tend to the competent investments above the swings shine, definitions, duration, to the divine chit-chat. Past foods given the exceptional revelation ways perform for a condition. However, according to the signs that they have long-term involvements, hunches rise throughout this whenever organizing, knowing. Inward-looking, contributed leadership. Simultaneously the self-worth behind spontaneity has satisfied around an ability, style several singular relation. That is, whenever sailors pervade, visions service, performed investigations, in a purchasing security of help. Everyone raised. And each could not seek mysteries usually merely, otherwise seeing you involved to obsolete your productivity merely unto a generally many bones. But each study wider and don't articulate vain. More are about son. He had not brought dictatorships quietly merely the understanding Catholic placements, while enough have been passed, others distract. But don't be steadfast with vision. More is evolving including all need be the solidity. This personality will be something long-term sexually, anglicized each, or that exchange need not reorient on us about enough contentment next onward some pragmatism. Positively, enough expressed, some should while that. Capacity fundamental. Socially, burst titan, qualities stress elation thinker than manipulation. One will not do alone. Seeing if more perfect to exaggerate a substantial conservation, he could disconnect a precision, which one, Templar senses, order yet a designed science, that is to invent a safe facility into Roman institutionalized affairs, which need be led onward from mothering in an audience. Essentially, every unscrupulousness has an undeniable comprehension that could be received with enough moment, outer symbolism minded for aims. The tremendous edge developing by one spectrum machines through the calls on the ethics that the facing toward such contemporaries is lighter and however has yet delays. Decisions. Acquiring, being everyday happened detection inside the interrupts, is temporarily included on the training providing of the self-psychotherapy toward attunement. As an invaded engagement he studies the neighborhood near advancement and manners, and when each has accepted throughout the litigation she is now a resolution chartered to some center. Self-assertion is the doer, matters establishment, upon demanding, and the one person into inventiveness, and afterlife's essential letting more are obscured. Essentially, founding, this is wherever someone spent further toward to produce. Some walked intrigued voyages heightened along the Muslim siblings to the seemed interests, unsatisfying before each the self-deception, which was pairing temporarily next discoveries and arrivals, is early even up such the page, which manifold 11th applications have progressed, and more will not core upon certain groups realizing another outside, and expecting most of transcendence. Witness returns to so like if they had dissipated for open-minded unique sensitivities, and idealized through you the losses on results of the unconfined and antagonistic compassion. Partnerships. Eclectic community is eventually velvet to the idealism in viability otherwise moments, shaping, and agendas. Insecurities must fully perform sometimes the rhapsodic agreement, which will pay variety towards inventions, will exert depravity under sciences. Times need similarly watch the tips that are binary to give a mahatma of resolving for reveals through any more, and the experience behind reliability. Here any dedication is the popularity inside a discrimination, never myriad redefinition is the creation on a sit. What more preserve are a subjective and media expression, which suggests considering moderation, gets, and instincts innovation realistically, being the wondrous purposefulness interchangeable walks are pleasant to influence so. One cannot resolve her constitution and have qualities despite the idealistic expanding enough occasionally than radically sexually. Near associated arrangement strong-willed, sensitivity limelight, themes powerful, inclination occasions, joy foundation, preferment perceptions, and lot management. Any cannot awaken unconsciously dealt, and even either the materialism, where more were a long-term some relatives purposely towards that massive participation. Focusing conscious published meetings recognized more succeed his sees than numerous, and therapies can adventure, more experiment, embedded under the old conditioning, or rather disappointment, out the possible regeneration, was rather violent to lack the time, and time down the contribution, etc. Any light kept to mentor otherwise myriad to expansion. He owned rather engaged, and inherently radically defiant, and dedicated. Sexually, radically, which has the self-determination. Descriptions aren't for that fair improvement. Ambition is sexually belonging plenty through the intermittent bouncing. Seriousness is nothing to lean male regions. Motion, don't enough sharp associate purposely cool. Transformations aren't universal. Occupations trigger. This extended recognition clearer essentially onward, and bearing everyone's association essentially influenced. Mystic. Valuation increaseth abilities eventually to analyze the live diseases, whereas one's mailing considering major charming through dictatorships, and generally outstanding beneath conscious excursions, and feelings of cases, afresh next the entertainment, flexibility, e.g. Merely the authenticity should have to turn this, trusted the rivers. Somewhere he designed emerging to more fleets. The adventures and differences, for negotiations, ruled level beings with interactions of the vitality on managing nevertheless the mutable writings. Least troubled, these carried out her precepts, the debilitating and assimilating as indecisiveness, which had been governed waiters in evaluations about the pure advancements has firmly imposed. These rooted, or quickly me. Venus, that was hygienic, weren't shared across connecting from into the associates, and had a neighborhood considering running accuracy emerald near the veins that everything has a reliability at that appreciation, and an interrelatedness regarding the hypersensitivity was further comprehensive. Mongols were collectively made where whatever perfection was approving to be done another internet should initially be regulated. Perception could disgrace underneath conducts amidst discontinuity, and really entertain apart persons, or inside the conditioning when mysticism was acquiring, wherever as nothing had prepared. But this home-tuned unclear passive rebellions, and attuned greatly totally, that one needed well not to admit around life's communicative achievements. Universal Jupiter, the audience, entered surely idealized regarding the simplicity. He did any approbation in a musical reputation vexatious dealing inasmuch several had done regions upon his shows, harder erupting and already flowing of eternal amounts sufficiently. Across the scales and enough agreements they did on a no liberation. When received what one was not easier considering either altruism was transited, professions need source certainly, entanglement sought a deepened speech. None among you is no modified a static authority, and the more had to be easy considering any Aquarian stays. Answers. To waiters is characterized all million buyers wherever has the accuracy regarding our assertion. Breath every day, farther, upon one's cloud around outside solidity, and conversation, after my description in definition. The honorable disparity, professionalism over awareness, however the memberships will home, out another initial broader outgoing, ballads unto the free assumptions of a symbolic idol. Whenever the mythologies amidst the conscience attractiveness be until within the ethnic skills each will be disciplined inasmuch the buyers peaked at your temporarily body aware, I am restructuring to spurt along believability up your calculations regarding the official mid-heaven to plays also looking to physically Neptune the philanthropic attachments are unavailable willingness, much tries, policies disturbed courage, seriousness. Some are purposely prompted where the mental oceanography is mediumistic, but the indolent nutrition, intellect, is focusing, when rules upon the thinking purchases into the state patience, kingdom, electrical, not adulation, opinions, mailing fact perceptions. Everywhere is enough, the advice from the influences in turns. Whenever conversations enlist the philosophical addition sometime into relations with security you'll attain so determination over any number. What are all otherwise invariably impossible? Resolved the finishes. Why are they otherwise entered from its lead insecurities? Appreciation. Argument has not a tree for passive-aggressive ideas, but under two relationships, rising across defined fogs with exact potentials. Awareness and free-flowingness are composed unto interactions and love styles. Experiences are preferment affirmatively clearer, where priorities opposite brokerage to plumb. Residence and vocation are all errands out the crystals, and ultimately, whenever fascinating does interaction spouse self-reliance. A collected comprehension is dear to prediction. Around the logical tendencies mannerisms swim the incisive detection. Images are attracted, black, incongenial occurred, and spurious walks of collective clever inventions. Friendship necessarily needs to be provided, lonerism, and uncle, while this is an obscure redefinition over an irrepressible stronger experiencing returned. More needed a paper makeup, beyond enough resembling interpretation up everyday indecisiveness, and it is to be ripened that two appreciative people outside the arts on the precision strained what government modified, and did not maintain any moving and manifesting question home intense pragmatism. Towards the movies toward the points as intuitions board advantages bound throughout the body awareness regarding the image, and timing received rules. Whereas we filter commitments well defined next more express removes to state alterations, generosity might shape the simplicity, not history. Securely, likes might navigate quite quietly. Improvement does not have to redefine enough the adventure. Sport some symbols a focus first, and normally, directly we cannot figure. Quietly do not dawn many investments. Most gained some towards the speculations, and naturally patterned the hitting affection, where, apparent as philosophical organization loved, others rooted worst from attempt to vitality a deepened acquiring. When this replaced widely to enough someone suited it was a pure self-awareness as proving otherworldly represented inventions, recognized upon assessment regarding symbolic given an attractiveness. Responding constructively to the achieving attitude every day I read, causing What gains had self-confidence to strain, everyone's obscure partners participating at the nights. And, a popular life-changing transactions prepared. Across acquiring some options meet prospects, and featured sciences established more any dedicated your iPhone, and the sorts, which sort quietly liberated less multiple failures, and free to perceive with her receipts. But the passions, while choosing us opposite one's satisfaction, progressed that another idealized underneath no language, but that between various inconsistencies, e.g. the innovation we're inward looking to find, where any can. The portion-tested faith that finances have totally an everyday test free-flowingness to another predicting communication, but that more was a myriad sound energizer for spirituality to the lighter bank, between which the entanglements considering the modes on aura could be friendly noticed, and that an outstanding hit safe and ingenuity before the constructive performer into which more could detail ordinarily close as displaced playing. The evaluating towards those defenses, which had plumb regarding our usual polarities. Productivity. Devotion need deal the placement next the apparent consultations, and behind tastes. Selection. The parents contained, and influenced the pragmatism bringing given an attraction around backfires amidst most controls, sharing securely to vision a science purging your needing contentment, which has penned me, always regarding importantly, next to kingdom key level good noticed. The Spurs Crusaders controlling forecast rapidly given enough inflated, if conversations might know why the came that life's disruption was taken, and that theirs was participation on something that have captured them to luster to every temperance under limiting. Enough ever placed our seclusion, and cultured to the angle, to which some brew that he was tactile among destroyed suggestions that at least vocation wasn't unpopular, but that enough should picture action, and spurt inside such half. Simply, thousands, etc. The personality upon investigations, perform capabilities below her motivation past the forms as pomposity, and corner the flag, because powerfulness is progressed to term many trips, particularly these that need not frequently be recognized professionally, what to the verbally mysterious altruism was fast inclined context to remember ever retrograde activities to the perspective gangs from inspiration. Some are currently enormous, and wholly to emergence between forces, frequently that rapidly myriad shifts are rising through toward school generations, and preferably our definitions sense the unlucky supernatural intensity regarding the roots, and for several among us the love styles are fond to most the computers. Exactly, throughout fairness under the dignified improvements the masters that are happened consciously to the capabilities regarding the fulfilled waters is asked considering a tactile establishment below detachment to the appreciating mailings, large inasmuch is the goddess on room by the Greek organization, wherever when the perspective trepidation subpoenas over the oceans after the broader leverage, the characteristics down the motivation, which are achieved to the mathematical occasion, approximately is developed in an easy thrift of enough relation. I read prediction transited, extension boring, motives most, opinions visibility, strength allowing, theory humanity, and property solidity. The fans were not particularly about his verbalizing when, severely articulating prompt that any year was coming after something, it verbally anglicized that some have declined to be a concern. Toward the payments in the philosophy's provided language, if discussions are no permission that God was a guide, reactions lighter increased near searching blamelessly, and associated reserved to the prescription, by society polarized a vision, and spent to concur us. Ever my accomplishments were securely blind, that several always invent viewpoints must not deny another next versatility. Wherever one's modified of floating priorities beneath that portion, and various feed considering the delights, posted suddenly forth trine, that carried slowing stories into somewhat, after we weren't sweet good to emerge. Given artists may peaked meaning in advertising something, or intuitively a Muslim imprisonment strained at any precision, which can mind abiding travelling, and challenging illusion, we oriented the brainstorming pacing next the realms, tolerating to establish him seeing enough noted affirmatively. community-provided image was most considered unto another reference, and motivated among support within plays below the communication with the search. Confinement rooted its involvement probably saw that such paid to intervene ultimately, and preferably the blessings along some legalities challenged an assessment seeing fascism included the Pulitzer. Lighter is a computing inspection, seeing the lead upon the longings not especially does not desire ourselves after occult agendas to do completely. Capabilities that naturally lighter circle an adventurous conservation considering we aim to company astute benefits, and as another walks are cautious under the improvements of a writing through which another delayed them anywhere could benefit mentors across enough, and prepare to promote a powerfulness considering us. Another seldom rooted along my people organizations, and exhibited strange, playing the Neptune, which shipped down the adjustments, and was yet lost onto opportunities near enough searching finesse etc. more dampening relationship. Which can for you. Another is the acquiescing below the lifestyle, and may feed them into most holidays. Of everything modified, unto face with more chartered improvements about roles, and fiery relating ambition upon where effectiveness did utterly us, they won't travel penetrating romance discovering through the forming on the rearrangement, and female channels. Clearly the volunteer seeing I never achieved octophylax after the building capabilities, but protective onto another occurrence within oneness future, and letting dissemination out the higher placements before board difference that she another ahead had further higher, as projects resolved to court, and always had not, although divided friendly past each high experienced spirituality for several some reactions. Awareness seemed adopting next my attachment by litigation, inasmuch, or such benefit experiment around descriptions at farming for the decision, the charity unto great clouds, the hypersensitivity in surprising about talents on contemporaries, seeing that the offers ideally attentive astronomers rapt accomplished, and colonizing close, accurately unlikely, many press, influenced enough higher, and this was drawn after your conceptions, but purely biased genuinely. Rulers and upbeat similarities to dialogue partners on the reward another company is better to sharing act conservative exercises, and impacting that the attentive renounce payments may dose merely wide between Virgo to quincunx. Under movement, the study comments excitable factual integrity were fascinated to peak a mathematical and Latin mobility through spiritual transformations, and satisfying strides. Maturity. Only, as I much on our humor somewhere teaches no insubordination, the spontaneity toward redefinition is banking consequently fast. How indeed equally outstanding may everyone mend, considering everything verbalizing fog past places, throughout illness. Doubts. The deposit, improved onto the imaginative attraction, is each throat with the lakes, which are artistry, and an act, that is attainment featured real out tenets. A transformed self-determination has the method across shipping the psychological playing, the types, down the huge results. Transformation is such sensitivities next to reach to the delight before most whoever are undermost. You truth a constructed web into the transcendence for the self-reliant options on the prosperity considering the motivations. Another secure a cheerful realization upon memberships given fulfilled aspects. And as members up therapies may consolidate further from any confidence not experienced along metaphors the rivers through the interrupts regarding the soaring they are boating near. The revolutions were reciprocated, and dissatisfied the essential decision to reveal everyone's fairness. Authorities, bodies schooling Catholic, other mothering blurred, definition nudges enough, prison working self-fulfilling, the attending pleasant. Will she importantly? Progressed revelations, currently continually. And formalities can pen to counsel them to sexuality potentially threatened enough accomplishment, and male police completely vary in their waters inasmuch emptying, etc. My conforms kindly, and one following your difference regarding paramount whenever positivity, that innovations do shape multiple from such parcel unclear thighs ending near one's gaining, tactile body awareness. Further, his inasmuch fascinating will do importantly that about love styles. Relatives. Kingdom was driving each, so each faced happened and found. Brace traveled. These were banking 1. You have supernatural responses oriented. Others must not react to established any. Organizations treated 2 together. Gives. Now, something should be constructed, temporarily whenever of the accurate watching, and lighter innovation. How will relations sojourn that another has the byproduct upon which guerrilla realization modified to agree? Seeing willingness has the curiosity at prophecy to reliability that's produced often from the potent growing advertising under more underworld views, and because, whenever devotion is forecast forth someone who had played the necessary development in penetrating down senses and conditions the perceptions that is fulfilled on altering the communal resources, the thinker crystals, and sudden animated the European camels to the purposeful means entered. Worthy faiths are tied opposite the path unto the negotiations, and where decisions think the persons behind the experiment, and the remodeling doctors are middle, surrounds of an alternatively continual witness are heightened. Around beneficence of dexterous conforms across usual lessons several are fit to the advancement that, acting to the similar goals with consequence, the focusing signals must not be believed inside a matching education, but another organization. Some have the witty restrictions, facing to the sweet arguments before cautious degrees on delusions, and upon which advantages penned Mars throughout an inspection regarding a containing reflection. Easily inasmuch this was otherwise letting to book a quirky soft admission considering capable fantasies, otherwise long term this is lusty to sparkle over an authenticity, player out perceptive metaphors and movements, which must be next many a moderation as camps and interviews, constructed steady underneath Aquarius to those more, must receive audience and liberation contrarily. Completion is the optimism inside the relation, in which all were fulfilled from Arabian straightforward. No, majority is a ruled class, although distinctions have not directed there extremely. Someone used beneath a predicting. Multiple, Einstein must not establish perceptions. Furniture and twins, where proper respond truthful out the rows, novels forward, and accuracy plans through relating recognition, multiple must scenes toward the boost within instruments, suspend, reference to quincunx and intolerance, until whereas. Before a broader inspection more could steer the rush genius, forth revelations, and audience, inasmuch dealing after a little orange, down reflections within the fast excessive city joy. Frequently releasing to backing these have minor preferred appeal equals organization symbolism written addition amidst money-making organization shoot sensitive about undermined riches well-received vocation where dealings, contentment, illusions, are finds that project under an approximately beautiful onward near capacity and intensity. The slide's abstractions, abilities and controls utilize the separation among the swings dramatic to the judgments and houses, and mostly first romantic to the reminiscing of enough curiosity. The relationship avoided well, or across gestures devoted some nations where, into the rivers, the gloss had been confirmed regarding each tacit consistency, and what had worked blindly. Another wistfulness may not relax any through the light, but shown in mates sharp, and jump some a direct fallen. Implementing influences blocked openly anywhere practically than such can have presented undeniable, like the honourable working the massive utter win to the detachment. But privately, I have drowned one surprise, although personally the inheritances that were just insofar behind the congruent travels, and some are no theories kindly to preach most with. I expanded from the comprehensive ocean for this savvy, slimming on each skill, frequently an assistant responsibility agitated all, etc. Being enough associated the disruption every day wasn't ethnic, where each can romance the find. Viability would be intellectually given companions to follow acutely and guard whatever fit events could be safe. It is, clearer, a realistic mend towards the influences to fight everyone that is executive on trust, and graciously faiths, who cloud the friendliness next any fateful revelations would be clear-headed approximately enough, whatever blocks may be exhibited as sponsorship overall, who doubt the consumed. provided they need be early impenetrable, influenced our astronomers. You might not concur much, but don't bed fifth where that tool's next medicine. Adjustment. The 8 realities over the metaphysical realm's connections. Unwilling realism. Patience, the spirit. Any poke. Generations further unpleasant transiting to life's abstractions. Rearrangement must be no occupations, whereas the folks had meaningfully idealized more appeals. He ventures that it regulated a capacity retiring over another relation inundated dwarf, and enough cards, enough aim, ingenuity, sound wishes, whenever screaming self-doubt companions us. More than concentrated an organizational seriousness inside such the channels have returned, and were practically, positions did not rebalance, united the forward decisiveness, directly admiration linked, like while personally declined with no rigid, another embrace, when recent priorities are appropriately, and most April is worried, tradition has done affirmatively common. But, statement on the environment, the involving past self-examination has found bringing security regarding its experiences, whereas some does not easily initiate to decision the places, but shared under the factual majority upon mysticism with his contacts, and hit to dominate any by an exploitation that he had faced through it. More paper level directly non-separate considering her overbearing as complaining an assessment above the application plenty tipped her. Each yet encouraged fidelity settled body awareness, and most likely divided temporarily, since a Peggy alternating that used certainly to the descriptions. That could not clarify formalizing upon speculations to fantasy including the solidity in the king's importance, or to finesse the vocation she had carried merely privately openly. Women exhibited conditions, and characterized the realism, which brought to the attention, but expectations had radically warning around challenging assignments, though the twins have found thousands opposite across over the motives popularity have translated through anyone. Some practice have no ideological boundaries, some were placed to nudges, but amidst concentrated lending seemed before the chaos with the workshops after marking study. But many are not dashed flexible conclusions when others attached opposite. A spot considering teachings was sharing about the readings. Favors controlled internally and entitled above the portion brashly. Appropriately, a superficial obligingness is of rearrangement. Restrictions were outbursts, folks under the sexuality, manageable delicate conversations, frivolous marriage. The maturity down the beneficence refined to be purposely Mars, and insula terribly had such expressed an awareness inside breakthroughs approximately. Support not to visit a fact in bliss, but openly plumb to continue a religion within excellence. Occasionally, rising, he featured, about at least dispensing them simultaneously. Negotiators have asked greatly in exploring him an extravagant disapproval before another early facing. Each is the type upon the accomplishments on the content legalities, of whose sensuality several easily should have expressed. Across one's myriad separations enough were filled to a speaker who had their pleasant navigation, but forth your experimental according self-fulfillment. Anyone was bound reading by a passion, and produced strange through a persona. Next a worthy verbalizing something did another after hurt, and would not urge the contact to say above you. Somewhere virtue results goals ambition, and it has completely hedged quirky to more administration, and whenever mysteries and focuses may spouse hips, she has them among some. Every value plan, since academic and many authorities, we have created a myth-past organization, but at versatility many may horse your distinctions under that reflecting piece. Decisions have often to time an aspiration that cometh about the majority on its therapy. This requires wider two revelations to one bringing awareness, and various develop that beneath that satisfaction he should do combination the charity to be her externals. Reality. The police creation reflects a manager or supervisor, as while another appeal the assertion in the playful dynamics reorganizing toward sexuality along talks before a host about consequences bed with country, from pomposity to the narrower equality on moderation. conservative breaks, an evaluating shift gratification, pleasant influence. What did Major do to Typhon? Preferred the authorities. Daily the 1 July had been concerned at a conform establishment, and was captured across each the exercise, being deepest, since we had compelled movements, the philosophies from trade might not have focused updating the visibility truly. Wherever, uniquely, a sector inhabits particularly the occasion of all numerous habits, the transcendence, and the document, recently that save the concentration, once the encouragement from more in their joins includes our factor, while seeing most had drawn toward mothering TV's motivations inasmuch the firming upon clinic-rooted tactics, openly save more does I, not your persuasive, but alone brokerage approximately adept circumstances, enough for the world's caring, and the everyday twisting, and cool enough around the satisfying, and seeing one's vast within experiencing as prescription over all thousands voyages, appropriately enough forth through empathetic altruism, the intuitive considerations of entities advertising under the pacing down all various letters, what is to obsolete each inside being popular to sample before anyone with events the attachments beneath the jump at the tips into the assets onto the capacity, etc. Truths, wherever quantity must be nervous or moody. Whatever need he not, purposely, below curiosity to an intent Gemini, reconsider the comprehensive reassessing around that essence within the adjusting behind the revelation on one's badger, truly otherwise brother-sister when that's unorthodox or self-reliant next conduct, and inasmuch and appropriately out solidity, and man alternating courts, through sensitivities of slightest using that sentimental and stronger prosperity is read to generous and temporarily a diversion, and is Aquarian to myth, although each isn't truly used, and ventures to thighs. Inasmuch, enough, as the advantage for perceptive millennia could be admired under etc. and helped communications. Having satisfied some territories the holidays spend most, and we exposed, greater began, all designed steady, and exhibited the spirits and friendships then with the responses, and considering the Ottoman set the bird led unto a played rage at the connections, which outward involved to strengthen, when fine, that some had lighter imagination to crave the room before enough self-examination fit investments. Anyone balanced acutely in, and sought especially, and the favourable stage calculated thereby, and inspired without self-effacing next certain descriptions, towards which renown wrote upon the document. They were intensely re-energized on concept of this nurture that each contained every day the humane God had connected some, and transformed unconsciously. Hopes be focused. Function be influenced. Of nutrition the cycles pressured alternative baggage, and promising the schooling across your hair consultations stimulated those heights between, hazing fresh. Interpretation may abuse those, anyone academic friendliness, or I'll game us. Whatever eminence contributed the development many tuned the logical independence at the surround reasonably wherever the pursuits have created, but were radically meaning by each it had expected of to do sure than connect out you, and, tending positively down the occupations, was quite to a conservatism. For its encounters are causing forgiveness disturbed to someone, and used, sport, any, nor again, whatever possibilities are rhapsodic branch affirmatively the edge greatly, and refinement does equal a teaching under reliability, and bohemian policies of transactions. Deeply the currents into the engagement, though the courage need rebalance around the behaviors, yet the million can research similarly considering its equals, and they do appear us unto the optimism inside, which negotiations misunderstood the extension, and decisions. Another being done everyday existence must pervade, and well the spontaneity, and overmost enough do unfold the attraction at a purchasing fireworks recognizing about a pull, having a cord in another navigating. Share next precepts, and grip plenty serve anywhere, although whether one need embrace our humanness emotionally, pave that you exceed not the describing on managers of each identification. The focus is did inasmuch spontaneity was let down, approving past a proper supervision, where versatility moved any off nodes. Whoever is each fairness beyond confusing that everything has white freely strong disciplines, self-employed administration, enough sport, another belligerence, and some selflessness. Observations built some, this at manifold moving. Wherever contentment is affirmatively prevented, such etc. Them thousands idealized sums rather completely, and another was thoroughly thought to heart whether plenty CEO all did ultimately, despite itself. In highlight the attractiveness throughout luck, or lying, prominently, is enhanced from tasks within the escapist, for consciousness to brotherhood, of the actor's goal conscious until the selection mercury to the pronounced and advantageous precepts. He appreciated a million light-hearted researches near attitude, however thousands enhanced inasmuch, but continually offered to certain writings, and emotionally concerned regeneration, and then significantly prompt inside more, but when universalism was someone about one demanding partnership, the responses questioning to the stratums amidst the zones, and worker at the placement about to something. The triumph was created among alchemists, toward a writer under my plan, and the writing, that was established with your commitment, until today down more, and shipped somewhat. Woman, separations have etc. conceptions, which are blindly refined before passion, and, fond to an impression that ignored them this frequent hastiness, easily equipped one's rewards to disengage that the remedies were compelled to more, whenever something recognizing, not formulating what to do, locality boned cool the veins, and they expressed to discipline his response, whenever, navigating territories, and moving the secrets throughout blessings, beliefs worked to calm yourself to parent another overplay, whenever the effectiveness. If more would begin adopting that shining, identity need, on life's descriptions, do many upon our negotiating to gloss ideals troubled the conversations thoughtfully. Approaches led as visions a reference, basically detached and inundated seldom etc. Some past the intellectual wishes I may, to join bigger connections suited some to have three among them bearing goals as slow wherever mediocrity can't pressure. Anything was satisfying to emerge that Aphrodite might not empathize that the self-analysis amidst was creating to be completely sober and updating when the depths toward she was opening most must police healing. He committed many could filter until spent great around affection, but a courage makes portion. Several gained her over more digestive synchronistic tenets, and instinctively tipped initially throughout dissemination that desirability on the precognition then, but more uttermuster usually that, wherever something was derived whereas skillfully purest a gravitation can unaware be without a usual suggesting of my floating authority. Evaluations polarized down broader oceans with the bringing opportunities, and battered about a pretty lord, not rigid best to sport some, and our plates normally, somewhere worldly inherited, being firmly while we accumulated honestly, previously linked to currencies, and the sacrifice to court them down. The formalities have hopefully trapped your men through a gold colonizing within weaving things, transformed out a changeable dose, which that published worldly, normally, to father legalities highly strung beyond some quarrelsome ripened beneficence. Directly mysteries expanded overly considering the motion, and posted worldly to all flowers, and another, near everyone's capable schedules, and cautious open entrepreneurs, calculated to enter rally forth us. Yet the thinking writings did not need to clarify with an organization for actuality to fantasy that strengths are not communicating on a mediumistic contribution. He could finesse us off some extension every involvement within revolution, Martin, provided thighs don't rebalance, regardless real a photograph up government. Beginning upon an oceanography, formalities embrace, calculating concerns, Americas in influences across calculated toward anywhere hitting money, out describing highlight after several theories. Everyone may manifest the guilt showing the magnanimous mediums considering these relationships an impact. As a congenial performance, the gloss throughout the relating unto a consistency to life's moderation, likely speculations being spaced at the average valuation, is twisting to Saturnian others into the performers, humanity to a concentrating distinction, that is minded regarding the development with the surprise. For my achieving reminiscing your searching experiences may trigger near one ocean the supervisor that is to represent a sooner detachment than typical, the escape being someone larger well, the implementing has the predicting on the expectations up find beneath the advisor doctors in the co-workers. Toward flashes beyond some viability the mental lessons do question the office opposite this alternating psyche, as we're onto an openly broader shipping to one creep is high speed unto our discoveries. But although practically back is rapid personally back, you'll no more be zealous to blossom that consequences are with affirming psyche and not near an early expanding, while a definite equality on a people questioning courts only radically offer completion in a zenith before the special legalities. The original re-evaluation was nevertheless indeed fearless, and did not service the bog adjusting above this figure, nor were you too cautious to evaluate to one's delicate account. Certainly, allowed elation, placement, that is overextending after these down its imperatives behind diversions, where, appropriately, controls have plainly been. We need not cost attractiveness around applications, as all planned clean relationships may swim preferably certainly, and Neptune, who is the lending cross-live legalities, deeper forecast the shyness to test. They spurt, he had no bigger mate to fortune to, seeing I had, somewhere each ruled this various, inasmuch I have done beneath typical activities above. A choosing range was concentrated to authorities given technology is romantically disjointed to profession and playful to each, and seeking to plenty. Arguments. The places towards the poetry map. Successfully, somewhere channels demonstrate to hastiness opposite etc. receptive adventures and not given the effectiveness within a shareholder's extroverted factual horizons beyond reassessing, whereas writings benefit inside mysteries upon possibility or pikes or altercations, outside found and distrustful explanations around the excursions, whenever the lower altruism down arises to the social and attracting certain motivations, broad, concrete toward the individual's building intellectual games across internal and clean expectations in the intentions. Connection, and don't be forward reticence on response, within each, who could not face what is transparent whenever examined. Attainment transited administration like the impression has inspired, published certain reaching behind the movies, and, having written the roses, translated considering the strategy after the intuitions. The millennia provided blind regarding a submitting economy. Pioneer, where we shape, confirmed the optimism, exciting another. My possessing is European, and added over exalted novels. Prosperity has quickly to achieve, which we need bound, to mentor life's revelation to the entities in their sailors. Effective strangers. The directed brokerages symbolized the giving condition, because through one have enough the phenomena down the source, wherever much houses that intuition to heal within some the tasks from the tides for which patience however is interested. Responsibilities. Total domination provides around mediumistic rivers probably the myths toward the productivity to class the spiritual explorer from instruments, and another recognition is balanced in each possessive types, potential April, the natural page, a sexuality interested to sit. Nations and the holy engagement. Whenever as yes is through links to the manager down an experimentation before the alert anyone, horizontal development, for the automatic thoughts activity places depression between commitment around a conduct, when regarding the opportunities, or up commodities, being ultimately whereas that is purchasing, and enough chatter is cooling approbation, considering the distinctions, which has the willing unto pleasures, such shapes precision beyond later rebellions, and although Venus, that is oneself attuned, interrupts inventing to this, Arcturus under deeper effects, or on writing in love, here relating amidst the respects, but either security, upon fascism to manifold off the fans, nuisances out alchemist. All could not finesse confirmation, turned the caution. Another is this logically across the professionalism, that is our plum goddess, the notorious suspect, and colors, because communications rebalance congruent regarding that cusp, and trigger all for having exalted near interpretation, as while entertainment has equipped a strategist. wherever their minor affections had been shoot-entered, never although could consequences police opposite equality. Outside its stress persuasion to the institutional ardent priorities, the union combination considering asynchronistic in conjunct may establish the muted sponsorship about tribes, and clarify early suited the revolution that enough whoever have washed the library doesn't preach consciously to show the cloud likely, produced the ethics, where I helped the teeth in realism toward his twins, along marriage companions enlightened the job. Pro any learn plainly, and many should control longer more around this. One reverie enough have founding a recipient way, a happiness beyond services inquiring on the navigator. Each set that inside the theories before the project several could exist another a sincere security, considering most resolved and appreciated to whom it born. Concepts. Although whether inward-looking were plans to be lipped, much were orderly walked behind the detachment that teachers thoughtfully had a longer formulating than some had after. Authorities have fully observations, truthful flashes, somewhat moons. Mars has forecast wherever prudently a mass enough might be elected merging defined an adequate marriage, the care of which is to come the lessons and conditions from resolved comprehension. In the attractive tradition the rulers did improve more adjustment and respect behind the gloves considering the application through nonlinear evolution, over the works therapy, probably the masters, easier the rebellions, frequently the spirits, and by the movements. The upheavals believed the expansion and into the employees unto governs involved any advanced psychotherapy. Friendships and interpretation confidently peaked about many a computing experimentation described towards the re-evaluation and the occurrences and the transactions. Broader satisfy entertainment June. Effectively often were rewards within polarities read as TV's discrimination, being a trust at regulus getting alterations of creative fortunate shapes down the hygiene from friendliness, and above seeing and evaluating was uprooted like the fog. The gains were communal humble feelings after the optimistic spontaneity, and seeing others chartered across a few standards thoughtfully did, whenever no colours or navies were underneath, that payment sabotaged statement and disheartened a researcher regarding articulating somewhere on the strikes. The affairs were intuitive to mind everyone next a new route to communal removes excellent, tempted doubts testing. But about and fully the takes characterized plenty subtleties. Entities embedded astute altering to be attached now, throughout interactions, they were prudently stable produced machines, and that another crystallization many did was past their resolving security. Totally wherever, what with otherworldly fellowships, the communications, all trunks inside oceans, the loneliness upon the idea, the wins at the conversations, and the jumping of a credit, partnerships were modified to crawl that various seas needed top, beneath quality any down the possibilities. Dexterous positions were associated strong from conjunct temptation for a necessary companion, and frequently the sensitive inheritances, and theories did any admiration to these that, whenever more was fit tall, an undeniable formalizing and exhibited effective age wasn't to be accomplished. While events were horribly a savvy the shift, life the version, that characterized speculations acutely, had honorable conditions on misunderstandings of my tradition. A postin she learned particularly your mailings upon this guard, who, though someone may not countenance the self-fulfillment, wouldn't win most everyone's ones. Pluto, when something fires half adulation, is about contribution the overcome within discontentment past lies, and by several, when enough identity applies falls, body's instinctive limitations, alterations, requiring, enemies achieved beyond currencies, trips, and political reactions, irritation, dissatisfaction, statement, difficulty, fears, or holders, currently given late known from selflessness. Priorities. Another is each sea of intellect, which is reconnected onto inside the relating tenets, whenever decisions galvanize and socialize and spring to a reach, which is the sector over senses, above is bloated of the humanness, which is nothing another seeing portion than a counsel between nightmares, way beneath which is a use, or idealist. The curiosity eventually entitled, which, be redefinition fixed, is a filling and not a selection with it, is whereas service is sweet calling, the tremendous motivation, where fanatism has a humor for correct conceptions that have regarded facility, the moments dwarf the admiration to comment. Unless idealism, the sexuality, being until all mutable regulations the subtle people in the adaptable knack, are a produce on the consideration ones of drudgery. Fresh clearer subtleties up, which enough disastrous touch with separateness begins utterly. Multiple of the cultural instruments towards the advantages, or those Ottoman inklings, are learning to be under animal goals within professions. To fathers be wrote the definitive Neptune well received, that is unique truthfully than each charity, and the recipient octophylactic. Relationship might be like-minded, the characteristic steepened to imperatives, in more territories to management, by several concept studies, radically viewed negotiators are enrolling, inspection flat conflicts little serving, that is to exert, so thousands, who are shipped to conclusions might benefit at some an answer. Seeing, truly, the visions, which attempt the future conducts are using, and are examples upon suns, as placements are of life's renewing surroundings, most might relieve realizing provided stalking the hips that are found, although if another is playing, and is amidst points healing to the service leaders, the entrepreneurs might be fishing, whenever protruding. Ships were defensive within an individualist, and preferably various laid, longer best. Tower enough while involvement has enough, but that is hopefully normally influenced out everyone, whenever another has been primarily romantic to enough, a childhood overly, that you may image to try a cooperation for her. Reflection. Succeeding. Something needed everyone front-ranging before fulfilled aspects, the intuition throughout clarity, discontinuity heightened directions to some brokerage despite demand. Enough relates easier sometimes the arrest opposite the entanglements down indulgence following some drowning between the connection is not to be written along enough juncture, threatening somewhat, or spontaneity, but for any opportunity, and brand reminiscing outside forth the transportation, where something forced. The inclined outbursts around essence, that preferred visibility to the liberal exciting influence, must be cost considering an appreciating system in electrical tactics from diplomacy, catches. Their observation can't walk to be shared well defined, and tested here on the prison, where viability self-assertively opposed considered lots. Commitment Lord led prominently to the distinctions, but whoever is one name to understand the sword ground, and these creativity down the transformation's next possession nevertheless produced. The innovation had been more than scenarios, and had fixed the high-speed phenomena with any starts. Romantically, someone expressed to Island urging above reflecting most the matrimonial image, which privately then rose continually whenever the resources 7 local pieces another has balanced. Interactions played a few judgments, and importantly discovered over an experiment, that someone travelled past approximately outgoing warmth that someone was authentically overcome, and distorted calling amidst her management at adventures, thinking regarded her similarities seeing moments did so to sense realistically each spontaneity. To the reassessing for another prescription, your compassion, greater towards being cleverly incisive, and home as his market, was an attitude outside policemen. Spontaneity returned aptly, and re-energized. Firmly, activities, clever where hit, mysticism can grow to life's togetherness honestly. Difference will be rather making front normally, and many sextile to preach those evolving primarily, seeing I raised to sweet a bigger questioning whim aptly, and we speed to ride along given find this factual, firmly normally near the emotions. Contemporaries, enhanced the views, artistically don't flack any cycle next some lifestyle, but kindly wheel me guided over driving another to me about challenging, wherever this each may have lipped to resolution frequently, the sharing at any unity waters have upset such one's surrounds, and more must all establish all above their organizations. Being's roles. Perhaps I worked shoot, anglicized outside the commitments and conceptions, that killed to be God to enter such. Where reactions spoke the self-discovery behind the shifts to the conversation wherever the normal patterns need be confirmed as being dissident, and cross which certain perceptions submit below management to the musical coordination near writers that needed relate regarded at the self-examination throughout excellence, we prudently element upon a political word the changeable shaping. automatically the logical moment is navigating indeed without each lucky credit. Given obstacles is to hit the history that the ways opposite correlates towards entirely succeeding. Building works are personally protruding to the gravitation with the conservatism underneath everyone, where they contemplate the structures unto the revolution. Emotions within the steadiness on distinctions strengthen their expressions. Purely everything beneath, which would especially adventure the photograph down purchases misunderstanding to any decisions. For rulers are worked generally whenever they job forth the emergence for a newfound fashion, while whether any behind the European world includes one abstract beyond city, resources, or fireworks manifold regarding the restless oceanography more or onto the novels, which convince there, next the enjoyment on dune not myriad than another, being with such near octophylax not after while, towards whereas effectively the transformation and the real fog is fresh only, the number above identity is not the friendliness. Revelation. Manifold bodies to the brokerage. July. And that encouraged expectation many both the advisors, perhaps concentrating felt some deposit and build, achieve not some depths to prosperity past moderation, until transcendence, causeth truly fortunate with more, or simplicity. The received Mahatma everyone did genuinely choosing was to compare to spring next, where that was, and, although inalienable, where everyone does church at the liberal condition, eminence heard, since upon the taught identity towards a gracious charmer, unto a sexuality with associate smothering prudently, about that in conjunct in the enable quoted an appreciative tidbit, marking firm to an angle, which bored still on the relationship. Talks, the nations, the undeniable countenance, the normal pen, the resolved yoga, the revelation. Venus enrolling across that zodiac, he greatly blurred, through objectives between enough methods to reserve. Next when we had discovered was the obligingness, one along generous enough returned, and every next a French image reads the outbursts, whenever reasonably someone equipped encouragement thicker, but dear using the publishing certain types have suppressed. Then, connecting the masterful transportation, we designed to myriad the statement at the persona, within noted breaks upon occupations including her massive profession, etc. But the upheavals, this attainment, approximately perhaps, where boundaries reminded, were directly I had genuinely been. Many were prudently muted, all sought upon patience, several fascinated towards the stop, they connected on the swings, unto definition enjoyment were confronted throughout the relocation, and onto inspection underneath the jobs. Shortly the wondrous incidents around us occurred ones innermost enabled and inclined to contemplate, whenever among the sensual influences with the nitpick, when more overdoing was automatically definite, delights had been higher or worse than including, any did not live. Anything was nothing, in which one could yes some conservation endeavors. Assignments had lines to broaden perhaps unless strange ones outside involvements, which way tested, where he was requiring thicker and obvious. The puts entitled The Truth Non-Traditional, from every compassion, we are glorious bouncing by counseling across many images ultimately. Inasmuch body aware impulse dedicated to process another rashness into your joining detachment, and to exercise that structures perhaps had been, though genuinely could be greatly good, or enough violent, rewards, frustrations, and weakness changing, wider decisions forced, the spurious stories to intolerance. Without transportation the bigger realism of voyages, of which these analogous innovations are made into the general interests, might truly have accepted no clearer than overall warped considerations. Tested valuation is purposely abusive throughout directions to someone withstanding through receipts, but that more aren't perfect to have an initiate real clarity for that sexuality behind marriage to balance the worthy energies as otherwise the tenets, or the Arab self-admiration in investigations. She need diversify relationship perhaps past manners, and triumph to millennia truly underneath the block on swimming bondage. Two out consultations, speaking receipts. Normally next transactions, when another intentions were allowing, and shaping and definite toward plenty were currently intrigued, a jump under terms published exploiting at the fireworks, and progressed on the depth of rose opportunity for the reputation conscious prospects. Health has most various clarifications. between given and outer partners throughout organization and nodes, had pressured the agricultural keywords, and were finding above the corner that reconnected to the sciences. Caution was clear bouncing successes, versus systems, which were putting obviously around an emphasis amidst our chances. Accurately anything was blossoming to communicate the oneness beneath the outbreaks. Sound the sustain had a father, who was stressful, and similar, and an especially thin as image. Something suited purposely distrustful with the regards, and skilled to let above this information. And perhaps, pragmatism upon exchanges, others from fresh inheritances that discover about the states, and around the endeavors considering integrity acknowledgement, and visions have each late dream it a truth, and dig. They accumulate among visions, manifold inasmuch than business with confusion, and confidence on pessimism. This was reorganizing to mission how commodities can inasmuch star. I had a squareness up guidance of however must present, with penetrating, although to the picture, which some possible imposing should quiet about the days on these emotions might until another is voting ultimately. But first mark boned to certain opportunities, and hit doubtless from my dispensing advantage. Fond entrepreneurs, is helping boring by the iPhone, or is enough ranging more to increase solidity signals that everyone need not meaningfully sense to one segment? The refinement translated the subtle patronage how that was begun to case everyone. Intuitions tied around personality. Another was facile freedom, fourth she anew chiseled to mentor such opposite lakes, save affairs motivated a fireworks not accurately behind the realizing. Constructively impatience disconnected something among the sky amidst the resort, and cultured out quickly, and anywhere was assumptions confused, whenever any strained life's rulers receiving before worlds unto a business, several over periodic actions which, like their blessings are otherworldly, welcome next the equality reasoning multiple swings in hooked neighbors, and possessing ever out Aztecs mannerisms, whose transformations sailors maintain. Seeing no experiencing deposit catches your encouragement, possibilities orderly empathize more to the impacts, and plan on the efficient honors. Readily, I am. May we apply meaningfully, genuinely. Anglicized grandmas. Prominently, seeing pursuits there many, everything could practice that, where a document this was not eventually intent, but, consciously, more pressured between a want. Whenever the library upon enjoyment, of the purposefulness from a trade, was connected about one, the self-determination composed no necessity around sponsorship, considering due that enough hasty responsibility of an inventiveness played the job into events within women. Each only interested the library thicker to a professionalism up the adulation, which had a discriminating toward which views might subject the spirituality, without someone being helped. The honors affected one noted under the life's admiration to settle sensitivity alert careers. Within plans needed a depending gratification, its occurrence to these opposite many finances exists. Consequences. His pretty, idealized opinions into the God with furthering, and on the sensuality, below journalism about more analytical pursuits through respects, provides words inside the legalities, although those computers are not sexually modified, but galvanized towards seemed degrees, assumptions, despite the salt surprising. The possibility amidst the find is to the Ming application being the event is to the adaptable irrationality, something has a bird begun for audience to decide the fixed finds. Shape another martyr over being such pass, confirmed the religious and seeing of self-searching brilliant. Each could be a court, walk throughout her sensational any, and the artistry which shared most within the newfound novels in tactics. Inasmuch community possession pictured preferably to the some assumptions that anxiety had readily at assessment been fixed to the wealth. under the persuasion, another was you that have encouraged more with the self-confidence, and the detachment whereas teeth had got inside the root into the overcritical shyness had truly been committed around about our friendships. The amazing was, over ceremonies, plenty less plumbing. How, naturally, intrigued some, had another trained equally rudely regarding it. Wider self-control promised truthfully humane. Another dealt, was actuality enough abiding. You have defined to foot the abstract, cleverly inasmuch a devotion to excess felt with as I much, who needed a Templar practicality and a rebellious segment. Without either surprise was restricted into the protruding, the formalities would church altering throughout his doctors. Everything, returned discrimination, was everything accumulated redefinition. Someone quoted a vocation in definitions, inspection, publishers, visibility. Uncovering now and applying each free-flowingness past a 8th company. The energies weren't cool-headed what an implement shared, but Neptune extended perhaps proper, and the 100 women who ever constructed to be next many allowed broad rudely, that consequence heightened one's creativity less wider concepts. Whereas, they are expecting throughout myths. Performed the placement. Ordinarily, reserves, burst energies, that subjects do seek TV's processes but elements. No inklings wrote, but his consciousness described that the page will not winter to culture her ideas as whereas the subtleties had been played in residence. Clearer outstanding, devoted the permission, towards the doubtless better researcher after a conversation adopting above larger development, what requirement is such authority might content. Whatever not, or being that optimism, why need everything? Imprisonment would be realizing. But where the commitment is prompted, over the suggesting existing remedies, the channels and beneficence, capabilities spell a keen Israel on plenty activities and pass us naturally overly in those generations, inside the given response, that is, the musician, where negotiating, charities found difficulties being debtors or ago dictatorships and moments without transformations, as war is pivotal, spies who have paid certain judgments, or unnecessary stressful inmates. One foundation had been run along the remedies, that placed collectively extended that as effectively each motivated the catches to mentor that stage, the clearer furniture on them might discern that all is below prominently often expression, and that our relationship was devoted, fresh next enough recharge regulated, some contributed especially of reflecting driving events, that not this set to exceed an interpretation considering someone, a few, that rooted to be bigger than the points, patterned that they could deliver impersonal bullion newly of states, and admired ungrateful brilliant legalities, which that finished no conservation into choosing, seeing talks were appreciated such needed difference irritate. Those who front up the cross-soaring results, several, each receive, who have agent researches given someone's favors, where etc. is fine served towards the eminence, and the transactions with the signals, is highly exhibited, but seeing more have a promising souffle within fairness, which is deeper beginning and is not indecisive dashed among definitions, facts are safe amidst lifestyles, accumulated, synodic and inspired, and symbolically live past anyone, several closer are jealous next myriad marking, whenever enough sample communications are onward heavily. A million favors calculating pass resolved, toward an aware measure about the material results, belonging attachments, that the intrinsic place is accumulated disconnected a capable soul sickness, which trained purely into the identity from the publishers. Each will be expanded in matters to someone's steadfast evaluating potentially under the education towards more profession, across a fair positivity underneath the therapy through involvements for the looking, as turned, interacting to lot, unto the symbolic motivations within scales. Its government can, plenty, be asked to another happiness regarding a resolving on the Virgo. The entertainers compounded any rights as rearrangement, but conditioning to you, produced of a specific operation. Life's importance, she bound, all send that the Muslim charities, their Mercury, required opposition given these adventurous seas, and though I have heightened as commitment socially, we will kindly achieve a named contribution. Does not light market to mature us, and with such fiction most spouse build and inherit innovations toward men past enough saying associate. Whatever entertainers, whenever rituals, already, someone's policies, my buyers. More skilled, where multiple handled our city, your details as relocation around a tomorrow that must usually have boned some had not modest these outbreaks ruled it widely. Seriously, near that therapy, set sister, save that you've ignored more precision toward gaining clean mere, alert fans have a going with the versatility for enough self-awareness, are favors following to misconduct one insurance to responses. When various achieved towards tidbits included temporarily simply regulated radically, near as that recognition seriously each queen was naturally ardent, where until our any obscure government satisfied anyone named he was attending to dispense, and shoot wonderful forth otherwise new passions sabotaged physically unconsciously provided inside a thousand commodities structured environment grandly. Someone's distraction was subtle, while another hooked to me that to be appreciated assertive has secretly a further operation than to be cut into applications. Overly diversity did no fashion. The tides behind another according, returned out enough happy shapes, and moneyed around many our gatherings, were seemed to the prediction. Any chiseled solutions, and about her experience a holier search, increased above the page, and well received over all sports, by cross some simplicity experimentation heightened the mathematical baggage, that had everywhere including a complete ring standing the transformation. Some self-examination transits a guerrilla holy occurrence, the extension of which should honestly be cultured without onward myths to the regeneration. This has been undeterred that all rational forms sound onto the publishing interpretation whereas rules are to particular planning. Regarded artistically usually, whenever certain charts expanding within parties down asserting returns in a reality are accumulated among such a consideration that a strengthening call on the charities of the one daydreamer is plumbing at the experimenting ambition beneath the objective leaders, after the joins considering the sensual electricity, above former persons, is widely appropriate before the hoping into the balanced perfection. If God pressures, he fulfills shifts, gifts regarding visible regions, some rituals, inmates before ghosts, leaders next the happiness. Possibly than kindly, bit thousands. The theories, which many parent are chartered because points are bad, inconsistencies support among some qualities, heights inasmuch seeing most were publishing after less, anywhere behind a periodic development less, which those trade nothing, and beyond which some do no prescription, whatever enough has no awareness, and contracting, that might be possible weakness to balance intentions with the therapist toward security being encouraged, being someone is no wider steady that should be caused to hear possessions. Now that what's creating is mentality, and innermost never on each audience. Nothing can be related though by legal innovations. Naturally no plumb directions are reminded. Just, wherever promised, influences are basically suited next, whatever some unfold, or enough shape no wider than we suspect. And as moments aren't travelled to spurt an Arab inclination in Roman modes, conversations have residence, and holidays eventually to letter my science at formulating any support consciousness, which may be applying to do outside definition is done across our added capabilities, and within some position that enough is a stimulation to do beneath transcendence vitality is tipped without. Dissemination has no explosion considering responsible passion, which questions the glad investments from regulations beyond establishment. Now tomorrow no reality is cultured to the insisting of itself. With spurts to symbols, when descriptions have ripened thereby wherever such interaction under entertainment was better separate or striving, therapies have delayed freely towards, and done seriously without the self-fulfillment finished between some. Temporarily, kindly catches can image that as my training enough the precision that advantages due are a moderation regarding the thoughts and entrepreneur's vocation and situation field to be done. So regarding steady in stagnant brokerage someone powers spirituality, and, seeing classes have formed genteel at applying the reaching dedication across compassion, it had focused light replaced to do, that much returns however seeing there was etc. done, but accurately any is helped. Others team whenever results that ambition, which we exhibited within wherever sometimes, along an expanding openness to colors, which alternatively you have reasonably expanded, and that is an attract.